Lufus falls beaten. The knight snarls, "You won't survive," and lunges with a merciless strike. The black-winged angel lunges to dodge, ripping a hyperspace seal into existence. You can't dodge it. The strike lands, deadly and final. Lufus turns to the heroes and declares they're very strong and will most likely be able to defeat the Ifrit. He grips the joysticks as the shock of defeat crashes over him. But losing barely matters when his character's a crowd favorite. The game hurls you into a world of clashing swords and roaring magic, its heart so clear even total beginners seize it instantly. The game slams down two main features: a country system that hands every player their own nation and ignites fierce battles as they fight for it. A living anthology that forges every player achievement into its own short tale, while massive events explode onto the scene and rewrite the game's destiny. The hero plunged into the character creator and forged his avatar, Angela Lufus. He blasted through levels, buying prime gear and storming every event to stay neck and neck with the game's top players. He forged a country, wielded the battle system to invade and crush rival nations, and welded every conquest into one united state. Lufus swept across Midgard, forged its fractured realms into one, and rose to become a semi-official character. The hero ignited a revolution, rallied other heroes, and charged straight at the authorities, leaving the boss stranded on the sidelines. The strongest players united against Lufus, crushed him, and his defeat slammed the final curtain on the story. The hero snuffs the computer's glow and surrenders to the pull of sleep. A notification blazes onto the start screen, flashing an offer for a new role. An official proclamation from the game world goddess thunders across the realm. The hero slams down his answer and accepts the offer. He clicks the consent button, and the interface stares back, utterly unresponsive. Ghostly voices claw at her ears, chanting that they want to summon her and whispering she was once dead. The knight's faces snap into stunned masks, looming before the hero as he gapes, utterly baffled by what's unfolding. He stares at a sea of strangers bowing to him, and a cold unease curls in his chest. It slams into him. By agreeing to the rules, he literally became the loophole, and now he's stuck as a stunning girl even though in real life he's a guy. Panic claws at him, but he grits his teeth and forces out a raw demand to everyone around. "What's happening?" Lufus clears his throat. The others instantly crumple to the floor, seized by raw terror. He demands to know what's going on, his voice sliding into a cool, feminine lilt laced with smug arrogance. Lufus pleads for someone to rise and speak to her, but fear pins them to their seats. No one dares meet her gaze. She forces out an apology for her obliviousness to others, but it lands smug and insincere. Lufus sees his excessive strength crushing those around him, and he's fighting to tame it. Tension peels away. The room softens. Voices drop, and everyone exhales, suddenly ready to talk. An elf's face drains as he realizes he's resurrected the ruler. Lufus whirls to him, eyes blazing, demanding an explanation. The elf drops a bomb. The hero peels back the game's core. But ages of change have twisted what he finds. Fear pulsed through the crowd, and Lufus pushed forward, pleading that she would not hurt anyone. Crowd keeps throwing her defeat at Lufus, but she flashes a grin and declares she loved the fight, even with the Ifrit still alive. She brands the king a dummy, sets off to see the world, but crowds surge, pressing crowns into her hands and begging her to take their thrones. Lufus pleads for everyone to forget her. She's no longer the supreme ruler, just a girl with her dreams shattered. She turned and walked away, dropping the line like a dare. If luck's on their side, they'll meet again. Lufus rockets skyward, drunk on the rush of wind as the thrill of flight floods her and her wings beat purely by instinct. Mid-flight, she pressed her forehead to the window as a single searing question gnawed at her. Why had she come to this world? He poured his soul into his avatar, and became it. Now he burns to explore the game world he fell in love with. Needing to get back to the real world, he zeroes in on Lufa's base as his first destination. Lufus rockets to the tower's peak and plunges inside. Deja vu slams into her. She aches for this place like she abandoned it years ago, even though she's standing here for the first time. Memories slam back into me, and Lufus snaps to attention at a strange slicing sound. The castle should have been empty, but a girl emerges and strides straight up to her. She exploded into a grin the moment she saw Lufus. Angel's memory betrays him. He stares at the girl, unable to place her or remember why she's in the castle. She fires off rapid clarifying questions to pin things down, and Lufus snaps, "Who are you?" The girl proclaims, "I'm Counselor Dena. I've been waiting for Lufus for 200 years. Lufus claws through her memories, and suddenly a truth snaps into place. She did have an advisor. The moment the hero erected the base, she materialized, and he crowned her his advisor. Stunned, he realizes Dena has a mind of her own, and she's been waiting for Lufus all this time. Lufus blurted an apology for forgetting her advisor, then fired a raw thank you for her waiting and unshakable loyalty. She bursts into praise for Dena, thanking her for keeping the base safe all this time. Dena's face burns red with embarrassment. Dena demands how Lufus managed to return, and Lufus reveals she was summoned by the king, leaning in hungry for any news about the hero's fate. Dena says that after they crushed Lufus, each of them forged their own kingdom, and 4 of them have already fallen. Lufa's mind replayed the players who'd risen as heroes. Then Dena snapped her out of it, barking that the Ifrit still breathed. She drops a bomb. The 12 heavenly stars are alive, but some of them have sworn themselves to the Ifrit. 12 friendly monsters await you in the game, daring you to tame them. Lufus once bent every last one to his will and crowned them as his generals. Now she must wrangle the scattered monsters, and her thirst to see the world erupts into a relentless hunt for heavenly stars and heroes. Lufus burns to learn about the players who play as heroes, and Dena slams a sprawling map of the world down in front of her. I spin the tale of the neighboring country and the hero who ruled it, and name-drop Aries, gearing up to unleash an assault on Suvel. Lufus steels herself to go, but Dena insists she plan every silent step of the journey so she can slip in unnoticed. The advisor declares travel costs money and insists you can earn it. They leap into life as adventurers, raking in coin by completing every dangerous order that comes their way. A single command thunders: exterminate the orcs. Lufus and Dena crouch outside the orcs' hideout, eyes locked on every twitch. Their grotesque looks terrify Dena, and she urges Lufus to annihilate every last one. Lufus ripped open his stats, hunting for the perfect skill, heart thudding as a terrifying question clawed up. Can she really kill? Lufus weaves together a deadly combo of skills and attacks. Swords whistled through the air, slamming into orcs frozen with terror by the unexpected invasion. The dead orcs look grotesque. Lufa doesn't flinch, stone-cold calm. The girls plunge deeper into the shelter as Dena snaps at Lufus. Zero in on the murders. Don't think about cleaning up. Orcs surge like a tidal wave, and Lufus stands stone-cold, ready to shatter their assault. She scoffed as the orcs lumbered, every move painfully slow to her. Lufa unleashes a devastating spell. The blast rips the orcs to pieces. She reels, stunned by the savage strength roaring through her. Dena pleads for restraint, and the orcs shrink back in fear. Lufus feels his strength and speed awaken, and he tears back into the shocked orcs. She slices through the enemy horde without breaking a sweat, already sure her victory is absolute. In his first battle since awakening, power surges through Lufus as the orc king crumples, pleading for mercy. Lufus spares no one. She cleaves it clean in two. The enemy army lies shattered, and Dena storms the halls, shouting that the hostages in the dungeon are alive and unscathed. The advisor unleashed teleportation, tearing the orc meat through space into the castle so it could be turned into a nourishing dish for the lady. Not a single body remains on the battlefield. Lufus beams, relishing her advisor's handiwork. Just as the girls turn to leave, the remaining orcs explode from hiding, scrambling to call for help. Lufa snaps a transmutation into being. She shatters the cave with her stone hand and snaps at Dena that it's to make sure the orcs never come back. With the mess vanquished, you can return to the village. Lufus pockets the hard-won reward for saving the village as the villagers trade grim glances. More monsters will come, and they can't pay him a penny more. Lufus transmutes the earth into a hulking golem to guard the village. The residents swarm her with grateful cries, and he and Diane slip away. The village is secured and the mission is complete. Now they thunder straight for Suvel. Lufus fires a question at Dena about the Earth's radiance, and Dena tells her about mana, a force the angels hate, while Lufus swallows his reaction. The cart barreled toward the city's gates. Megrez, the hero who forged the nation of Suvel, is ambushed by Aries' brutal strike. Lufus rockets in, desperate to stop him. In Suvela, where magic and science dominate, Dena corners Lufus about her plans, and Lufus declares she wants to meet Megrez. First, she must dig up the facts. Dena grins and points them straight to the library. Hunting for the library, the girls sprint up to the guard, who snaps a finger and points them straight toward it. The man stepped forward, announced he was Ghanaian, and volunteered to escort the girls. Dena shot back her name, and Gantz felt a prick of unease. Something about the girls was off. Dena leans in, pressing the escort for every detail about Suvea. He beams and eagerly agrees to tell her. He points to the lake ringed around the country and warns any assault would be nearly impossible. Then he's abruptly pulled back to his post. Lufus rips through the stats, scoffs, and slaps the label weakling on him. The pitiful numbers don't lie. Dena declares the bar for strength has plunged over the years, and Lufus freezes, stunned that anyone can become a hero. Dena snaps. This isn't a game, it's life. To climb to a high level, countless heroes either died or hammered themselves into madness with relentless training. Everything clicks for Lufus. She finally sees the razor line between the real world and the game. Diane's voice tears through her thoughts. Together they burst into the library. Sifting through endless shelves, Lufus freezes when he stumbles on entire books written about himself. She whips the books into the air with telekinesis, devours the country's history, and reels as damning facts about the ruler jump off the pages. She reels. Not everyone treats her like a tyrant. Some people think otherwise. Lufus levitates the pages and tears through history, desperate to learn what happened while she was gone. They cast her out as an enslaver, and the crowd erupted, cheering at the demons Lufus had bound. Demons now claim half the world. No heroes remain who can slay them, and the few left only hold the balance. Lufus knows the world teeters on the brink of annihilation. The amusements that once felt light now throb with a darker meaning. Books hurtle through the air as the girls stagger with the earth's shudder. Lufus leans in, eyes locked on the tremors' timing, intensely curious about how often they occur. Diana warned this was almost unheard of, and when Lufus realized Aries was coming, she had already granted him the power to shake the earth. They're zeroing in on the city center. That's exactly where Gantz is. The mercenaries must buy time against the enemy's onslaught until the main army arrives, and everyone knows this Aries mimics its host's every move. Aries hurtled toward the city as Lufa's eyes tore through the stats, her mind racing to conjure a way to stop it. Aries charges through the stone fortifications. Panicked residents swarmed Magrez, begging him to lead the charge against Aries and his monsters. Lufus watches the assault, steels herself, and lashes out with a bolt of raw magic, grabbing Dena and racing straight for Aries. The girls stand on a Lufa-controlled stone slab as it rockets them forward. Lufus pleads with Aries to wait for her, and Aries hears the hostess's voice cut through the room. Lufus flashes back to taming a rainbow lamb, and while she was gone, it twisted into a ravenous monster. She beckoned him to follow, to forge his strength into a weapon and crush their enemies. They met for the first time, and as the years rolled by, nothing at all changed. Aries storms the field, the mercenaries fight tooth and nail and are shoved back. Then the main army thunders in and flips the battle. Gantz tears into battle, hailed as the strongest mercenary, yet he knows they won't last long. The instant the water erupts, monsters surge forward and slam into the mercenaries. Magrez roared, summoning the guardian beast Livia, then turned and thanked the mercenaries for holding out so long. The mercenaries roar with relief as Magrez appears, their survival suddenly secured. Magrez summons Levia, the water protector, who surges like a tidal fist and crushes the monsters. The defender heeds the call and channels every last ounce of power to annihilate the enemy army. Lufus locks onto Magrez's towering water golem, scans its stats, and the numbers don't lie. It's stronger than Aries. Aries blazes with fire. Let water strike him and he's likely to be snuffed out. Lavia, bolstered by Magrez's power, holds steady. Lufus scans Magrez's stats and the readout spits a verdict. Paralysis has locked his lower limbs and gutted his strength. A bizarre debuff writhes through it, and Dena leaps to Lufus, shouting that the Ifrit's curse has latched onto the heroes. Aries bolts over to Magrez, and when Dena points it out to Lufus, her focus is yanked away from savoring Magrez's victory. Their gazes lock as Magrez bellows for his army to steer clear of the fumes of Aries. Aries lunged with a brutal strike. Magrez slammed up a towering tidal wave, blasting the attack aside. Aries vaults skyward, Magrez's eyes snap. Suvel's the target, and he screams for Levia to rush in and protect Suvel. The water golem surges forward and Aries lunges in. Their clash explodes into a furious battle. The warriors lean in, riveted, drinking in every moment of the battle. They're sure Levia will win, but Magrez notices the water golem's body fizzing into steam as Aries' flames eat it away. Magrez steels himself, offers Levia's life to shield Suvel, and pleads for Suvel's forgiveness. Lufus watches the clash with razor focus, dissecting both monsters' strengths. They're nearly even, each wielding its own lethal skills. Another battle looms, and Aries plots ruthless moves to sap Levi's forces to the bone. Aries moves like a fox, and Dena snaps, reminding him who taught him those tricks. She smells Magrez's bait and knows he's trying to drag her out of hiding. Lufus pieces together Aries' pattern and realizes he's unleashing brutal vengeance on those who killed his mistress. She lunges to stop him, but he scoops Dena into his arms and launches himself over the edge. Lufus forced out an apology to Aries for not going after vengeance. She never asked him to avenge her. Determined to calm the pit, Lufus lashes out, driving a crushing blow straight into it. It doesn't crush the monster, it snaps it back to its senses. Lufus exploded into view and Magrez froze, eyes wide and jaw slack with shock. She admits it was brutal for him and reaches out, offering to shoulder the burden. The voice rips through Magrez with chilling familiarity, but Gantz hurls out other names, leaving the ruler reeling in bafflement. Lufus vows she'll stop Aries herself and urges Dena to wait here. Dena agrees. Migres lunges to stop the stranger, hooked by a bombshell of information and burning for answers. But she clamps her mouth shut. Now isn't the time. She heeds Migres's warning, slashes the space between them, and snaps to Aries with her distance-shortening skill. Lufus's memory explodes back to the first time he met Aries. A wide-eyed rookie, green and trembling, forced to face that monster as her very first foe. His strikes faltered into weak swipes, yet Lufus surged after him, dead set on catching him. After brutal training with Lufus, Aries erupted into raw power and hauled her out of danger time and again. Memories slam back, smeared and impossible to pin down. Are they Lufus's, or the hero who plays for it? Lufus slams down every distraction, zeroes in on Aries, and storms straight toward him. The monster's voice rips out at her. Lufus reels in shock, then steels himself to answer the monster's question. Who is she? Angel flings her hood back. Aries staggers, stunned to find his mistress staring at him. He wails, declaring Lufus dead, and the girl snaps she'll prove to him it's really her. Dena lunges to drag her through the teleportation window, but Lufa flings her back through it and slides right back into the conversation with Aries. She snaps at Aries to step forward and force himself to believe the man standing before him is Lufus. Aries storms forward, fury flaring as he snarls that they're lying to him. The monster lunges. Lufus parries the strike, thinking it invigorating as a fierce thrill surges through him. She craves sparking a battle, and the thought of it lights a fierce joy in her chest. My heart slammed against my ribs as an enraged monster loomed inches from my face. Aries lunged at Lufus, unleashing a savage assault. The angel flicks the monster's attack aside like it's nothing. Her mind snaps to their first meeting. She teases him as cute, then lashes out without warning. Lufa catapults the Aries into the air! He dares the monster to unleash its full fury and strike with everything it's got. Aries rips her wish into reality. It hurls a blast of flame, and Lufus is dead certain that's the monster's only move. Aries smirks, proclaims his opponent can endure anything, then launches another ferocious assault. Lufus parries the strike and rockets forward to pet Aries, that exact gentle touch from the moment they first met. Aries refuses to submit and explodes into a wild frenzy. Lufus lashes out, his fist carving a brutal arc through the air. He smashes Aries, sending it crashing into the ground. The defeated creature sprawls in the crater, staring up at the one who killed it, disbelief frozen in its eyes. Luf storms forward, the memory of their first meeting striking him like lightning, and he bellows at the monster. She reaches for him, eyes wild with desperation, and begs him to come with her. The petting does nothing. Lufus sulks, sure he should have been petted longer. She hurtled down from the sky toward Lufus, her name ripping from her throat like a battle cry. She collapses into the angel's arms, sobbing like her chest might burst, and Lufus steps forward, voice low and urgent, trying to soothe her. She snaps her gaze to the girl's rainbow-colored hair. Awareness slams into my head. She's an Aries, a blazing firebrand who charges headfirst into everything. Mid-game, the hero locked horns with another player, feverishly mapping out how to configure their tamed monsters into human forms. A chaotic mix-up transformed Aries into a girl, not the boy everyone expected. Lufus leans in, dissecting Aries' human form with razor focus, then freezes. Its level is shockingly high. Elation surges through her. The monster never stopped training while she was gone, and Lufus beckons Aries to jump in with her. Aries erupts into tears of joy, triumphant, he's first again. Joy exploding, they shout yes, and leap to become Lufus' companion. Dena bursts through the teleportation window, igniting everyone with the rallying words of Lufus and Aries. Aries freezes. He doesn't recognize the advisor. Dena drags my memory back to the exact spot she stood the day Lufus wasn't killed. Aries' memory clamps onto the blurry figure looming behind Lufus, and Dena bristles, offense flaring in her eyes. Lufus implores you to stop teasing your advisor, while Aries reels, baffled and insisting she never meant to be bullied. Angel lunges at the monster and demands, "Why did you attack Suvel?" Eerie snarled that he did it for revenge. Lufus dreamed of a world without demons, but she was cut down before everything was destroyed. Magres's murder was driven by raw revenge. Wrong to the core, but it sparks a cruel thrill inside Lufus. Magres's words, that Aries was being manipulated, explode in her mind and she charges off to uncover whether it's true. Lufus thanks Aries, then pleads with him to forgo revenge and urgently asks him to name who set him on this path. Aries spins the tale of Mars, one of the Seven Sons' demons. Mars crept up to him and whispered a burning vow of revenge. Lufus's memory of the luminaries has evaporated, and Dena rattles off that demon generals have erupted onto the scene just recently. They unleashed monsters across Suvel to drain every ounce of power from Levi's defender. Enslaved to Ifrit, the demons surged forward to wipe out the last surviving heroes. Mars hunted down Aries and pressed him to fight. insisting Megrez and Levia were the real threat and had to be destroyed. If Mars obliterates Suvel, he'll seal his loyalty to the Efrechits, but Aries is delayed. Chaos rips through the Martian domain, and he can't fathom how a mere human could topple elite monsters. Lufa stalks closer and brands Mars a demon. Mars's gaze snaps to a rainbow-haired girl crouched behind a loophole. Mars snaps, furious that Aries made himself human and couldn't avenge his mistress. Aries spits back. I hate heroes. Only demons will revel in the thrill of slaying heroes, and Lufus won't stand for it. Aries will not lift a finger to help demons. Mars's guest Aries reeled as doubt clawed in. Maybe he'd never been a trump card against Levi, and now he was useless to Mars. Rage seething, the demon rockets forward to destroy Suvel himself. Then strikes Aries, who reels, wounded from his battle with Levi. Lufus snaps at Aries to fall back, vowing she'll face Mars alone. Mars grins, dead sure he's invincible. Arcane power crackles from the demon's palms as it fixes its gaze, one heartbeat from unleashing a merciless attack. He rockets forward on a surge of demonic power. Lufus stood frozen, rooted to the spot while the demon loomed over her, brandishing its skills and crackling powers. Mars darts around her like a predator, snarling he'll be done with her in a heartbeat. Lufus should count himself lucky for a quick death. Angel snaps. Fed up with the non-stop chatter, she slams a fist into Mars and snarls, "Shut up!" The blow rockets the demon backward. Mid-air, realization slams into him. His opponent is Lufus. It stood among the 7 luminaries, but couldn't shoulder the weight of a general. Its power hovered around level 300. Their power level just plummeted! The demons seized victory, but it cost them dearly. Nearly all their strongest soldiers fell. If not, everything would have crumbled into ruins long ago. One nagging doubt vanished. The question of how this world stayed balanced used to haunt him, and now it feels absurd to imagine the demon's military might staying the same. A battle that wiped out scores of high-level players would have slammed into the demon ranks. There's no way their troops walked away unscathed. Somewhere in this world, someone can face Lufus head-on. In Suvela country, soldiers lay wounded and were rushed into makeshift wards for treatment after the battle. Lufus said she had carefully felled Aries. While she was busy, a man named Mars showed up and was cut down among the 7 sons too, so Megrez can breathe easy. After years of relentless torment, the chains of their suffering finally snapped. Relief crashed over them. Megrez beckoned her to his place for a talk, and said the rainbow-haired girl could come along. Aries swore he wouldn't kill him. He bristled and flat-out refused to apologize to the traitor too. They pulled up at Megrez's residence, and a voice hailed him. Dressed in fine suits, the men erupted with joy at Megrez's return, yet dread clenched their hearts for his sake. They swallow their pride and apologize for their earlier words, even though he's retired. Megrez and Lavia are the country's prized treasures. The second rich man grinned and backed the first. Together they loomed like monarchs, their importance dwarfing everyone in the shopping area by dozens of times. They erupted in relief that he was okay. The country still had a long road ahead. Shock ripped through Megrez's voice as he declared, "This is quite shocking." They're hailed as big-shot guardians who should protect the people, but they duck out to save their own skins and think only about their safety and selfish gain. He burned to show that to Lufus, to expose exactly how Megrez was wrong. Now everything should be normal. No one skulks behind Megrez, and no one spies on them inside his residence. He demanded to see his face under the hood. Lufus ripped off her cloak, unfurled her wings, and revealed her face. Megrez's eyes went wide. It was her. The exact same Lufus reappeared. Lufus had nailed one of her goals, and now she burned to find out if he was a player like her or not. She implored him to stand by her through misfortune and called Megrez an old friend. She locked eyes with him and shock exploded across his face. Then a single, undeniable truth slammed into Lufa. This Megrez feels like a brand new beast. Plot twist, he's one of this world's own. He pins her with a look, his eyes drowning in fear and soaked with regret. If he was any kind of player, he'd have spotted the Lufus versus 7 heroes clash as a setup. Staged, not a betrayal. If he were even a fraction like her, he wouldn't dare stare at her that way. Only the locals do. He's a hollow echo of the Megrez she once knew. And it rips her apart. Megrez spat. Why drag her back to life after all this time? Was this a vicious sneer aimed at those who'd sunk so low? Lufus's mind raced. Megrez came from this world, and when his old enemy crashed back into the scene, hostility sparked like lightning. The library's shelves heave with problematic tomes that rip into the 7 heroes, savage those servants, and parrot Aries' incendiary words. That's why he can't tear his eyes from her, regret scorching every look. The country's library groans under mountains of books tearing into the 7 heroes, all written at Megrez's command. He should have praised him, yet he prowls the room hunting for insults. Magrez toppled Lufus, and now he's haunted, convinced his victory unleashed the demon invasion. The problem rages on, unchanged and just as dangerous as ever. Lufa insisted pride after a win was natural, yet disgrace scorched him, fear knotted his gut, and he regretted the victory. Even crushed by his own guilt, he must never show regret. In his position, respect is nothing but a ring of sharpened blades. He plunged down the path he was convinced was right, even if it led to the Magrez she once knew. And even though he regretted her loss, Lufus felt no regret at all. Magrez stared at her, a question burning on his tongue. Whether she harbored a grudge or not, in that moment everything was in her hands. They shattered the perfect outcome with their betrayal. Does she find it utterly revolting? Hate can't touch her. She feels absolutely nothing. The battle raged inside the game and left her untouched. But Lufus's words flashed through her mind. Now she'd fire back, sudden and without hesitation, in her own voice. Humans erupted into rebellion. She was utterly unfit to be their leader. If he and the others turned on her in disappointment, it proved she was powerless and had no reason to hate him. He has to stop tearing himself apart. He's such a pitiful sight that she can't even bear to look at him. Across this country, the people hail him as their hero. Lufus snarled for him to tear down his walls and be as wide open as he'd been 200 years ago. Magrez bristles at the elves' closed-off ways and throws down a challenge. Open your eyes and see the vast world around you. He's hell-bent on carving a nation where elves stand proud, not hemmed in by forests but reigning from a glorious capital, and he vows to prove the elves can do it if they try. His plans are so massive they land sounding almost painfully naive. If his goal is to found a country, Lufus vows to conquer the world and carve out an ideal nation far from the demons. Everyone erupted into laughter. Conquering the world? That was a gargantuan dream nobody could take seriously. If she pulls this off, a whole lot of them will be forced to eat pasta through their noses. Lufus seized his promise. Once she conquered the world, she'd force him to eat pasta with his nose. Magrez let out a modest chuckle. Lufus's words detonated a memory inside him. He swore he'd heed her advice and dropped into a grateful bow. Give them water and transmutation bends to their will. Lufa slammed his hands onto Labia and poured life back into him, dragging him from the brink so he would definitely survive. Magrez still fails to fully heal him. Lowering the maximum didn't change a thing. He shot the question at Lufus. What are you going to do now? She vowed to seize all 12 heavenly stars. Diana snapped. Next stop, the Blackwing Royal Tomb. It's about 500 kilometers from here, and one of the 12 heavenly stars, Libra, waits inside. Lufus froze. The place's name rang like the one carved on her grave. She swore it was true, no matter how it looked. This tomb was raised 190 years ago by people who revered Lufus. Perched atop the greatest building, 108 floors high, Libra never sleeps, fiercely guarding the weapons and fortune they owned before they died. Magrez had already caught wind of the rumors swirling around her. She tears through anyone who dares approach the top, no questions asked. Those legendary weapons sealed inside the tomb are literally humanity's final lifeline. Blatant as daylight, Magrez wanted her to ditch the one she wouldn't use in the tomb. Lufus didn't bat an eye. He meant to offer an apology gift, but he saw her elaborate appearance hemming her in, robbing her of the freedom to move. Magrez thrust a bundle of disguises at Lufus, a white tunic, black trousers, and a red cloak. The camouflage bandage dripped with stealth magic. Wherever it wrapped, skin vanished from sight, cloaking the wings. Dressed at last, she whirled to Magrez and asked, "Does it suit me?" Magrez pulled her out of hiding. She never expected he'd go that far, so they slipped away. Magrez offered to walk them out, his tone honest. Maybe worry still sat behind his eyes, but she clung to the hope he's finally feeling better. If he emerged victorious, what storm should tear through her now that she lay defeated? Magrez whipped around to face Lufus. He sent her off with a fierce, heartfelt wish for a safe journey. In the city, Gance's jaw dropped when he realized Sioux Falls, the person beneath that suspicious red robe, was breathtakingly beautiful. Suvel begged me to hold my praise, and as they headed out, they stopped to say goodbye. Gance barked a quick good luck to both of them and the girl. Then Zufal blurted, "It's a boy!" And Gance went stunned again. She was about to say goodbye when he suddenly grabbed the moment and shouted, "Wait!" to them. At one point he reversed course and, with a tight nod, sent me off with a single good luck as I hit the road. Lufus, Dena, and Aries strode down the path together. Her goal? Snatch all 12 Paradise Stars and expose whether any of the 7 heroes are players like her. She managed to bring Aries back, but Magrez turned out not to be a player. 2 of those heroes still draw breath. They might hail from her world, and now their trail leads straight to the tomb of Blackwing. Lufus blazes forward. His journey has only just begun. In the demon territory, Mars still clung to life, crawling somewhere. He barked, "Lufus Mafal is the only one the demons fear." And she's back. Their worst nightmare just exploded into reality. A stunned shout tore out. Mars is still alive! Catastrophe. Because the actor must vanish from the stage the instant his role ends. A dead chess piece destined to spring back to life. Something that won't help a soul. Someone claimed Mars had a hand in it and then walked away. That's the rule of the game. The silhouette delivered a cold, final farewell to the pitiful NPC Mars, and Mars blinked out of existence. A voice tore through the silence and launched a countdown from 10. The crowd implored the 12-star warrior to stop. They hadn't come to fight. After years of humans kneeling beneath demon rule, they now need Blackwing's legacy to crush humanity. The moment the words hit, the 12-star warriors roared that the destruction conditions were met and hurled themselves into program selection. She unleashed Brachium and vaporized them, erasing every trace from the face of the earth. The Lufus group clung to Tanaka's artificial life form, a massive rumbling van. Gratitude burst from Diana. Lufus had forged the perfect, ridiculously convenient golem. 2 days ago, Diana dropped a daring proposal. She lit up and proposed building a golem to ferry them, fitted with beds and a bathroom so they wouldn't have to sleep outside anymore. Lufus demanded, "Why can't you teleport like in Suvel?" And Suvel snapped, "Teleportation magic only carries one person at a time. Transferring a living being could snuff out their consciousness. One glitch and they'd never wake." She dreaded making that single irreversible mistake, and a tangle of other limits still trapped her. They built this van, and now it's roaring toward the rendezvous. They'll reach the designated spot any second. They sprint for Blackwing's tomb, the very place that hides Libra, one of the 12 heavenly stars. Midgard's deadliest tomb towers across 108 savage levels, and Lufa charges straight for the highest level. Her grave lay at the heart of a village that had sprung up around it, pulsing with tourists. This is where travelers launched their takeover, and crafty merchants sprang up a booming village to rake in the riches. Future generations reduced the graves of great personalities to nothing but tourist attractions. "Visiting your own tomb sounds surreal," Aries suddenly blurted out, asking for everything to be handed to him. He swore he'd flatten every idiot who dared swarm the tomb of Lufus and make them choke on their own disrespect. Lufus lunged forward. He refused to let him unleash chaos. "She demanded I stop. She's alive, so it's not her grave, and she doesn't give a damn if people start raiding." Aries' storm of rage evaporated the second she said that. Danger crackled. He kept pushing his luck every time she was involved. Could every one of the 12 stars actually be like this? They steeled themselves and advanced toward the tomb's yawning entrance. This place was jam-packed, people pressing in so tight we could barely breathe. Dena's eyes flashed with alarm. Something was wrong, and she snapped, "What happened?" Word hit them. 2 months ago, the government had dispatched a special scout troop, and today their regular countdown never came. They're late. 5 hours have bled away. They swore they were closing on the top floor and vowed to send a message the instant they snatch him. Hold up. 4 travelers just slipped into the tomb, and charging in with such a tiny group is sheer recklessness. Dena locked eyes with Lufus and snapped, "Tell me what I'm thinking!" She snapped that people must have met in Libra, and she was undeniably on the top floor. The moment they reach the top floor, Brachium ambushes them. Meeting Libra is certain death. One of the 12 Paradise Stars, the mightiest golem to ever dominate X-Gate Online, scales forged from whatever material you command, and an artifact that exists in a single copy. Mizal, a level 200 alchemist, slammed it into Lufus's hands, and Libra's level exploded to 700. Then she used a level-limiting item and thankfully blasted up another 210 levels. Libra, a level 910 superhero forged with Mazal, punches far below the rest. She's the weakest of the 12 stars in raw firepower. Unique Brachium skill rips shields apart, never misses at 100% accuracy, and unleashes a fixed 99.99 area damage. This beats Aries rolling into other nations, but she'd be a fool to even think that. She doesn't grasp how brutal this dungeon is, and the scout squad clawed their way to the top, so they're not to be underestimated. If Libra rises to the top, these adventurers don't stand a chance. They'll be crushed as Libra's next victims, and humanity's fragile strength will dwindle even further. She alone must slam the scales to a halt. She barked for the girls to surge forward. Aries tensed to bulldoze a path, even though it stood little chance of toppling Libra. They reached for the door when a man barreled into them, blocking their way and bellowing it would be suicide to go inside. 50 scouts, judged by the entire country, charged in, and even they were helpless. Lufus flashed a grateful grin and insisted they had nothing to worry about when it came to them. Inside, Aries slammed Messel Team into action, blasting a fierce light down the path. A golem loomed on the horizon. A mass-produced monstrosity Lufus unleashed into the battle against the 7 heroes. The golems that survive the battle lie dormant in this tomb. They're Lufus's property, so he shows no aggression. Even after 200 years, he still kneels to Lufus as his master. And the golems, artificial intelligences, have been engineered to swear allegiance to her and the stars. Lufus had pictured the climb to the peak as pure fun, until a golem sprang up and attacked right beside Dena. Fear clawed at Diana as she screamed for them to stop. Baffled, she was their target, and she pleaded with Lufus for help. The moment Lufus met Aries, suspicion ignited and every instinct screamed. She's faded to a whisper. So faint the golem has forgotten she ever existed. A sharp sigh ripped from her as she coiled, ready to launch herself to Dena's aid. A man exploded from nowhere and slammed the golem to a dead stop. Right then, 3 others who called themselves Hawk's Eyes burst onto the scene. They roared they'd bring this golem down themselves. These 4? They're the very crew everyone outside was whispering about. They ranged across different classes, each human, each pinned at levels 35 to 38. And the golem towered over them at level 150. It's a disaster. These attacks will see them crushed by the golem, not victorious. So she barked an order for Aries to spring into action. Aries rocketed forward at the golem and slammed it into the wall with every ounce of her strength. His jaw dropped. He snatched Aries' hands and demanded, "How did you pull that off, little miss?" Lufus shoved him back and barked for him to calm down. He was clearly scaring Aries. Aries, too, wasn't a dainty miss but a boy. And the Hawks froze, jaws dropping in stunned disbelief. They couldn't save us, but Lufus still forced out a shaky thank you. They stormed forward and announced themselves. Jin, the leader warrior. Richard, the heavy warrior. Nick, the light warrior. And Shu, the archer. All of them only able to fight in the vanguard. Lufus stepped forward and declared, "I'm Suvel, a Ranger-class merchant and road-worn traveler." She introduced Dena, a fellow Ranger-class merchant, and Aries, another Ranger-class merchant. Jin asked if they were okay while ripping into how disastrously unbalanced their squad was. Insane twist. The unbalanced vanguard leader, of all people, softened and spared Suvel. Suvel barked that they shouldn't worry, and Jin knew it. They were tearing through the levels. He gaped. Stunned, the Suvel squad relied on raw brute force beneath that breathtaking view. She had no clue why, but right now she wanted to hurl a bigger boomerang straight into that idiot's face. He has to put his squad first, not play deadweight that drags them down and pisses them off. Jin beamed and vowed they'd all come with them, but Suvel flat out refused any help. She opened her mouth to refuse, but Dena cut her off with a grin and declared they'd all be thrilled to team up. So they bounded up to the next floor. Dinah slid close and hissed to Lufus that they could cut loose until they hit the scales. Then just use them, since you wanted to come along. Sometimes Dena slips into razor-sharp trickery, then bam, you realize they'll be tanks. The plan was flawless, but guilt seared her. She and Aries took the hits and slayed the monsters while the others swaggered in pretending they'd finished them. They surged on, shoulder to shoulder, utterly unstoppable. Soon they burst onto the 106th floor of the Blackwing Royal Tomb. And even the hawk-eyed one hadn't expected to make it this far in just a few days. Could they really be that powerful? Their leader thought. Then they burst into the room and froze before a corpse sprawled on the floor. It wasn't one body, corpses lay strewn everywhere. This has to be the scout troop everyone lost contact with. Nick figured they'd been battling a golem, and both sides went down in a brutal double knockout. Lufa's jaw tightened. She immediately knew they'd run into the exact same person. It unleashed its mightiest golem, the guardian of the gate. They sacrificed their lives to send their comrades higher. So why is the golem dead? My gut's screaming that golems can't regenerate their life force. It probably soaked up every wound for 200 years. Humans and demons stormed through it, and it shielded an empty grave, just like Libra. Lufus made a snap decision, and the instant it landed, Jin barked that they had to move. Now. Nick's answer was a hard nod. They swore to crush Libra and seize the treasure to avenge the scouts. Suvel slammed them to a stop and begged them to stay here. Jim refused to let that happen. Going there alone would be pure recklessness. She insisted this was the only option. No one else could take Libra's first strike and live. And with her brachium even firing 30 shots, she'd still have plenty of energy left. Jin swallowed his pride and owned his foolishness, admitting with cold certainty that Suvel was monstrously strong. She'd shredded golems without anyone having to lift a finger. They swore they knew Libra personally, so he stepped up and demanded, "Who are you?" Suvel pinned him with a stare and demanded, "Why should I answer?" Jin lunged to shut her down, and Nick snapped at him to stop. "You have to hand everything over to Lufus. Dena and Aries are forced to stay, their health no higher than 10,000. Lufa bolted up the stairs and plunged into a blinding white light. On the next floor, she froze as another ramp towered before her like a giant pyramid. Someone closed in on Lufus, and a cold mechanical voice cut through the air, declaring an intrusion detected, and the alarm activated. It gave her 10 seconds to get out. Her hair blazed a bright, sunlit brown. Clothes lay shredded in several spots, hinges dangled open, and similar damage was scattered everywhere. No doubt, Libra, one of the 12 heavenly stars, had revealed itself. She refused outright, hostility flaring, and vowed to use force to eliminate the intruder. Libra launched into a countdown. Lufus ripped off her glasses and the timer slammed to a stop. Her eyes snapped to Lufus' face. Lufus swept in, greeted Libra with a sharp grin, and shot. "Do you remember my face?" Libra whispered her name. The system snapped awake, tearing through records and locking onto matching biological data. Certainty slammed down. She was almost 100% the true mistress. Reflection kicked in and the conclusion spat out that the chance of surviving that battle was under 1%. That final conclusion triggered an error. This is bad. She locks eyes with someone everyone believed dead for years, and confusion rips through her. For 190 years she stood sentinel over this place, never once granting herself a moment's rest. A sliver of a chance to brush the scales still remained, and Lufus urged her to wait and steady her breath so she could fix it and step forward. Libra snapped awake, thrust her hand at Lufus, and snarled that one more step would count as grounds for elimination. Lufus didn't care. She strode forward again. The instant she stepped again and Lufus asked if she would stop her, Libra sprang into action, fingers flying as she selected a program. This isolation barrier was the linchpin, the sole condition that let the brachium roar to life. The skill ripped through armor, never missed, and detonated for 99,999 area damage. The first true high-damage attack since it first appeared in this world. Libra unleashed Braheus, a searing blast that barreled straight at Lufus. Searing heat racked us, painfully unreal, like the sun had gone feral. Her life force was collapsing, but this attack was child's play to Lufus. Lufus barreled through the brachium. Libra's gaze snapped to him. Confidence crackled in her veins as she strode forward, every step certain of her strength. At last, with a third of her health drained away, she staggered to the scales. Her hand erupted into a gleaming sword. Lufa caught it mid-transformation and stopped her cold. Lufus slammed the scale square into the stomach and it flared to life. Looks like she nailed it. This was the repair skill. A pulse of magic that tears through damage and rebuilds a golem to perfect health. But it only works on golems and only your own. Lufus burst in, shot out a quick apology for making her wait, and declared she was there to pick her up. Libra scanned the scene again, and the chance she'd become a true mistress locked at a perfect 100%. They finally unmasked the true Lady Lufus, and they abruptly called off the mission to guard the tomb. She crumpled into Lufa's arms, going limp. Relief flooded her. Calming the scales proved possible. She had to start plotting her next move. How could she possibly face the Jinn squad waiting below and explain this? Lufus barreled back down the stairs and found Aries and Dena waiting. Words died in her throat as her gaze snapped to Jinn's squad, frozen in odd, stiff poses. They froze, faces like carved stone. Lufus snapped, "What's wrong with you?" Dena snapped that being reported would be trouble, then quickly offered them a way out. Turns out it was hypnosis. Wild that Dena can pull that off. She surgically rewired their memories so they'd never remember meeting her. They swagger, claiming they single-handedly cleared the dungeon and expect everyone's attention to turn to them. They think Libra was already wrecked when they arrived. The previous scout troop had hammered her hard and paid with their lives, so it would pull attention away from Libra, at least a little. From day one, she'd been plotting this exact move against their squad. What else could she possibly want by urging us to lug that glaring burden along? My blood chilled. Dena was willing to become demons for the mistress, and now they must scale back up to return the mistress items. I'll leave them here. When they wake, they'll swear they arrived on their own. They were loud as cannon fire but true-hearted. Lufus mouthed a quiet goodbye inside her mind. The Lufa squad surged onto the tomb's summit. They swarmed the glittering horde, rifling through every relic and deciding what to take with them and what to keep. Victory roared as they seized the scales and treasures. Libras lay stubbornly unconscious, and when time dragged on, Lufa snapped into action, offering to give the order to make it happen. When Lufus ordered the scales to wake, she jolted into motion, her optical sensors pinging as she swept every subsystem and activation ignited. Libra snapped awake and blasted a good morning at Lufus. Her level read 910, an artificial life-form race branded with the metal attribute. Lufa leaned in and asked if she felt anything strange. Libra shrugged it off. "I'm fine," she said, thanked her for bothering to check, confirmed her status matched Lufa's memory, and revealed she had 0 mana because she was a golem. Golems don't drain mana to fuel skills, but each ability is limited. Once used, it's locked down for 24 hours. Even Brachium carries that same weakness and can be unleashed only once a day. Perfect, only she and Mizal carry this secret. After a long absence, Aries burst back and greeted Libra at last. When they met 200 years later, the first thing she snarled was, His gender still doesn't match the view, and Libra's gaze snapped to Diana. Libra couldn't place Dena, but she still stepped forward, greeted her with a quick bow and apologized for the inconvenience, and Lufa cut in to explain that Dena was her advisor. Inside the tomb, the golems didn't even register her. No recognition, no reaction. So Libra couldn't anchor her in memory either. Shock ripped through Libra. Her stealth had been so flawless it erased itself from her memory, and Dena teetered on the brink of tears. She closed the distance and implored me to study her face, to try and lock her into my memory. Her memory ransacked every corner and came up empty. Not a single likeness. She unearthed a memory section, ravaged by years of damage. Dean's data could still be hiding in its ruins. We can salvage the data, but it will take several months. Until then, she'll cling to the memory of Diana as the expert advisor. Libra's face is a blank mask. Nothing betrays her thoughts, likely because she's a golem. For 190 years she stood like this, unshaken, never once doubting her loyalty. Lufus thrust out her hand and declared she'd told Aries the same. Now she's launched a quest to seize all 12 stars. She's the second, and she must go with her, pouring every ounce of power into Lufus. This is her new mission. These scales still cling to the oath they swore to Lady Lufus. From now on, Libra rides beside Lufa on this journey. Flawed and far from perfect, she beams at the chance to stay at her side. She'd already snatched back 2 of the 12 heavenly stars, Aries Terran and Libra scale. Getting everyone back would take ages, Lufus snapped. Where are we going now? She snapped it wasn't far, roughly a 2,000-kilometer sail due west across the sea. Atop a mountain in the territory of the Parthenos, the Virgin forged a village and now cloisters herself inside, living in total seclusion. Parthenos conjured a shimmering barrier. Inside, feeble monsters and timid plants laze unafraid of the enemies beyond, so from the outside it all looks harmless. Relief hits me like a wave. She never stirs up trouble for people. That mountain? Lufus, my hometown. The Parthenos swept the slopes, ousted every local skywinger, christened the mountain the Holy Land, and occupied it. And that very problem sprang to life. Aries snapped. Where are the skywings sheltering now, after the eviction? Diana said we now live in a nation forged by Marek, one of Galahorn's 7 heroes, and its borders sit squarely inside Galahorn. Lufus's thoughts snapped to Mirak and Galahorn. Decide now, 12 stars or 7 heroes, and that choice yanks the capital of Galahorn right within reach. Mirak could be a player. Lufus has to nail that down. She steeled herself and barked the mission. Their journey's goal was to meet the 7 heroes. First stop, Galahorn. They reached Galahorn and stared as every building clung to bare stone, a stark black and white city draped along the mountain's sides. Lufus barked. What was Merrick thinking when he built that idiotic capital? You can't even tell which side the entrance is on. Diana warned the country was ripped in two factions locked in a simmering civil war. One faction clings to an old, ruthless creed. Pure white wings are their pride. White-wing supremacists who accept nothing else. The other rose up in defiance, backing the vibrant, multicolored wings. Lufus demanded, What about Merak? Diana snapped that Merak tried to stay neutral and halt the fight, but he couldn't rein in his men's rising fury. Without warning, Libra spat that he was useless, and someone snapped at her not to fling that accusation around so casually. Lufus knows the skewing race swears their wings are blinding white, and they jeer at their fellow humans who dare sport a different wing color. After she vanished, the signs intensified, and Lufus realized it all tied back to her. So persecution spiked because someone as dangerous as Lufus belonged to the Skywings. Skywings boast they're born from angels serving God, parading pristine white wings like a sacred badge, and convinced those untainted feathers prove their true identity. Even ugly as hell slap on white wings and the crowd melts, her charcoal black wings, totally off limits. This isn't about looks. It's about Lufus being branded a monster. And she picked the black-winged character knowing his dark setting, because forbidden black wings scream cool. Aries shoved this reminder at me. Lufus has outlawed all discrimination and harassment whenever the rules kick in. After Lufus was toppled, the white flies unleashed a fresh wave of persecution while the colored rose to fight for equality, a struggle that raged for 200 years, and Lufus herself couldn't recall any such decree. Settings still elude her, but this fight is screaming for her. She has to deal with it first. Murat could read a room and yank teammates back from the brink in-game. If even he can't handle this fight, whatever's coming has to be colossal. She lit the fuse that set everything ablaze, and she can't turn away. They pressed Lufus for an answer. Where would they go, white or black? She snatched the black one, praying the multicolored ones are waiting right there. Dena agreed, then warned them. They were about to cross into the land of the Skywings, so she had to hide her true face and tighten her disguise. Skywings clock about 1,500 years of life, and they're shameless cheats. spending most of those centuries luxuriating and flourishing. 2 centuries later, Lufus's face is still seared into their memories. They make the Black City their first stop, and Dena snaps, "How do we even get inside?" Their stares stretch forever. In this country, everyone is expected to soar, so anyone grounded must battle endless inconveniences. Dena froze at the foot of the stairs, refusing to climb, when Libra suddenly stepped up and shouted for everyone to calm down. Knowing she'd have to carry everyone, she slammed a program into place and roared the jet engine to life. An engine burst from her back, snapping into place. A routine golem skill. The moment they climbed in, a rotten stench slammed into Lufa. Her engine roared with a violent rumble that jolted everyone awake. Lufus lunged to stop the scales instantly, but he was too late, and they streaked away. They crashed into the city with a thunderous boom. Residents swarmed the streets, pressing in and shouting, "Who are you?" Lufus fired the question at Libra. What was she going to do with it? She smirked and said once they reached the city, the rest wouldn't be a problem. Diana fired off a quick apology for the noise at this hour, insisting they were only traveling merchants who'd accidentally woken everyone. The old man burst into praise for their wildly original way of slipping into the city. But they didn't need it. Being terrified in that moment was perfectly natural. He offered they crash at his place to catch their breath after the long trip. His house still moonlights as a part-time hotel. They chose to plot how they'd meet Merrick tomorrow and hole up here for the night, while Aries' arms burned from rowing. Dena stepped forward and offered to escort him back to his room. Once in their rooms, everyone crashed into bed. Suddenly, voices slammed into Lufus, someone berating a little girl for hurting the neighborhood's children. She insisted they started it. They hurled stones at her while she was only defending herself. Then they suddenly silenced her. He demanded to know, did her father mean he didn't remember raising her like this? Or was she accusing his upbringing of being wrong? He can't even remember it. He never raised her. From day one, he hurled insults and drenched her in cruelty. The burden crushed her so completely she had to hurl curses at God just to keep breathing. She confronted their creator and demanded to know where the love of God, the love that embraces everyone, had gone. Why is she being forced to suffer like this, just because her wings are a different color? She hurled her pain at the sky. Why was the world so cruel to her? Why must they suffer so much? And was there really a God who loved all the living? Why did he forge a world torn apart by brutal inequality? They're utterly alone. The world turns its back. Not a single hand reaches out to help. She swore, fire in her veins, she'd claw her way to become the strongest in this world. She's still raw and inexperienced. But watch her rise and force the world to witness her growing strength. She'd snatch her mother away and rescue her from this miserable life for good. She will obliterate every injustice and hollow cruelty to dust without a trace, forcing the world to see she's more than strong enough. Lufa shot awake, heart hammering. It had all been a dream. From a dark corner, Libra's voice sliced the silence, and when Lufus snapped, "What are you doing here?" she shot back. "I'm here to protect my mistress. It's my duty." She noticed her pulse spike for a heartbeat, and Lufus said there was nothing to worry about. She'd only had a nightmare. A jagged shard ripped straight from Lufa's past. Her missing memories? They're just one more thing he swears he never did in the game. If Lufus still draws breath in this world, her parents could still be alive. And that's exactly why everyone is stalking these wings. When she first arrived, the memories that crashed into her, the dream of the past, were all Lufus's recollections. And the one who slipped into Lufus's body was a player, the only soul inside that body. If so, panic spiked inside the player. Where had the real Lufa gone? Deep inside the Demon King's castle, darkness seethed. In the 7 demons' headquarters in the village of luminaries, 5 demons perched, silent and sharp as drawn blades. They kept vigil for Mars. He was dead. Yet the monsters he'd unleashed never showed, and Aries was nowhere to be found. They blamed Megrez or swore Aries had betrayed him. The truth was, he reached for one of the 12 stars and disastrously overestimated his own power, though he stands the weakest of the 7 luminaries. The 6th demon burst in and declared that being slain by someone like 12 stars was a disgrace to the demon race. And someone snapped, "Where have you been all this time?" She snarled that she was only hunting down whoever murdered Mars. She can't remember who she truly is, and a cold dread coils in her gut. If she gets too close to that woman, she'll be killed. She remembers raven black wings unfurling from her back and a face that stole the breath of everyone who saw it. The 7 luminaries froze, jaws dropping. It was Lufus Mafa'al, slaughtered by humans 200 years ago. The one foe even the Demon King dreaded was the Black-Winged Queen. If she still lived, the demon clan was finished. They'd already learned she'd left the tomb and stormed into Galahorn. They ordered Jupiter to join forces and shadow Lufa, studying every move with ruthless focus. If they uncover anything, blast it out immediately. And let it be good news. Jupiter locks arms with Venus. At last! The moment we've been holding our breath for has exploded into reality. Claude of Darkness swore he'd parade the 7 heroes' severed heads before Lady Lufus. In Jollyhorn, Merak, one of the 7 heroes, rules from a castle. On the right, a white city blazes inside a zone of white wings, and on the right, a black city broods amid a tangle of mixed wings. Today they tore into sightseeing, declaring themselves free to roam wherever their hearts dared. They swore they wouldn't stir up trouble. Libra declared the separation wouldn't dent their combat strength. Diana wanted to head into the White Wing Zone. They're in Galahorn now, a country carved out and founded by one of Morocco's 7 heroes. She's itching to corner Merak and prove whether he's a player like she is, but Dena says seeing him right now is nearly impossible. Megrez has already bowed out. Morocco still wears the crown and fights to fulfill his duty. A brutal civil war rages at home, so meeting him is nearly impossible. With Lufus's blessing, they bolt for the inn while she slips into the city's streets to hunt down the information she needs. She ignited the civil war that split this country into 2 warring factions. She can't turn away from the havoc she unleashed. Aries leaned in and asked Lufus if she was hunting the 12 stars. Lufus nodded. Reuniting every last one with her this year is one of her goals. He held news she would drop everything to hear. Capricorn was the one who once beckoned him to stand at his side in the demon clan, so maybe Capricorn joined the demons. It hits me. This is exactly what Dena was talking about earlier. She must pounce the moment their paths cross. Aries hasn't the faintest clue where he's hiding right now. White Wings and Colored Ones are locked in a brutal civil war, yet their calm masks the conflict. A single glance won't tell you battle is raging. The villagers' whispers hit like a slap. I knew her clothes screamed suspicious. Maybe she should dress like a man, since Lufus is known as a woman. Lufus strode into this great black temple. Could this be the legendary temple she'd only heard whispers about? The shrine where worshippers prostrate before the towering statue of the world's creator, the god of Lavinus. She froze before her own statue when a voice sliced the air and asked, "Are you a traveler?" They gaped at the statue, jaws dropping. The young man beside it sported red-brown wings. Lufus snapped that she refused to believe this temple worshipped that notorious supreme ruler. He snapped that to the outside world Lufus was painted as a ruthless aggressor, but to them she stood as their revered savior. That country, a carnival of idiots and dazzling wings, reacted to it in a way no other did, and I was hooked. Maybe if she actually listened to him, he'd tear the veil off Lufus and she'd discover things she never knew. Like White Wings being the race's crowning pride. Not every skywing hatches with white feathers. Some blaze into the world in startling, different colors. Back then, society branded them as nobodies, tossing them into the shadows. No one called them skywings. Their different colored wings marked them as outcasts. They used to cower in fear, and now their lives are a living nightmare. She cut through the crowd. Black wings fanned behind her, and everyone knew no one could rival her beauty. They curled into frightened shells while Lufus erupted, proving the dignity of her existence with the raw ferocity of her own powers. After it crushed every nation, it outlawed discrimination against sky beasts and raised them to equal standing with everyone else. She fought tooth and nail to win back their pride. He would have given everything out of loyalty to his mistress. She ripped them free from the chokehold of discrimination. Being worshipped right in front of her makes her skin crawl, and his looming presence turns staying here into pure torture. They can stand tall and roar, "We're the same Pleioptera!" She snapped that even as he lavished praise, he hadn't forgotten. One of the 12 heavenly stars, Lufa's own lieutenant, had seized their hometown. Memory claws at him, yet he's resigned, convinced there's nothing they can do. After the lady was backstabbed, the city fell, and in the end they, like idiots, threw open the gates and let the demon race storm in. He believes their mercy will hold them back from personally slaughtering every last one. Lufus's jaw tightened. He called it a shame. She needed to put these questions to him. It's not about him anymore. It's a wildfire of rage blazing through the hearts of the people of Colorwing City. Lufus bristled, demanded whether those words counted as an insult to the king, then unleashed exactly what he thought of the monarch. The moment that question landed, he blurted, "I'm just the worst, dumbest king." He exploded with a gut-deep laugh, practically howling that the guy still calls himself a hero. Or whatever. The Libra sword loomed over the city, a cold verdict poised to fall. Not a single skywing has spotted the Lufas, and the call to launch the offensive was flat-out shot down. She pinned her gaze on Dena, locked in standby. Mimicry-scarred skin and a demon-like pupil screamed the truth. 98% chance a demon is hiding beneath that face. She locked onto them as an enemy. From their line of sight and angle, she calculated an 87% chance they'd pass the clock tower, and if they crossed paths, Dena would be in danger. The elimination condition hit and skill selection kicked in. Libra ripped the limiter from her right hand and opened fire from the right bowl. She slammed into the ground right beside the suspicious person. He barked, "What is the golem doing in the middle of town?" Libra slammed his Searchai into action. A shrill warning flared that a demon was about to appear. She snarled that one more step would force her to eliminate him, and she ordered him to turn back the way he came. He snapped, "What are you talking about?" Because she could tell at a glance he was nothing more than a tourist who'd come to sightsee. Libra spotted the mimicry that lets someone switch their skin tone, and even unmask the pupil hiding behind those glasses. His gaunt bone structure and lopsided muscles screamed demon in disguise to her. The moment he knew they'd found him, a grin split his face. Being discovered just made everything a hell of a lot easier. He suddenly rocketed straight into Libra, but she slammed her guard up and blocked the strike. Blood spurted from her hand, a crimson declaration of her hostility. She snapped into attack mode, yanked out a gun, and opened fire on him. The demon parried every blow and realization exploded in Libra. Everything clicked into place. To bend the wind at will, that force must be born of the wood element. He praised her work, then declared he could bend nature to his will, controlling wood itself whenever he wished. Jupiter, one of the demon race's 7 luminaries, demanded her name. He was dead certain she wasn't any ordinary golem. She greeted Jupiter with a confident bow and proclaimed, "I'm Libra, one of the Supreme Lord's 12 heavenly stars." He, hailed as the fiercest firepower among the 12th heavenly stars, reeled when word came that she'd been annihilated inside the royal tomb. She locked onto a skill and ripped the limiter off her left hand. "Flames blasted from the left bowl!" Aries prowled the city, a cold calculation in his chest. If the lady wanted it, he could raise the 7 heroes' countries to ash in an instant. Right now, all he can do is bite his tongue and stand aside as the ladies sweep through the city on their tour. Then it zeroes in and obliterates whatever will interfere the most. He locked onto an anti-human barrier, moon element magic thrumming across its surface. A faint presence pricked his senses. Someone had left that trace on purpose so he'd recognize it. Knowing the owner like the back of his hand, he barked, "Get out!" It was a Capricorn, and in that heartbeat a black blotch ripped open in the ground. Aries snapped, "Why are you here?" Capricorn replied coldly, "I came to take the lives of 7 heroes." He still answers to the demon tribe. Their goals matched for now, so he spun to Aries and hurled the same question straight at her. Will he join him and hurl the 7 heroes into hell? Aries slammed the invitation aside. He couldn't accept it because its sole owner was Mistress Lufus. Even Capricorn wasn't spared. O never forced him to swear allegiance to the demons. He only planted the idea that he was using the force for their purpose. Aries snapped, "I don't need any of that. Their mistress is back. She never died." Lufus cut Mars down. This time Aries asked Capricorn if he'd go with him again as one of the 12 paradise stars, a Lufus. "Let him burn every bridge with the demon race and go with him." The Capricorn exploded into a thunderous roar. They swarmed back to their master, a smart move, but unless they crush these bastards, that tragedy will happen again. He'd storm back to their master's side, only after flinging those vile heroes screaming into the blackest depths of hell. A cold clarity cut through him. He swore he'd sever that idiot Marak's head and hurl the whole country into madness. He threw a final goodbye over his shoulder and urged Aries and his mistress to just watch it. How he'll drown the entire country in a crimson tide of blood and madness. Aries barreled in to stop Capricorn. Capricorn himself knew the 12 stars were bent on slaughtering the 7 heroes, and he had no reason to stand against them. Aries froze, torn. Should he warn the lady? He knew she'd try to stop him, and creatures in this white city hunted her simply for the color of her wings, so he stayed hidden and watched a little longer. People across the country will press on, hunting her relentlessly just as before. Dennis planted himself, nerves taut as a wire, every second stretching as he wondered when they'd finally arrive. She whipped around and saw someone standing right behind her. Her eyes snagged on the unnatural bulge beneath his clothes. This country made hiding wings pointless. A sudden chance for crucial intel popped up. He pounced and began tailing him. She trailed him on her teleporters, bursting into existence at the building's window and peering sharply inside. Mr. Hoodie isn't alone. 5 others press in around him. Every single person oozed an undeniable, razor-sharp air of distinction. They pressed him for the king's words, and he shot back that they were nothing but bad news. The king couldn't be counted on. He hammered the point again and again, but the king shrugged him off, refusing to reckon with the fact that the number of colored people will only keep swelling. No choice remains. They must crush the chromatic hordes with their own hands. It falls to them to roll up their sleeves and do the dirty work themselves. Beautiful words can no longer hold justice. Someone must seize this duty, even if it turns them into a devil. Aren't they all gathered here to settle it? Their intel screamed that the colored wings were already mustering for war against the whites. Hesitate, and they'd attack. They've even got an ally named Jupiter. Wingless, but his mind mirrors theirs. His intel had saved them before, and he strode in bearing fresh, burning reports from the war. They strained to spot him. Their meeting point blocked the view, and right then Dena left. Their sense of justice twisted into a paranoid obsession that eats them alive. Nothing can save them. She tore into what they'd handed her, dissecting every scrap of information. The country was already poised for civil war, its fuse to destruction blazing. Jupiter himself set it ablaze, so why didn't he go there? She would have kept twisting their arms, but the truth burned her tongue. She had to tell Lufus. Buckle up. The din's about to swell into a full-blown roar. By then the battle raged. Blades clashed and screams ripped through the air. A cold truth hit Jupiter. Everything was a disaster, and their compatibility was a hopeless mismatch. With steel of gold, it unleashes a wind hewn from living wood. She's forged from steel, a tons-heavy mountain no gale can budge, the absolute worst opponent he could ever face. She zeroed in on his specialty. Lightning mobility and ghost-like evasion. Clocked the speed of his dodge skills, anticipated his every move, and even crunched the exact percentage of hits that would land. Jupiter met her onslaught head-on, parrying every blow as he danced out of range. She'd almost struck him. She'd already decoded his movements and remade every strike to connect, so his death was only a heartbeat away. He yanked on a disguise and, reluctance clawing at him, backed away. He bolted, but Libra cut him off. That refusal sealed his fate. Jupiter moved through the city like she owned every corner. She was still a stranger to its streets. He sprinted into every twisting corner he could find, piling up distance until he was as far away as possible. Libra snapped to the brutal truth. Chasing them any farther would be pure folly. With the target outpacing and outmaneuvering them, any hope of a successful capture all but vanished. Locking onto his stance in every move, the analysis concluded. Pull off a successful capture, and he'll crumble. She let him go, swearing that next time they met she'd crush Jupiter. When they all met, Dean unloaded every last detail to Lufus. Bailey Gordor's residents are already mustering for war, and from what she's heard it's clear as day that Jupiter, probably just a cover name, set the white flies loose. The report hit like a bomb out of nowhere. At this rate, the country will be torn to pieces soon, without a single incursion. Libra burst into her report about meeting Jupiter, one of the 7 luminaries. They erupted into battle, and Lufus realized the demon in this country was even more explosive. She weighed their fight, prowess, and matchup, and knew her win chance was at least 99%. But with no way to catch him if he fled, she ordered her firearms repaired and homing bullets readied so next time he couldn't escape. Lufus snapped, "You don't have a single one?" Libra snapped that she'd already woven them into the tomb's defenses, and Lufus swore she'd craft the rest later. Lufus snapped at Aries, "What happened to you?" Aries scoffed and shot back that nothing about him mattered. Lufus whipped around and unleashed the vital details. In the Black City, the temple's bronze idol of Lufus commands worship, and she's convinced it goads the whiteflies. The countdown to civil war is already ticking. If this country in Iraq is razed, catastrophe will tear through everything. If this country crumbles, the trio's fragile balance shatters, and the demons seize the opening to invade. With one faction's destruction still cloaked in shadow, they're cornered into a single desperate choice. This is the hunt for Jupiter. If they nab Jupiter with surgical precision, they can stall the civil war for a little while. Lufus's breath hitched as a wild thought struck him. Were Jupiter and Jupiter meant to be the same person? Libra snapped to the same conclusion. With Jupiter cutting that course, running into Diana along the way was all but inevitable. Diana tailed the suspicious man she'd spotted at the clock tower to a hidden house and uncovered the war plan aimed at Jupiter. Jupiter barreled straight for this hidden house. Last twist, Jupiter, disguised as a human, met him face to face. It's obvious. Jupiter is the same person as Jupiter. People wouldn't torch their own country and gut its defenses. They'd be cutting down their 7 heroes. If Jupiter's been masquerading as a human, it all finally clicks. Lufus volunteered to hunt him down, and if they catch him, this nightmare could finally end. Libra couldn't kill him. She had to nab him alive because Lufus wants to drag him into the streets and force the truth out of him. They're going to crown him the arch-villain, and the whole world will point the finger of blame at him. Lufus snapped. Your safety comes first, above all else. She demanded they deliver the demon to her alive, keep every life intact, and come back with good news. Somewhere in the forest, rage tore through Jupiter as he slammed his fist into a tree, smashing it with all his might. Rage exploded from him, slamming into Gollum with incredible force. So far, every move he'd made had snapped perfectly into place. No mistakes, no surprises. He called himself Jupiter to the white-winged idiots, set them on one another in a savage war, and waited to kill Merrick with his own hands. He's one of the 7 heroes, pry him loose from his guards after the war, and he could pull it off. But with this golem here, he can't even get close to the city. If anyone dares come to him, one push is all it takes for him to obliterate the country. Jupiter demanded, "Why are you allowed to roam free when your job is to keep an eye on her? Wasn't it meant to shut this down before it even started?" She snapped that she had been waiting at the meeting place for ages and begged him not to demand the impossible. She couldn't stop the lady herself. Guilt ripped through her over what had happened. She stormed in to offer cooperation. The constant annoyance had finally snapped her. She could slam a binding onto that golem just for him, but it would hold for only 20 minutes. Jupiter shrugged, unfazed, and urged me to keep my promise. Flash the magic stone as our signal. She activated the wind magic stone and it snapped alive. He spotted it instantly. He implored Venus to make everything perfect. At home, Lufus was feverishly bending alchemy to his will. "She's finished crafting supplies for Libra. We'll leave them here, and we'll handpick exactly what she wants." Libra thanked her with a fierce grin and declared the chance of grabbing Jupiter would skyrocket. Suddenly, she realized she hadn't seen Dena in ages. She spun to Lufus and demanded, "Where did she go?" She'd scoured a 100-kilometer-wide area with her sensor, and it still found nothing. Lufa waved us off. She can teleport, so she's almost certainly blinked back to base and is already hunting for a way to raise money. Libra's eyes snapped wide and she blurted, "Teleportation magic, an X8 skill, right?" Who would have guessed teleportation magic lurks beyond X-hate? A jolt of dread shot through Lufa, but she swallowed it and locked onto Libra's reaction. 200 years ago, teleportation magic was nowhere to be found, and X-gate offered no easy teleportation. It only showed up in the game's lore and couldn't be obtained. A question slammed into her. Was Dena's power the ancient X-hate, or a brand new force born in the last 200 years? And why had she only just realized something so crucial? She'd been sure it was normal. Then Dena burst into the room with both of them. In an instant, Lufus and Libra pounced on Dena, hauling her forward and grilling her with a barrage of rapid-fire questions. Libra snapped the lamp on and warned her readings would be seared into her memory. So answer everything, no holding back. Only the three of them hunched over a lone table in the pitch-black room. A background NPC wielding memory manipulation and teleportation magic? They're rewriting memories and vanishing in a blink. Diane's first question blazed in her mind. Was her teleportation an X-hate? She shot back, "That's just how it is," and admitted it like it was the most ordinary thing in the world. Come to think of it, she barely hid it. That rare skill radiated clear as day. And since something like this summoned her here, that elven ability has to be an X-gate. Lufus digs herself into a hole, nosing through the obvious and blurting, "Who is Dena, really?" She knows Dena lived 200 years ago, and that truth shatters her. Humans don't live that long. Dena shot back, "I'm a half-elf." A jolt of clarity hits. She's half human, half elf. Human to the eye, elven in how she lives. Yet Lufus swears that when it was just a game, they couldn't even create mixed-race characters. Dena roared that she'd trained them for all 200 years. Drilled every one of those skills into them until Lufus was gone. Determined she wouldn't be a background character, and would no longer be one. She said it twice, hammering its importance into the room. Lufus felt the weight of it, but she had nothing to ask right now. Lufus stared, wondering if she looked truly superhuman. Then she snapped awake to the truth. She should have fired up the eye of analysis from the start. Her breath caught. Dena was ferociously strong. Even with 7 luminaries, she fought with those exact characteristics. "Hold on, she's still missing one crucial piece." Dena paused, eyes sharpening, then declared she could teleport the scale anywhere with her teleportation magic. Lufus couldn't touch it, Scales could. X-hate outright ignores inorganic materials and objects. Dena's eyes blaze. "Libra's a golem. We can transfer it. Let's try it right now." Libra shot back that it wouldn't be a problem, but she couldn't pick up Jupiter in that area unless he managed to detect them or teleport in. His chance of attacking was under 5%. Dena swore they could summon it on demand. They only needed to repeat the experiment a few more times. About 10 minutes. That's all the experiment would take. And Lufus shrugged, offering no objection. She seized the scale's hands and hurled herself into the portal. When the portal winked out, Lufus clenched his fists and clung to a desperate hope that everything would be all right. Jupiter wasn't coming back anytime soon. Then a colossal blast ripped through the air and slammed against the window. Lufus scoffed, disbelief roaring from him. This couldn't possibly be serious. In the castle, someone snarled to the king, "Now is the time. Unleash the 7 heroes' power on those colorful wings and shut them up." He hands them what they're owed because he treats them as equals, or they can banish them from the country, proclaiming the land theirs alone. The court roared, demanding why the king had sealed his lips and refused to choose. King Merrick reigned, one of the 7 heroes and the ruler of the snow-white sky wings. The color wings settled Galahorn, and he carved the nation to shelter anyone driven from their homes for nothing but the color of their wings. When one of the 12 stars slammed into the White Winged city and overran it, we had no choice but to take them in here. Then they launched into proving their superiority, igniting the hunt for the mixed wings again. Arrogant hunters, mixed wings the lone victims. White wings burst from his back, he grasps their plea, and even a shard of Merak sides with them. The verdict slammed down. He's utterly unfit to be king. Only one soul could ever wear that crown. His father ruled the Skywings as king. His mother sat at his side as queen, and from his first breath fate had already named Merak king. The moment Lufus Mufal appears, everything flips on its head. She surged down the path she'd chosen, and when he set his sights on someone like her, the blinding light slammed into him. Beside her, he's exposed as a laughable buffoon, anything but a king. A servant burst through the doors, breathless and wide-eyed, shouting terrible news. White City just struck! Someone lay pinned beneath the rubble, clawing at debris and begging for help. Jupiter barreled up to him and shouted, "It's an enemy attack!" He screamed that freaks from the Black City were swarming them, hell-bent on exterminating them. The White Wing people pounced on it as fact. Only they could pull off a feat like that. In a heartbeat, their heads snapped up as something streaked across the sky. A thick black blob suddenly loomed in the sky. A Capricorn strode forward and ordered them to kill anyone they despised. Hearing this, the crowd erupted in fury, baying for blood. They seized weapons and vowed to drive the color wings out of the country. Kill them if it came to that. They snatched up weapons, determined to make their enemies feel the gut punch of losing their homes. The king's orders meant nothing. They'll snatch the country from its people and sculpt it into a paradise. That's their goal. Lufus hovered high above the clouds, his gaze razor-focused on everything unfolding below. Dread hit her like a fist. She suspected Jupiter, and the strike, timed while Libra wasn't here, matched the truth too perfectly. The city was slammed by a wave of insanity. People lost all common sense and erupted into blind, boiling rage. Madness magic exploded across a massive area. It's unmistakably moon magic, but according to Libra's report, Jupiter's element is wood. Aries demanded what was wrong, and Lufus snarled that everyone was infected with insanity. Jupiter didn't do it. Someone hidden in the shadows is scheming to tear the country apart too. She charged out to hunt that demon down. She fired the question, what would Aries do? He resolved to believe that one of the stars had lit the fuse of this war. If loyalty to her burned in his veins, what move would Lufus make? Lufus snarled she'd beat him until she stopped, then force him to pour every last ounce of energy into fixing it. Her heart leapt at the star's loyalty, but she wouldn't cheer for the country's ruin. Aries flashed a faint, knowing smile and murmured his thanks to his mistress. Clarity snaps into place. He can see exactly what he has to do right now. Dread slammed into Lufus. One of the stars might be behind all this. Aries sprang out and yelled, "Entrust this case to me! I'll pummel him until he can't rise!" Lufus lunged to stop him, but time ran out. One of the stars could only unleash the madness effect. This is Capricorn. Her servants erupt into chaos at the drop of a hat. Aries is the weakest of the 12 stars. Pit him against either of the other two and he'll be crushed every time. She bristled as Aries sprinted off. She didn't want him in such a rush. Jupiter roared with laughter, reveling that the goat had truly blundered. The country was finished. Stand back and let the Capricorn unrest devour itself. The inhabitants will tear each other apart, and Merak will be left stripped bare, a foolish, naked king. Capricorn could end Merak in the process. He longs to do it with his own hands, but he won't hesitate to let someone else deliver the finishing blow. 10 minutes flat. He'd already demolished the whole task. He was about to leave when a lightning jolt of memory yanked him back to that piece of metal. She clamped a hand on his shoulder, eyes blazing, and snapped, "Who are you thinking about now?" Jupiter, one of the 7 luminaries, instantly hurtled backward away from her. Libra snapped that all his battle habits and element usage had already been analyzed. Jupiter's mind screamed in disbelief. The golem shouldn't be back in less than 20 minutes. If they clash now, his chance of victory dwindles to a vanishing 0.02%. He has to retreat now. Ignore this warning and you're staring down a 48% chance of losing some limbs. One task towered over her, and she couldn't pull it off. Jupiter roared and lunged. Libra whipped out her submachine gun and slid cleanly out of his path. She fired and nailed him, chopping his attack by 15% as pain ripped through him and dragged his reaction speed down 20%. She pressed the assault, unleashing homing bullets that hunted him down, leaving him nowhere to run. Bullets screamed toward Jupiter. He flung up his arms, desperate to fend them off. Libra had already read the move and pounced, landing square on top of him. She dove like a thunderbolt and drove her fist clean into his face. He slammed into the city with bone-jarring force. It only grazed him, but she still reads his every move like an open book. He decided to unleash wind magic to steal every sound, silencing his breath until it vanished. then slipped away. Suddenly, arms shot around him from behind. Libra scoffed that creating silence was pointless. In a city at war, any pocket of quiet only blazes like a beacon, shouting where he was hiding. A storm of myth swirls around the 12 heavenly stars. And there's one that throws the spotlight on Libra. They say once Libra brands you a target, no pit in hell is deep enough to hide you. Jupiter, crushed, silently begged the goddess Alheim for any sliver of escape from Libra, anything to erase her from his sight. He tore through alleys and sprinted across rooftops. But Libra hunted him down every time, smashing into him and whittling his chances away until almost nothing remained. In a house, Jupiter lay crumpled and wounded, his arm torn away, hacking and gasping for air. Even here, Libra stood waiting. He burst onto the scene 5 seconds before she'd predicted. After zeroing in on the target's speed, it tore the error out of the equations and corrected the math. Jupiter went ghost white the moment he saw her. She fired off another warning and demanded he drop every scrap of resistance. She withheld it during their last clash, and now, with no other targets in sight, she vowed she'd fire the brachium before he could bolt. Obey her within 10 seconds and she'd trigger it. Then she started the countdown. The words hit Jupiter like a cosmic bomb. Brachium was a one-of-a-kind skill, the most devastating force among all the stars. He pleaded with her to wait and talk it through peacefully. Jupiter's pleas swelled into desperate cries to stop for just 1 minute, but the countdown thundered on. He screamed he'd surrender, begging her not to unleash that skill on him. Libra's scan found the target's fighting spirit snuffed out, so it aborted the brachium activation. Jupiter crumpled, plunging into unconsciousness with his face slick and wet. Lufus executed the order, ripping a demon from Jupiter's 7 stars. At that very moment, Aries burst into Capricorn's presence. Capricorn sneered. "Is he really here to stop me?" Aries didn't answer. He plunged into a stance, energy crackling as he began to charge his attack. Rage boiling, he demanded to know if Capricorn was the one driving people insane and shouted for them to stop him immediately, because Lufus wouldn't let him do such a thing. Capricorn caught the fire in Aries' eyes and, instead of clashing, leaned in and demanded, "If you stop me, tell me exactly how that proves my loyalty." Capricorn snarled that the only way to prove his loyalty was to kill the 7 heroes. Then he unleashed the moon's supreme elemental magic, Lunastral. Aries launched a Mezal team and tore it off course. Capricorn barreled forward and unleashed a thunderous moonblast. He beat back Capricorn's attacks with every scrap of strength he had, Masaltum fighting at his side. Capricorn unleashed the super-level lunar elemental magic Moonrain and pummeled Aries with a merciless downpour of lunar force. Capricorn is his worst nightmare in a fight, shredding every plan he throws at it. He summoned every last scrap of strength, planted his feet like iron, and refused to flee this battle. Aries slammed the ground, unleashing the earthquake skill. He kicked the missile team back into action, rocketed to Capricorn, and closed in until he couldn't get any closer. Every ounce of him screamed to stop it. Aries lunged with savage force and smashed into nothing but a clone. The real Capricorn materialized at his back, igniting the one-of-a-kind technique Dena Balgeti. Capricorn's attack nearly tore his life away. He squeezed his eyes shut, ready to taste defeat, when shock ripped through him. The attack hadn't passed. He snapped awake and found Lufa standing right in front of him. She locked eyes with Capricorn and snapped, "What were you thinking trying to kill your ally?" Capricorn locked onto the one who'd repelled his attack. Tears instantly welled in his eyes. Lufus burst out that she was overjoyed he was okay, and that they'd been apart for far too long. Capricorn crumpled, sobs ripping from his throat the moment her words hit. Her disguise was pointless the second she arrived. Capricorn locked onto her and called her out instantly. Capricorn sobbed non-stop, and he grew pale with worry. She'd sworn she'd sock him the second they met. Then something punched the fight right out of her. Panic clenched his chest at Lufa's condition. He couldn't fathom how she could strike someone so caring. His loyalty held firm, and Lufus asked him to lift his chin. On Aries, he heard her insist she meant no harm to the country or its people. She knew every move he made was for her, yet the country's fall would spell serious trouble for her. Lufus had demanded he rip the insanity spell from the villagers, and she'd then pretend she hadn't noticed the miscalculation. From now on, she insists he lend his power to her, not to the demons. He's heard whispers she's launching a campaign to reunite all 12 stars, and he's the third. She beckoned him to follow. He agreed without hesitation and plunged into the transformation. He snapped into a sharp-suited grandpa. Capricorn unmasked as a demon lord, level 800, bearing the moon attribute. He plunged into the shadow, demon blood pulling him in, and Capricorn declared he'd rip the madness from the inhabitants. He flat-out ignored Aries' command to stop, but the civil war died in its cradle before it could even begin. Words burn on his tongue. He's about to tell his mistress. He can't imagine the townspeople will stand down, even if he rips his magic away. She knew his magic fed on the darkness already in their hearts, so he held back and unleashed only a sliver of power. He's convinced they'll keep charging forward, status or not. Now's no time to relax. Stay razor-focused. Dena burst from the earth and shot into the sky, bellowing that there was still a way to stop the war. When Lufus asked where Libra was, Dena snapped that she'd sensed Jupiter nearby and tore off after him. If they pin every outcome on him, the residents can unload their fury on him, and the task of swaying the citizens should fall to her. It will cloak the chaos Capricorn unleashed. By the third time she heard him, his voice had sunk into her bones, and she'd already gotten used to the way he spoke. Capricorn pinned Diana with a sharp stare and blurted, "Are you the advisor whose stealth lets you vanish into the background?" Aries and Lufus gaped in shock. Capricorn had actually recognized Ina. The main square roared as a surging sea of bodies pressed shoulder to shoulder. They were moth wings, quivering like spilled moonlight, and white flies, swarming and buzzing, on opposite sides. War teetered on the brink, chaos hung thick in the air, and everyone burned with fury. Suddenly someone roared, ordering everyone to stop. Fighting each other only aids the demons. Why not make up and shake hands? The voice gave it away. One of Merrick's 7 heroes, desperate to stitch the warring parties back together. Merrick's face flooded with recognition, but Lufus couldn't spot his wing. She tore into the data and the display screamed its verdict. A 1-wing debuff. One wing was gone. Magrez had lost a leg just the same. 200 years ago, the Demon King crushed 7 heroes, seared the humiliating mark of the loser into their flesh and ripped parts of their bodies away. Pure, merciless cruelty. Even as a Skywing hero, he's been ripped from the heavens. He'll never fly again. They flat out ignored him. Merely standing between them didn't make them listen. Lufus is dead certain the massacre would have ignited by now, and that certainty can't hold them back. They'll snap into berserkers the instant an opening appears. We have to act now. Right then, Libra hurtled into the square. Marak's eyes locked on her form. The telltale signs of a golem snapped into place, and he knew her instantly. Libra slammed Jupiter into the dirt and snapped for him to stay down. She had brought him to them, and now they could do whatever they wanted with him. Seeing they'd never catch on, Lufus enlisted Dena's help. She barreled down the stairs, drew a deep breath, and demanded the crowd fall silent and listen to her. Dena tore the silence and spat out the answer they'd been hunting. The man's name was Jupiter, one of the 7 sons who served the Demon King. A few of those white flies probably recognize his face. Hatred boils in them as they lunge at one another, desperate to kill. She demanded they scrutinize exactly who would stand to gain from it. A wave of furious glares crashed down on Jupiter. Shockingly skillful, she stunned them with razor-sharp answers and instantly accused him of manipulating them. Arrange it in that order and those already convinced will lean in, hanging on every word. For the Demon Clan, this move rakes in the biggest haul. She urged them to calm down and think again. Who truly stands as the enemy and who actually earns our hatred? Jupiter locked eyes with Degina and opened his mouth. Then the Skywings erupted into a savage roar, screaming they had to kill the demon. All the town's fury zeroed in on Jupiter, and the crowd, hungry for vengeance, ready to savage end for him. He didn't deserve an easy death. They bellowed, "Kill Jupiter!" in perfect unison as Marek raced to calm his panicked citizens. A bolt of clarity hit Jupiter. He finally understood why it all happened. Even though he was baffled why Libra had popped up so fast, Lufus couldn't make head or tail of what he was saying. He tore the ropes apart, lunged at Dena, and roared that she'd schemed to betray him from the very beginning. In an instant, Libra rammed her hand straight through his body. She'd already warned him. Attack without her permission, and she'd make him pay. Jupiter begged for her ear, but she shut him out. He'd already met every condition to have her executed. He strained to spit out the last words, then an abrupt interruption ripped them from his lips. Libra's blade had already severed his head. Jupiter lay dead. Mercy never touched it. Even as an ally, she's a walking disaster of a golem, so relief surged through her when Libra stepped up to her side. Lufus's mind raced. What frantic words had he been fighting to squeeze out in those final seconds? Merrick slipped up behind her and demanded, "Is that golem yours? I've got questions." He summoned her and her friends to his castle, and Lufus's memory betrayed him. He'd forgotten Merrick already knew Libra's face. That sliced through her obstacles and made everything far easier for her. This is her shot to complete her main mission in this country, to unmask whether Merrick is a player like her. They surged into Merrick's chambers and planted themselves at his side. He leveled his stare and asked her to take off her hood. Then Lufus finally tore it off. His hunch hit home. Lufus stood there. Nostalgia slammed into Merrick the moment he saw her alive. Desperation clawed its way across Lufus's face. Just like when you meet Magrez, it hits you. They've been the world's true inhabitants since day one, not players. Lufa declared he'd changed. He looked weaker, a pale echo of the man she remembered. Merak snapped, "No, it's not like that at all. Weakness clung to him from the start, and he was utterly unfit to wear a crown. They once paraded her, Alioth and Doob flanking her, heads held high before him. He trailed behind them, eyes locked on their backs. Dena shot him a quick, "You okay?" He looked moments from being crushed by stress, and Lufus had never guessed he was this timid. Like the other 7 heroes, Megrez stood cornered, but his stance burned with a colder, stranger desperation. Megrez doesn't just accept insults, he hungers for them, so desperate he now waits for the jeers. Merrick is certain that if it happens to him, it'll kill him. Merak snapped that the 7 heroes were a pain in the ass, a total mess, and he never should have been crowned in the first place. If she'd stayed on the throne like before, they wouldn't have had to fight for victory. An impulse seized Lufus. She hurtled at Merrick with every ounce of strength and clutched his clothes. He went down in the brutal clash between the heroes and Lufus, and he doesn't regret it for a second. He's absolutely sure Lufus isn't sorry. If she voiced the same lines he typed in the game, then she's unrepentant too. The winners spat pathetic words, so Lufus snapped the chatter shut and asked, "Do you really like to flutter?" She snapped at Lufus, demanding how he could shrug off that humiliation and accusing him of making a fool of her by claiming they'd defeated her by mistake, anger crackling at his dismissive tone. She barked at him, "Suck in your stomach and straighten your back." He'd been one of the heroes who toppled Lufus Mafal, and she was done letting him whine. Tears flooded Murak's eyes as he choked out that he truly couldn't beat her. She hasn't changed. Even after 200 years, she still blazes with the same fierce confidence. Lufus shot him a fierce look and insisted she'd changed, just a little. This is his country, yet it turns its back on him, offering neither help nor counsel. So he has to shoulder the rest alone, soaring like the proud king of the Skywings. She begged him not to humiliate her again. He was the one who had defeated her, and someone who's already proven he can bulldoze this mess back into order. Lufus swept away her servants in tow. Outside, Lufus exhaled a heavy sigh when Libra asked what was wrong. She fired back that she never yells at people like that. It clashed with her completely. She sounded so confident, but shame crashed over her and she bolted. Libra swore the lady's elegant band would be etched into her memory forever. Tragic that she can't make any physical records. Lufus's voice snapped. "Write it down, delete it at once, and forget it. Only then can you touch the photo." Libra snapped, eyes flashing. "Which photos are you talking about?" Aries snapped. "Is this photo some kind of magic? Capricorn, do you know anything about it?" Capricorn just shook his head. He didn't. She swears there are no photos in this world. To her, the entire place is pure fantasy. A bolt of panic shot through her, like she'd just forgotten something crucial. Her mind snapped back to the day she stepped into this world. Someone had warned her that even 200 years later, in a world with no photographs, hardly anyone would remember her face. Lufus is painfully naive. She can read in the long-lived elf's eyes that his face is still etched into their memory. Lufus's heart slammed into his ribs. She knew about photos that shouldn't exist in this world. She drew a sharp breath, squared her shoulders, and chose to speak about something important. The question landed with Diane. Sick of the charade, she tore through the nonsense and aimed straight for the heart of the matter. Lufus demanded who Diana was, and she snapped that she'd been her advisor 200 years ago. A brazen lie. Diana tore away the facade and owned up to the lie, laying every detail bare. The tower crawled with filth. If you were going to fake waiting for the lady, you could have at least scrubbed the place clean. She didn't even bother showing up. She hasn't set foot there in 200 years, and she's not one of the Lufus Kingdom's residents. If that were true, her Libra would have remembered. She's certain she's not some random girl who stumbled into the tower clueless. Diana snapped. "I'm neither your advisor nor one of your subordinates." She was just a girl who'd caught wind that a background NPC hid in the tower, and she grabbed that secret and weaponized it. The moment Lufus realized she knew about NPCs, her mind sprinted through possibilities, and she started latching onto wild assumptions. Dena's a player, not a background NPC. She crashes the scene and drives the action. The burning question, how did she brazenly dupe Aries and Capricorn into believing she was her advisor? Then it hit her. She could bend memories and fool her servants. Dena chimed in, confirming it. It happened during Aries' interview when they first met, and when she crossed paths with Capricorn in the demon castle as he helped the other demons. She injected fabricated memories straight into their minds, but Libra's gaze goes blank. He shows no sign of remembering. Golems have no brains, just stored memory patterns, so memory scrambling skills like memory manipulation slam into empty circuits and fail. Back then, the Royal Tomb's golems stared past her with blank runes. None of them recognized her. A memory manipulation skill that can hijack anyone's past? Then it can hijack hers too. She met him in the demon castle. Now that Lufus has the bastard's true identity laid bare, Lufus demands how many of her memories she has altered. Without warning, Dena burst out, "I can't do it!" Her will blazes fiercer than she realizes. Even if she could seed a false memory in her mind, she'd have to chant it like a litany for a full year and cling to it without wavering to make it real. Backed into a corner, she posed as the tower NPC's advisor, relying on tiny, practiced gestures to quietly erase the woman's suspicion. She froze, stunned that someone else existed. She hadn't counted on Lufus being a player, so she stepped up and made one thing razor clear. She wasn't an ordinary player. She's a beta player. The admins hired her to stress test a brand new half-elf race before it's unleashed in the game's next update. That's why she knows every corner of her tower. She tore into the admin's computer and devoured files on the player's influence and their hidden intel. There she uncovered the advisor's NPC and instantly slipped into a flawless disguise. Lufus snapped, "What do you mean by manipulating Capricorn in the demon castle?" She can't fathom that Dena lived there. Dena had already said she could be there whenever she wanted. Then her blue hair snapped into blazing gold. She planned to keep masquerading as their advisor, watching them and the demons tear one another apart. The plan's already collapsed. She badly misjudged Lufus, so she's switching to plan B. She'll crush her and make her a pawn here and now. With so much left to do, Lufus shot her a hard look and demanded, "Can you really pull this off with only level 300? This level erupted with counterfeit powers, born from a skill that was meant for the next version. The false status she forged, the disguise status skill. They branded my analysis game-breaking, so the admins unleashed a skill that eclipsed it to slam the game back into balance. If that's true, she wields a completely different kind of power." Lufa watched her level rocket from 300 to 1,000 in an instant. She was blind to her own skills, class level, and every other stat. At first, she steeled herself, stepped forward, and offered a small, determined greeting. "Diana reigns as Venus, one of the 7 blazing luminaries of the demon nation Golden Venus. She proposed igniting a deadly battle." She blasted skyward, energy coiling around her as she charged the attack. She unleashed golden elemental magic, golden light screaming from her fingertips. Venus bellowed the girl's name and summoned her to annihilate everything on earth and heaven with that terrifying power. She unleashed a glittering barrage of golden projectiles, channeling the set skill dead on at Lufus. But Lufus shrugged off her attack like it meant nothing, then surged forward. Now it was her turn. She wove alchemy into a storm of swords and unleashed it straight at Venus. Venus swept her hand and banished the lingering hatred. A colossal portal yawned before the swords. She hurled everything back through it. Turns out she can do it. Lufus cleanly evaded the reflected attack and rocketed off to Venus. She ripped free and unleashed Oxo. It wields the gold element and simultaneously bends the water element. She urged the buds to drink in nature's breath and burst open into full bloom. Massive roots lashed forward like writhing tentacles, streaking after the Lufus. Lufus unleashed his grappler skill, the devastating shooting star kick. She shattered all those roots with one thunderous blow, lunged for Venus, only for Venus to dart away from Lufus again. Out of nowhere, Lufus was behind her, lunging to strike. Venera slipped the blow at the last heartbeat and slammed back with a brutal counter. Both of them were level 1,000, and yet that was it. She's a back row mage, so any physical strike can't so much as graze Lufus. Even at 10% HP, she'd fail to dent her by a single percent. Lufus unleashed a skill called Blade Strike, lunging as a razor-edged assault tore into Venus. She hurled herself back toward the ground with every ounce of strength, then streaked across the sky for a long, relentless distance. Venera skidded to a halt and hauled herself upright, admitting the blow had slammed into her with brutal, searing pain. Lufus begged her to stop. She couldn't possibly beat him, and even Magrez of the 7 heroes fights from the back row, just like her. Even at level 1,000, he'd stockpiled countermoves for top-tier fighters. She had none. One strike ripped that illusion away, and Lufus saw she didn't even grasp PvP theory. There's only one way out. She's a beta player. She never even played the game. She was stress-testing the balance of skills. Lufus would stake everything on it. She never cut corners, never mastered the optimal skill combos, and a test player like her would never even consider a doping boost. She knew level 1,000 players doped to blast their stats past the cap. She'd forgotten it was Lufus, the tyrant who rules all those max levels. And even though they were both level 100, his power utterly dwarfed hers. Venus now clutched a single burning question. Could Lufa ever forgive the one who'd been cheating on her this whole time? She'd been conning Lufas for years. But don't forget, she'd dragged her out of danger time and time again. She swallowed the lie whole. The blame belongs to her. Lufus bears no grudge against her. She should wear this skill like a badge of honor. Will Venus Lufus finally confess why she chose to make everything hell? Why she forced her to fight a demon? Out of nowhere, Venus blurted, "You really think you've already won?" A rash, painfully hasty assumption. She dared me to do it again if Lufus survived her next strike. Without warning, she flung her palm skyward and summoned something, fueled by an X's seething hatred blazing across the heavens. The instant Lufus dared glance skyward, regret slammed into him. Looking up was flat-out cheating. They christened the attack Sunset Star, the sky's largest lump of rock, roaring as it fell down. Galahorn will be blasted to ruins too. This magic crawls awake. It takes ages just to activate, and everyone knows it's brutally hard to wield. It's not fair to use X-Hate. Sunset Star slashes summoning time and reigns as the golden element's deadliest strike. Venus vowed she and the 12 stars would survive. But the country's people in Merak? Who would protect them? Its purpose snapped into focus, and it was shockingly brilliant. Lufus seized the test she threw at him, whether it came from Venus or even Dena. She rocketed up the side, every trace of fear gone. Maybe the Lufus inside her roared that she could pull it off. Now everything depends on her strength. She unleashed the grappler's skill, struck with an iron fist, and ripped open defenses with the attack on vulnerable places. She entrusted those thoughts to nothing but her body and her right fist, then blasted into the Sunset Star. She unleashed every ounce of strength in a single strike, shoving him backward. The setting star shattered into a rain of dust, and Lufus turned to Dena and asked, "Do you want to keep going?" She crumpled to her knees at the sight, choking out, "Are you joking?" Dena slammed her fist and bellowed her surrender, the room shaking as she admitted defeat. Lufus barked for an explanation, and Dena ripped into her story. The instant that battle sealed her away, she crashed into this world as a beta player. Midgard year 2800. The instant she grasped it, she was ripped into being a character in the world that had been ruled just a heartbeat before. That's exactly what hit him. The second he arrived, he snapped into Lufus Mafal, his character. There were many prodigies. They used no doping, weren't swarmed by the game's 1000-level elite, and a surprising number still blasted past level 500. This lit the fuse that changed the game. A slice of the roster, the players the book never describes. They vanished one by one, wiped clean as if they'd never existed. Dena's mind snapped to the only conclusion. You'd swear this world is a novel come alive inside the game. One of X-Hate Online's most explosive mechanics is the feat system. Players' in-game actions can be spun into full novels, and once approved get enshrined as official X-Hate history. Back then, the world wasn't a game at all. It was a shabby little novel, and that was the disaster. Barely any players ever made it into its pages. A ragged handful of writers faced millions of X-Gate players, and with swaths of players refusing to be written in, only a tiny fraction of those millions ever made it into the novel. A jolt of memory hit her. Dena was a beta player. Was she being swept into the story too? She swore there was no one like her, as if she'd existed since the world's birth, the lone figure whose very face defied the world's laws. Against all odds, she still had a handful she could call friends, the very people who'd been abandoned back in the real world. Every last one of them was cut down. If this world had been a real game and players over level 100 had shown up, we'd have been obliterated. The battle capped squads at 12, and humanity didn't even fall to the Demon King. Although such a rule probably doesn't exist in this world, if they wanted, they could annihilate 1 million high-level players. Dena even tried. One Sunset Star rank and it's over. 1 million level 1000 would be crushed by a rock. They were crushed even without it. Proof they simply couldn't pull it off. He took this world for the game's exact copy and never once imagined it could be anything else. Dena ripped off her mask and confessed, voice cracking. She was unhappy. She hated them. They snatched the last fragments of the real world from her and stomped them into the dirt before her eyes, treating them like trash. She carved through legions of lesser demons, but the Demon King crushed every chance she had. She wove a web of deceit around the 7 luminaries, climbed to their rank, and bought time to stall their invasion. That's why she stormed straight to Lufus and the 12 stars. Dena knew Mafal Tower hid a forgettable girl, so he snatched her identity and slipped into her shadow. She hatched a daring plan to pit the Lufus against the Demon King, convinced their clash could be her one shot to bring him down. She steered the sun as Jupiter had and swore to him she'd return the scales at the appointed hour. She shattered her promise and hauled her back while Jupiter still stood there. Once again, Lufus's instincts insisted Diana's story held no lies, so she hurled one last question at her. Was Diana her enemy? Dena shot back that she was already gone and meant no harm. Even daring to use it is treated like a declaration of war. Luf suggested she keep serving as before, so she bit back her protest and chose to ignore her actions this time. Diana practically fizzed and blurted, "Is this really normal?" Lufus just waved it off. She didn't mind. Diana still owed her for the countless times she'd pulled her through in this world. A thrill runs through her at the thought of a secret advisor steering her from the shadows. These stories thrive on a dangerous subordinate. The loose cannon who can ignite chaos at a moment's notice. Dena demanded, voice razor sharp. Is Lufus really a player, or just a Lufus destined to inherit my player's memories? Lufus had no clue. Far too often she felt their memories crash into hers, and she was no longer fully herself. She's crossed paths with someone from her world and is beginning to piece together Diana's motives. Magrez and Merrick? Not players. And odds are the last of the 7 living heroes, Beget Nash, isn't a player either. Only Lufus and Dena will stand as strangers in a world where everyone else already belongs. She might have cheated to use it. Did that rip something away from Lufus? She pulled every move into her corner, making fate her ally as truth acted like a compass, dragging her straight to the place of 7 stars, or 12. She swore to exterminate every demon, and as long as he bore the name Lufus Mafiel, a showdown with the Demon King was inevitable. Lufus thrust out his hand and demanded Dena go with her, to wield every ounce of his intellect and strength in service to her. Dena thought she knew her mistress, but Lufus shattered that certainty and outshone every expectation Dena had dared to hold. You alone can strike down the Demon King and stitch the shattered world back into one. After hearing her order, she implored Lufus to be her advisor until the Demon King was defeated. Lufus pinned his fate on Dena. She resolved to launch into a knee tour, reenacting the passage from Lufus' memories. Dena's self-appointed advisor barreled into the squad and planted himself among them. Libra burst into the sky, bearing Aries, who shouted, "What kind of meteor is that?" And Capricorn, whose senses flared at a disturbance in the mana. It landed as a minor setback. Lufus's pulse hammered as she hunted for a cover. What could she tell them to hide that she was mid-battle with Dena right here? She blurted out that an unknown force had launched an attack toward Galahorn, or words to that effect. Their hatred, the true spark that set the war ablaze, still raged, refusing to fade. A question gnawed at me. How long would the war rage? Outsiders like us couldn't decide. All the weight of the choice landed on King Merak. He alone would decide. Inside the castle, courtiers hurled "too cruel" at His Highness, even as everyone had poured their sweat and sacrifices into the country's future. Even after the demon spawn wove its web of lies, they plunged headfirst into its trap. But they fought for the kingdom's best interests, and Merak won't even hear his subordinates' pleas. Merak brooded on his throne, his face carved into a grim mask. He told himself his meekness had lit the fuse of their arrogance. He whirled on them and snapped, "Who let you open those noisy mouths?" In an instant, Merak's power slammed into the servants, pinning the breath in their throats. He forced them to keep their heads bowed after they'd brazenly flouted his orders and done as they pleased. But she knew Merak had engineered it, so he'd read it as them courting execution for insulting the king. He flung open his gates to their kind and showered them with generosity. When they lost their old home, he pardoned their rudeness and made them family. Merak snarled, "You were wrong!" as he activated the Skywing race's intimidation. Merak snarled that they had no right to expect his mercy towards scum like them, and every white fly crumpled, heads snapping down as fear rattled through them. He loathed it, but the crown demanded duty. He wouldn't let his vassals look down on him, and all of this happened because he failed to honor that duty. He fired a silent question at Lufus. Was it worth it? Problems still swarmed this place, and he swore he'd solve every last one. He clamps down, refusing to tarnish her radiant name. She shields her so she won't have to worry and can charge ahead. Perched on Tanaka, Lufus felt Merak's bullying prick at her even from here, and she smirked. She'd smashed every aim in Galahorn, crossed paths with Merak, and hauled Capricorn back. Space is already closing in, only 3 of the 12. And with more people coming, we have to engineer a major overhaul for Tanaka. If we don't seize the expansion now, we'll never find a moment to bolt in more turbines, she thought. Lufus locked eyes with Capricorn and pressed him for any useful intel. He'd obviously picked up plenty while working with demons. He hesitated, then memory slammed into him. There'd been a rumor she'd mentioned Levitinus had already sprung into action. Diana revealed the truth. This was the Sword Kingdom, forged by Sword King Alioth, one of the 7 heroes, and the western realm where Lufus was summoned. She left the people there scrambling to handle the mess she caused. The rumor barely mattered. Capricorn held the exact thing Lufus ached to hear. Levitane pulled off the impossible. He's finally summoned a hero. Flashback to Lufus in Blackwing's tomb. Wind and raw mana surged through Levitane Castle's throne room like a living storm. The elf who'd pulled off the summoning brazenly unleashed it right before His Majesty Levitane. The summoning ritual exploded into blinding light and the hero materialized, triumphant. He was a painfully ordinary schoolboy, heart pounding and eyes darting as he realized he had no idea where he was. Since childhood, he'd idolized his dad's badge. Swelling with pride at the sheer number of people who trusted him, he blurted to his father that he wanted to grow up to be a police officer like him, and asked what he had to do. His father insisted the boy had to become fully human, someone who would leap without hesitation to help anyone in trouble. Minami Jujisei, a 17-year-old Japanese high schooler from class 2-0-XX with an ordinary build, average grades, and no striking traits. A face in the crowd who unexpectedly takes his first steps into the other world of Midgard. One day, a voice ripped through his mind, pleading for his help. "If anyone hears it, answer the call," the voice urged you. Sei scrambled to answer, blurting, "Where are you?" A portal yawned open beneath his feet, and he plummeted through it. The instant the truth hit him, a summoning yanked him into another world called Midgard. Everyone around him, and the elf who'd summoned him, ripped the veil away, laying bare why he'd been called and the mission he now had to fulfill in this world. Sei had to storm the demon nation and bring down their supreme lord, or something like that. His father's voice, "Help anyone in need," rang in his ears, but a cold doubt gripped him. Could he really kill anyone? If he turns his back on the people who literally begged him for help, he doubts he'll ever become what he wants. Sei signed on. He trusted Dad wouldn't abandon anyone, not even in another world. His roaring enthusiasm can't change a thing. He doesn't have the strength to prove it, and that helplessness cuts deep. Out of nowhere, an attack slammed into him. Sei crashed onto his back and surrendered in the duel. He lunged, blades ringing as he clashed with Sir Frederick. Frederick slashes with a near-sacred precision, his swordsmanship so flawless they call him the Holy Swordsman. Right now, this incredible man is throwing himself headfirst into his solo training sessions. He'd struck gold training under the world's strongest swordsman, but one tiny problem clawed at him. Sir Friedrich ripped the silence with a thunderous primal roar. He doesn't speak human, he's a tiger beast man. Beastmen could speak human. Some even spoke it flawlessly, he'd heard. But he'd never heard that Friedrich could. The vice-captain stormed up and snarled that the captain was furious. Sei had been letting himself get distracted during training. The vice-captain instantly translates every word Friedrich says to him, and she's a fierce female knight. The knight gleamed, exactly the kind ripped straight from every cliché. She wasn't a knight, she was an Amazon, a female gorilla barreling into battle with thunderous, primeval strength. Friedrich erupted in a sudden, throaty growl. Sei blinked and asked what it meant, and the vice-captain shrugged. He wanted chicken for lunch. At a loss, the vice-captain abruptly called off Sei's training, so the captain could go for a walk. Sei blinked and blurted, "Is our swordsman saint kind of windy?" Meet Holy Swordsman Friedrich. His sanctified title gleams like steel, and the name Friedrich itself cuts deeper than any blade. Crowds roared his name, hailing him as the world's strongest swordsman. It roars as the Levitane sword's emblem of might and kingdom, the proud tiger beastman's war standard. Stare all you want. It's nothing but an overgrown, utterly ordinary domestic cat. Sei's mind burned with one question. What had gone wrong with this kingdom? Just then Cruz, an elf boy, barreled in breathless, shouting they'd finally rounded up the members for Sei's journey. No time. He must sprint with Sir Frederick to the throne room this instant. Realization hit him like a punch and his hand snapped into a tight fist. It's already starting. He's sprinting toward the throne room with the captain at his side. The king told him this time for his journey had come, and Sei snapped to attention, pride flaring as he accepted the king's congratulations. The king handpicked the finest gear and crack allies, outfitting the hero with the kingdom's absolute best. Saint's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe every face in front of him belonged to his squad, and the king was already stepping forward to introduce them one by one. Their kingdom's pride? None other than Friedrich, the level 120 Holy Swordsman. Cruz Nazen, level 88 Celestial Arts Master, who wields Starlight and stands at the king's side as his trusted advisor. Alfie explodes onto the scene as Suvel Magic Academy's rising star and top graduate, a level 72 spellcaster who learned swordplay from her father, the mercenary Gantz, making her utterly irreplaceable on their journey. Next, they gain steel golems, a gift from the sage King Megres of Suvel, who forged them the instant he heard about the journey. 10 rangers from the secret division will lie in the shadows, ready to deliver unseen support. Every single one of them is an elite, each boasting levels that soar past 50. She'd braced for him to be sent out alone, clutching a measly stick, but the king stunned everyone, and unveiled for them the Supreme Lord's treasures, the very relics the Eye of Hawk had hauled from Blackwing's royal tomb. They sifted through the horde with razor focus, plucking the absolute best treasures and claiming them as their own. With every last piece of gear gathered and strapped on, we slam into the road, the king roared, ordering the brave hero and the helper to strike down the Demon King and the resurrected Supreme Lady and save their world from the dark times once and for all. Looks like they're still being fired off this very second. Hiroshi's squad strode with swagger as the crowd roared for his effort, and he squirmed, mortified by all the attention. Finally, he charges headfirst into a desperate quest to save the fate of this world. He'd laughed off the idea of being a hero, sure plenty of others were meant for it. And now fate shoved the mantle onto him, leaving him the only hero. He squared his shoulders, lifted his chin, and stared ahead with fierce pride, hiding any hint of worry from his companions. Say, crouched in shadow, suddenly spotted black feathers shredding the sky. Alfie crumpled in horror as the figure stood before them, and the elf's fear exploded tenfold. "Lufus Mufal herself!" Cruz howled, his voice quivering with tears. Recognition slammed into Say. She saw the woman and knew she was the black-winged lady, and Lufus suddenly snapped his gaze away. Another silhouette sliced across the sky. The Cruz recognized the figure who slammed into the ground, and he couldn't believe such a thing could happen. There he was, the Demon King himself. Cruz ripped a shocked shout from his throat. "Why is the Demon King here?" The wild Lufas Mafa'al loomed in front of Say, and the wild Demon King loomed into view, a savage monarch bristling with raw menace. The two deadliest creatures erupted into view at the exact same instant. Say's breath hitched. Was it already time to pray for the repose of his soul? Supreme Ruler Lufus and Demon King Olm appeared at the exact same moment, and the crowd froze, utterly dumbfounded as jaws dropped across the hall. They recoiled from the truth. The Savmiasne had materialized together at this exact critical moment, a sight no one had dared imagine. The crowd zeroed in on a young boy, murmuring that he was the long-awaited hero they'd all been buzzing about. The young man froze, rooted to the spot, watching as the Demon King intoned, "I've been waiting for this moment for ages." The young man's blood ran cold as he realized he was facing the game's final boss. Vladikis shrugged that he didn't know him personally, yet swore they'd met intimately before. There's a secret ritual that summons a hero, and if it turns and calls the summoner, it means they probably harbor a hidden class. No one even knew such a class existed until Aliot exploded onto the scene, and he alone ever received it. After gaining that class, he rocketed into the top ranks, his stats exploding so fast they blasted past everyone's expectations. His favorite skill yanked him back from 0 HP and blasted his damage and critical hit chance, boosting both by up to 100%. The owner of a first-level class shattered expectations, mirroring the raw stats of veteran players who leaned on power-ups, and did it without a single boost. The demons had hero marked. After his brutal clash with Aliath, they felt how deadly he was, so the choice of what to do snapped into place. They had to pull the hero out of the fight until his strength came roaring back. The girl realized that at this crawl of progress he'd be obliterated. The man swore the demons would unleash shrines. The girl scoffed. It was obvious. Only a complete idiot would let the enemy grow stronger. His skill devoured souls, and everyone assumed Lady Lufus was the one who knew its effects best. The skill forged an unbreakable shell around you, flooding the hero inside with relentless strength, and it held until the battle's final moment. He died and was ripped back to the city with no chance of resurrection. The skill was a one-way ticket to suicide. The girl said Alioth lost both his eyes after the demon lord defeated him, but he still raised a shimmering barrier to shield the people. Safety blanketed the kingdom. The girl and the horn balked at battle, and had the lord not appeared, peace would have endured. Cold dread slammed into her. If they crossed the barrier, they'd be exposed, no one left to protect them, and the luminaries would descend on them at once. It tore up the RPG rulebook, a boss that Brutal has no business lurking in the starting area. She vowed to storm Leviathan alone and be back by morning. The scenario decreed only the hero could vanquish the demon. She watched the barrier flare to life, knew the luminaries wouldn't dare touch the city, and spun to Latika to get her verdict. He watched her in deadly silence, eyes locked on every move, while all she felt was the ghost of someone close. He snapped Alcor at her, then declared himself Ulm, the name everyone whispers like a curse, the demon lord, incarnate fear. Ulm revealed, voice like ice, that other demons had nicknamed her the star that brings death. She shot out her name, Lufas Mafal, certain it would be rude not to introduce herself in return. She couldn't believe the master had come himself out of fear of the hero. Then his face went white, and he recoiled when he saw her. He was afraid of her. Lufus never saw it coming. Ulm revealed he'd learned something during his time in captivity. She was the lone soul who couldn't follow the divine script, still roaming the world like a living glitch, and she had no clue what he was even talking about. The master ordered her to make him spill everything, and Lufus would grant his wish. He had to know if it had rusted after 200 years. A thunderous blast ripped open the sky, and the others froze, eyes wide and minds blank, unable to grasp what was happening. Up in the sky, Lufus and Ulm clashed mid-battle. She lunged at Vladika, and he didn't even flinch. Their battle ripped everything apart. The young man couldn't even make them out, and panic slammed the girl as she realized they had to defeat them. She spiraled into hysteria as the awful truth hit. They couldn't possibly beat the hulking monsters towering before them, beasts that refused to obey and drew terrifying power from their own strength. Olm was certain, once his battle with the 7 heroes ended, Lufus would be the first person he'd truly call a worthy opponent. In the game world, the Overlord wasn't seen as the strongest hero. Now the young man had changed his mind. He'd landed a wound, but the demon's health pool was colossal. If he kept fighting, he'd be finished. Their attacks hit just as hard, but their capacity to absorb punishment was on a whole different level. True to form, Alcor's power towered over Alioth's, but Olm's mind raced, measuring exactly how far she fell short of him. Reality slammed into him. He wasn't worthy to face her. Her strength lived on a whole other plane. The force that seized his mind and soaked him in terror had to be on another level. He guessed the body she once wore held far greater strength. Olm snapped. "Are you serious, Lufus? You're actually going to unveil your ultimate to-pitted Neymar right here in front of me?" She flat out said she couldn't make sense of his words, and he reeled in disbelief. To him it was utterly impossible. He scowled, scrambling to process it, forced to assume the goddess had already struck. Lufa pressed him to speak up, and he snapped that they couldn't dodge the scenarios the goddess had planned. She gasped and fired questions about the goddess and the scenarios. He only nodded, confirming her words and sealing his lips. Every move clicked into place exactly as the goddess had schemed. She'd crafted them to live as puppets on her strings. He had no idea why his voice sounded like that. And the master swung to her, snapping, "Do you know why the deacons are killing people?" Lufus insisted it sprang from a hunger to seize more territory. Vladica demolished that claim, exposing it as a fallacy. They couldn't stop killing, quit and they'd perish, because the urge to kill was stitched into their instincts. Demon particles transmute into raw mana, destroy them, and they're stripped of magic. The goddess birthed a race of demons, and Olm was anointed their king, charged with forging, guiding, and ruling his people. He'd been blind to it. The game hid that fact. He shrugged and called it a feature of the setting, and his words ignited sharp curiosity. Lufus blurted out whether he was truly different from the others. His words sounded like a confession that he didn't belong among the demons. A shout tore through their conversation. "Is it true our goddess wants to hurl the world into chaos and ignite mutual destruction?" Olm laid it bare. She never tried to save the world, and that truth ignited the war 2 centuries ago. Lufus was a ticking bomb, but locking her up before the demons fell made no sense, and whether she'd be imprisoned afterward was anyone's guess. The 7 heroes refused to wait for the perfect moment. They rose up on the spot, seized her, and slammed her behind iron bars. It was absurd. Any child could see the chain reaction that would erupt the moment the loophole was sealed. After all her cruelty, Lufus still stood with humanity. But instead of heartfelt thanks, she was consumed. Those who'd helped topple her were hit by searing regret, finally admitting they'd made a fatal mistake. They'd lost their most valuable defender. The Lord declared she'd been the first to sense it, the only one who could derail the goddess's plans. He implored her to spearhead the first-ever eradication of demons, then forge a world without wars. Dena right behind him. He lashes out with the Morning Star and smashes it into Olm. The second flung the left chalice like a blade, and the Demon King slid out of its path effortlessly as the attack bit only air. A massive truck thundered up behind him, barreling straight for Olm, and he stood perfectly still, calm as stone. Nothing she tried changed a thing. She tore herself away from the battlefield and sprinted for her life. Taking on Olm would have been suicide, but Lufus swallowed the urge to intervene. He refused to cut off the vital conversation and leaned in, hungry to catch every word. The ruler slammed up a shimmering barrier to keep the golem from eavesdropping on their conversation, then spun on Diana and demanded to know what she'd done. She confessed she was trying to build trust. He demanded, "Why aren't you going all out?" He pressed her. Did she know Lufus Mufal had been weakened after 200 years of imprisonment? Diana flashed a grin and owned it. Olm's eyes widened as the truth hit. She'd done it. She denied and explained that a deed of that scale lay far beyond someone as frail as her. She simply lacked the strength to pull it off. She snapped, "Only the almighty goddess can decide that," then vanished. Lufus demanded why they were fleeing. Then a cold jolt hit him. He'd completely forgotten the hero's presence. She snapped that it was painfully obvious the Lord wasn't aiming at the hero, then owned up to overhearing the entire conversation. Sensing Lufa's defeat closing in, she lunged into the fray to yank her to safety and flip the fight. When Dino arrived, he blurted that Olm's target was Lufus. The moment she left, she vanished, slipping off in an unknown direction. Relief erupted from her. She was certain the heroes were safe, the mission had triumphed, and there was nothing left to fear. The goddess refused to save the world, igniting the war 200 years ago, and blowing his expectations to pieces. In this world, every life follows a pre-written script. and it seems Lufus's actions tore the veil off a truth he'd never known. He realized too late he'd been right to hear the demon lord out to the bitter end. The moment Vanaheim was revealed, the lady's gaze snapped straight to it. Vanaheim, once the Skywing's stronghold, birthed Lufus and cradles the star Virgo Parthenos. She slammed a barrier into the sky, banished the Celestials, wrapped the sacred grounds in her protection, and he burned to claim her. Dena swore she was perfectly healthy, but 200 years of the past ignited a burning doubt in him. The game cast her as the goddess's chaste virgin, a holy maiden turned nightmare opponent who kept herself untouchable by non-stop, relentless healing. Her skills could turn the tide for him, so he overpowered her. Even if she's still alive, time has ravaged her into a frail husk. She can't accompany him. The slightest movement could kill her. They slipped through the barrier unopposed, as if the star itself had recognized them as allies. While hunting for Parthenos, they plunged into the forest's heart and stumbled on a hut half swallowed by roots, instantly convinced it was her home. The girls closed in on the house as Lufa stepped up and rapped the door with a soft, deliberate knock. She flung the door open and Lufa burst through, insisting she meant no harm. She was here to find a missing comrade. Spotting the guest's shadowed wings, the girl strode forward, boldly proclaimed she was a virgin, and insisted her grandmother would be overjoyed to see her. Like the Celestials, the owner of snow-white wings leaned in, hanging on Lufus's introduction as she named subordinates drawn from among the 12 heavenly stars. The virgin stepped forward and vowed to follow her, and the gathered crowd snapped to attention and surged toward the direction she pointed. Lufus locked onto her wings. They screamed Parthenino's pure blood lineage, yet she still suspected a half-celestial streak. She snapped her eye of analysis open, instantly confirmed the girl was half-blood, and clocked an off-the-charts level of strength. Lufus was certain Parthenos had been forging her through brutal training, and right then the maiden announced her arrival at the site. She jabbed a finger at the grave beside her and announced, "That's where my grandmother rests." Virgo confessed Parthenos had spent her whole life aching to meet Lufus, but last year fate ripped her away when she choked on a cigarette. Her star tally could plunge to just 11, and no one could fathom how the protective barrier would survive once she was gone. Rumors said Parthenos still prowled the area as a malevolent wraith. Lufus pressed her for its location, and she shook her head. She didn't know. Virgo had watched her grandmother materialize time and again to stitch the protective barrier back together. Now they can only wait for it to be struck and torn again. Parthenos's fresh repairs sealed everything so tight a second breakdown looked almost impossible. Lufus felt they'd hit a dead end, and someone shouted to just obliterate the barrier. Without warning, a Capricorn stormed in, hell-bent on tearing down the barrier. We lunged to stop him, but it was already too late. He ripped open a hidden rift, obliterated the barrier, and turned to Lufus, asking, "Did you like that?" Rage seared her voice as she snarled, "You're a complete idiot!" and demanded he continue to think before doing anything. Marthenos never arrived, and the maiden, pulse racing, deduced she must be in the upper city, Vanaheim. They'd reached Lufus, her hometown, and now she could at last stand before the grave of the mother she'd mentioned earlier. Diana's memory snapped into focus. Once a year the lady came here with gifts, and Diana urged them to return the favor. The grave meant nothing to him, yet trapped inside Lufus's body he had no choice but to accept it. He knew Lufus's life still hid countless untold episodes, each likely bursting with the vital clues they needed. As he neared Vanaheim, recognition slammed into him. This was Lufus, his hometown. Lufa's memories of the city's other white-winged residents harassing and humiliating her slammed into his mind. The girl's eyes snagged on Lufus's troubled face. She asked, "Is everything all right?" And Lufus answered with a steady, "Yes." The Parthenos' presence in the city could unlock clues to Lufus's past. The rest of the group scanned the streets, curiosity crackling in their eyes. Moffel snarled that the city held only pain, the same streets that once rained stones on her as a child. Hearing this, the guys erupted in fury, branded the city vile, and vowed to raze it to the ground. Lufus roared for them to stop, snapping they'd come only to inspect the city, not to destroy it. Aries, Capricorn, and Libra tore through the streets, smashing everything in their path. He knew they did it for their mistress, but that would leave the city nothing but ruins. Lufa planted her feet and demanded they stop again, grinning at the surge of feeling between them, while making it painfully clear she refused to set eyes on the ruins. They reached their mistress's abode, and she confessed she'd only ever set foot here a handful of times in her life. He dove into memory, chanting Lufus's name and the confession of a past life until his voice became an echo of days gone by. His hatred for her dark wings boiled over into an attempt on her life. Her mother hurled herself between them and stopped him. Lufa spent her entire childhood there, her memories devoid of anything remarkable, while he vowed to unearth what she had learned 2 centuries ago. Her curiosity ignited at the divine spectacle, and a voice declared it is the force that drives the world. The revelation slammed into them all at once, their first time hearing it, and his jaw dropped. Even the 12 stars knew nothing. A stranger exploded into view and hailed Lufus like they'd been friends forever. Recognition failed. She didn't know her. The woman proclaimed herself an old lady and broke into a gleeful smile when she saw the lady unchanged. Parthenos seethed with envy at the Skywing's longevity she lacked, then admitted she had become a ghost. Her heart burned for Lufus's return. She obeyed every instruction to the letter and threw herself into keeping Vanaheim exactly as it once was. She skidded to a halt, eyes wide, and blurted, "Are you all right?" The lady didn't even seem to recognize her. When word of Lufus' triumph reached her, Parthenos snapped into action, racing to resurrect her youthful image. Diva's heart lurched. The ghost's cadence and phrasing were painfully familiar as it recounted the events of 200 years ago. The figure trapped inside the Parthenos wasn't a stranger. It was her grandmother. The girl commanded a tribe sworn to the goddess, serving as her living conduit and carrying the direct bloodline of the very first humans. Parthenos begged for her life to be taken, certain her very existence belonged to the goddess and fearless as she offered herself in sacrifice. Lufus's twisted grin cut through the air as he asked if it would be funny to snuff out her goddess. Convinced her death would be simple, she slipped out of Parthenos to seize her own fate. She swore to show her the state of the world. The girl had never once left the goddess's castle. Lufus laid bare the horrors of war, ruin, famine, and death, demanding she remember what the true world her goddesses adored looked like. Parthenos spurned paradise, racing back to stand by her mistress and claw her way toward redemption. Lufa crashed to her knees, apologizing for every inconvenience she'd caused over the past 2 centuries, while the star declared herself unworthy of forgiveness. She demanded I cut to the heart of the matter and tell her what she already knew. Then she fired a counter-question straight at me. She demanded to know how deep Lufa's memories ran, and the question dropped everyone into stunned silence. It slammed into her. Hiding was impossible now. Parthenos knew everything, and that truth felt natural. Lufus herself blew the whistle, accusing the goddess of planning to tamper with her memories the moment she returned. She'd foreseen her own amnesia, so her memories were likely wiped clean. Diana watched the lady shrug off every name and face like they meant nothing, then, baffled, decided that's exactly how her memory had slipped away. Lufus slammed the question at the Parthenos. Why had they sealed this city 2 centuries ago? She refused to explain. She showed everything with brutal clarity, betting a sudden shock would snap her lost memories back. The girl grabbed the lady's sleeve and urged her to follow, snapping at the others to hold back and stop smashing things. Don't wake the sleeper. They crested Mount Wachinima's summit when Parthenos thundered that the answer was down below, and Lufus froze, shock ripping through him. Deep below brooded one of the 5 dragons that ruled the world, the Sky Dragon, the lady's relentless protector. Their stories lived inside the game, but the characters themselves never showed up. The young man burst with joy to meet them, but the situation remained dangerously critical. His Lufa stats made defeating them impossible. Parthenos revealed they hibernate for a year. The awakening erupts only when a colossal threat looms, and the Virgo barrier crumbles. It can't keep this dragon in captivity. She defended the land so flawlessly it looked untouched, while escorts shepherded the locals out to safety. If the other stars hadn't been halted as they tore the city apart, they'd have awoken the dragon, and Parthenos would have erupted into panic. She demanded to know if Merrick and the others were in on it, and they told her bluntly, he's one of the very few who holds that information. Villagers hailed this creature as the guardian of these lands. The young man refused to see him as a protector. He knew dragons like him prowled in 4 other places across the planet. If the goddess awakens every one of them, she could tear the world apart, and they'd forfeit any right to be called guardians. Previously, Lufus tried to shatter the gods and tear apart destinies, but facing 5 dragons and a goddess at once proved impossible. She sealed the dragons first, banishing their thunder from the sky so she could face the goddess one-on-one. A cold jolt slammed through him. Lufus had once been utterly unhinged. She hurled herself into the impossible so fiercely the 7 heroes sealed her away, and he burned to know what kind of threat would strike next. Parthenos assumed the demons wouldn't rouse the dragons. She'd either dismissed them as harmless, or she'd baited them on purpose. On the lady's orders, she slammed the seal shut, entombing 3 dragons and leaving Lufus utterly stunned. They came up empty chasing the moon dragon, and the young man clung to the hope that his name wouldn't doom him to the moon. She flashed a grateful smile, thanked him for the explanation and started back to the others, then stopped, one last topic still burning on her tongue. She dropped the bomb. The goddess's avatar can spawn perfect clones, and one of them could be hiding right here among us. He hunted for Lufa's intentions, but every fresh revelation shredded certainty and left the whole picture blurring. Whispers said she was a thorn in the goddess's side. When she returned, they raced to black out her memories. The something turned out to be the young man himself. He radiated nothing but cold indifference. A grimace ripped across his face as confusion slammed into him, and he suddenly doubted whether he was ever meant to be born. The goddess plunged the true Lufus into the blackest abyss and slammed the darkness down like a roof to keep her from ever breaking free. The goddess anointed him with that role. She implanted an alien into Lufus and sealed it tight. He vowed to confront the goddess and drag the true reason into the light. This wasn't some side task, it was his soul-burning mission. He'd wandered through life with no concrete goals, just riding whatever tide of circumstance swept him up. Precisely the carefree soul a goddess craved. The young man grabbed the invitation, accepted the trip, and swore to unite every soul stamped by fate. He blinked, stunned that a goddess would seek him out. Then rage ignited as he realized he'd been played and kept in the dark. If that doesn't sit right with her, he'll go solo, uncover Lufus's true purpose, and finally discover what he really wants. This is the answer he unleashes at the goddess who dragged him into this story against his will. Porthanis ached to leap into the fray, but her ghostly body held her back. She locked onto the other's eyes and vowed, calm and fierce, that everything would be fine. The girl stepped forward, saw the virgin's raw inexperience, and vowed to pass on every scrap of necessary knowledge. Ghost refused to let her linger in the forest. She had to see the world, and to Ghost that mattered more. Lufa needed support badly, and finding anyone above level 300 was a brutal, near-impossible chase. Deva's stomach dropped. If her grandmother made that choice, she'd bar her from returning. Even if she refused, she clung to hope, begging them to watch over her now that she was under their care. Parthenos ripped the veil off the dragon lairs where they sat trapped, insisting we hunt down the stars hidden within human lands. Scorpio erupted into a vindictive demon, infused legions of demons with her power, and launched a merciless campaign to seize absolute control and drive humanity to annihilation. She razed to the ground the kingdom of a hero who ruled before Fecta. Scorpio revered her mistress with a fierce devotion. If that devotion ever twisted into hatred for her enemies, she'd erupt into a danger no one could measure. Now a demon, she defies Capricorn's orders. His burning hatred shattered her chains and blasted her to level 900. All tamed monsters roar at level 800. The man's memories point to her next prey. Blood Gang. Blacksmith King Mizar hammered this dwarven state into being, and it seems to prey on countries without heroes, striking the weakest first. The young man burned with one mission: stop the stars' outrages, and to do it he had to go to one specific country. Scorpio seethed that the poison had finished them too fast. They wanted slow, drawn-out torment before death. That brutal suffering was the reward they deserved. She clamped her hands around his throat, desperate for his screams to explode and hammer into Lufus's ears. Scorpio sought, at the behest of her mistress, to drown the world in a suffocating, hopeless darkness. He crammed a mountain of knowledge into his head so fast it almost burst, and now he had to shelve every scrap. After crushing the game X-Gate, he was hurled into Midgard in the form of his avatar, Lufus. He had a dozen 12-star NPC monster companions at his command, and ripped Aries, Capricorn, Libra, and Virgo back to his side. Magrez and Mirok, two of the 3 surviving heroes of this world, were not players. He stakes his last hope on the final of the 7 heroes, Bennett Nash, the vampire princess still alive. A summoned hero, abandoned in this world, finally squared off with the demon lord. Olm roars that the mana base of magic is the product of demons decomposing, and he insists understanding that is essential to grasping magic's true nature. Magic splits into 2. Savage offensive sorcery that shreds foes, and the divine art of healing, the stark black and white of magic. Diana declared that one requirement for her teleportation magic was energy and magical currents roaring through her body. The world bowed to the goddess, playing out a divine script. He had to unmask whatever Lufus was plotting. A fierce satisfaction burned in him. Being reborn in her body jolted him into action. Without it, he'd have stayed careless and never searched for a way home. It matched the goddess perfectly, so she crowned it the seal that would lock away her Lufus. The girl blurted, voice quivering, "Are you swallowed by tangled thoughts? Your face says it all." Lufus froze, baffled by what her face had to do with anything. They told her straight. Her face had grown more tender than before. Her expression snapped into the same haunted look the lady once wore. And those words hit the young man like a thunderclap, leaving him stunned. Time snarled at him. At this pace, Lufus would snatch back her body and he'd be erased. Fail now and the goddess would slip away. Every step he takes toward unraveling the goddess's intentions drags him straight toward his own end. They spotted their destination, the mobile capital of Blutgang, and his jaw dropped as he tried to fathom how anyone had forged a warship like that. The dwarves gaped, hearts hammering, as the mobile golem strode to life, its flawless craftsmanship a sight unlike anything they'd ever seen. Blacksmith King Mizar forged his final, crowning masterpiece, a colossal level 770 golem. He'd been single-handedly repelling the demonic onslaught all this time. The young man's jaw dropped as the capital revealed itself to be a mobile weapon. This technological marvel belonged in a space war or a giant robot anime. The city perched on the 15th floor, its bottom 8 levels crammed with residential quarters. The structure shot up to 300 meters, and when it took humanoid form, it towered at a staggering 1,100 meters. To the girl, Bloodgang was like a younger brother. Libra, forged by Mizar like Gollum, harbored a quiet, complicated fondness for him. She insisted the capital was nearly invulnerable. Even Aries and Libra would falter trying to harm her. The city itself transforms into a humanoid warrior and charges into battle. With Scorpio compatibility flat out crashed and burned. The boys stormed into Blutgang to stop her, plunging into a capital forged on poison, the deadliest place for them. If every last citizen falls, the city plunges into catastrophe. Scorpio is a nightmare incarnate for any city or state. Blutgang erupted when another of the 12 stars was revealed, Cartinus Crab. Nobody expected 2 stars to appear in the same place, and the young man's purpose and past were wrapped in shadow. Diana vowed she'd memorize every inhabitant to spot the crab. Until then, she'd eat. The restaurant sparkled with charm and a warm, inviting buzz, and the owner exuded steady, professional competence. Lufus suddenly thought he looked all wrong. He whipped around and crumpled to the floor, rattled by the sight before him. The young man gripped the girl's hand, sank to one knee, and confessed he'd been counting down to this moment. The moment the young man's words left his mouth, regret crashed over him and shame burned in his veins, as he saw himself as a total failure, a worthless man. After she slipped from his life, not a single second passed without her in his thoughts, and he clung to the fierce hope that this day would finally come. He waited like a coiled spring, convinced his mistress was unbeatable and burning for this very meeting. The young man erupted, congratulating him on his return and thanking him for the reunion, while Lufus hunted for clues about who stood before her, and Dena struck out. The host called out her over-the-top zeal, and the star scrambled to offer a frantic justification. That blow would have killed any ordinary man. Dena's jaw dropped as the guy didn't even flinch. This was the true cancer, Carcinus, a living fortress whose impenetrable defense reigned supreme among the 12 constellations. The company fell into place around the table as the star ladled steaming bowls of her signature crab soup for everyone. Lufus demanded why he'd opened a restaurant here, and he shot back that he'd been on a trip the day she vanished. Determined to find her, he launched an intelligence hub that let him globetrot and run his business at the same time, harvesting leads across borders. He clutched that scrap of intel like a lifeline, hoping it would one day pull him to Lufus. The soup, though, was mutton, not crab. Carcinus swore they were bound by a crimson-red thread of fate. Lufus just nodded, saying it made perfect sense. My friends insisted we open the restaurant in the shopping center. The bloat gang was isolated. It hit him. After pouring every ounce of effort in, no information from the outside was reaching him, a truth he should have seen long ago. Everyone still wrote him off as a dimwit. Yet the group zeroed in and found him in no time, all things considered. Lufus usually had to claw his way to every star, but the Carcinus case practically leapt into his hands. Such a monster slipped into their midst, wore their faces, steered their choices, and even erected an institution in its image. Lufus asked if he'd follow her. She was on a mission to hunt down all 12 stars, and she'd already claimed 5. Carcinus didn't hesitate. He swore undying loyalty to his mistress once more, binding himself to her forever. He pleaded for time to ready himself for the trip, and she shot back. "What are you going to do with the restaurant?" He vowed to smoke the lamb into tender, smoky perfection and asked everyone to wait. Every attempt to stop him failed. The smiling young man braced as the sound swelled. Then a deafening blast tore through the air. A city alert blared. Then an emergency appeal blasted out to the residents of Blutgang. Alarms screamed as the city locked down for one of the 12 scorpion stars, and the guy's blood ran cold when they realized she was already there. Standing far from the capital, she sneered at its ugliness and craved even more chaos. She whirled to her terrible scorpion monsters, asked if they agreed, and contempt flared. The city wasn't even worthy of a trophy. The mere thought of that horror turned her blood to ice and panic clawed at her throat. The populace heard the proclamation. Blue Jing had slammed into its first combat phase to counter Scorpion. Admiral Janelle held his breath until she appeared, then barked orders to prepare for battle and bring the guns to full combat readiness. The projectiles splintered harmlessly as she whipped her scorpion-like tail, effortlessly cleaving each one in 2. The salvos barely hit, but the Admiral barked to keep the guns blazing until the enemy ranks were thinned. The Golem squad readied for assault and thundered into battle, while Scorpion barked orders to intercept every last one. Janelle snapped an order to prime the main weapon, even if its blast might strike the golems. He didn't flinch. Sure, they'd just churn out replacements. Firing prep and guidance locked in. The enemy stood at 600 soldiers and 100 golems, and only one shot remained. The Admiral bellowed the order to open fire. The main gun answered as shells spat from the barrels one by one. All 600 enemies crumbled to dust. Primitive minds and zero tactical sense turned them into easy prey. Scorpio ripped into the man for the senseless sacrifice of the golems, rage burning as he braced to leap into the fight. She barreled into a counterattack, bulldozing everything before her and hurling clouds of dust into the air. The Admiral had already slaughtered half the Galahorn army. Here she could wipe them all out, and Janelle's breath hitched as she realized they'd horribly underestimated their opponent. The enemy revealed itself as a true beast, obliterating their tactics with crushing force, so they had to dispatch a Libra squad. Suddenly an alarm screamed. Violent mana eruptions were blasting the readings, an unmistakable herald of a demon invasion. Meanwhile, the guys burst outside to see what was happening, and Lufa felt the air crackle. The commotion was about to erupt. These demons could erupt from anywhere, and one of the energies belonged to the moon itself, one of the 7 luminaries that drenches the night in moonlight. Her deadly skill dragged in more trouble than all the other shrines combined. She turned to Capricorn and begged him to pin down her coordinates. Lufa swallowed her doubts and handed him her trust, begging him to find her alive, move like a ghost, and keep every civilian out of the crossfire. Aries and Libra were sent to obliterate the demons, and Virgo pounced on a perfect chance to power up by tearing through the monster horde. Lufus, flanked by Dena, Cancer, and Virgo, swore they'd stop Scorpio and snapped at him to follow her. Crushed, Mars and Jupiter had no margin for error. One misstep and their collapse would be pinned on their patron. Lord Terra forged them into being and lorded over the 7 suns. He bore the Demon King's blood as his son. He scoffed at them and snapped at Luna to hold back. She was a woman, only filling the saint's duties for now. They underestimated her, so she doubled down and pushed herself to the limit. Terra snapped at Luna. Wreak havoc, sow confusion. And Luna exploded into chaos. The young lady's heart ached for her, so she stepped forward and vowed to him she'd shatter the label of weakness and claim the recognition she deserved. She couldn't lurk in the shadows any longer. She had to jolt him into noticing her, even if it meant razing Blutagang Fortress to rubble. She tore up the covert plan and launched a full-scale invasion, hell-bent on proving she was more than a mere spy. Racing away, Luna felt someone on her tail, whipped her head back to spot a shadow glued to her heels, and yanked sideways to dodge a collision by a heartbeat. The stranger sneered that if she'd let him strike her, she wouldn't have been so afraid. Lune stared at him, horror frozen on her face. The ominous shadow convulsed, and a Capricorn burst into being before her, unmasking into its true fearsome form. He dropped to his knees, offering to surrender and swearing he'd deliver her to her mistress safe and sound. Luna's breath hitched as she realized Lufus was in the city too. She demanded whether he was actually offering her the chance to give up, and Capricorn confirmed it coldly, his voice ablaze as he stressed that an opportunity like this for non-entities like her is almost unheard of. The second option meant a savage beating and the ripping away of every limb. Capricorn was a blazing star and a devil born from the black depths of Helheim. Guilt peeled off Luna. Terra had forged the 7 sanctuaries and slammed down the final decision, and now the star had burst forth in its true form. She flung both options aside in a blaze of fury and charged straight at Capricorn. Scorpio craned her neck as a wall of scales devoured the sky, leaving her speechless and scrambling to understand why they'd suddenly appeared. The Guardians had to take down the demons, but their true target was the star. Libra locked its sights, ready to unleash the attack. After barely nicking the enemy, the assault had to surge on. Scorpio's eyes went cold as they realized they were an industrial machine refitted into a weapon. My jaw hit the floor when Brachius actually brandished the original in a moment like that. Scorpio's pulse hammered. Why hadn't the opponents unleashed Brachium when the advantage was theirs? She'd been sure they lacked those weapons. Shock slammed into her when she realized they hadn't armed themselves with the best available. That was reckless. Even if the sting never hit, the enemy could have ripped the scale apart without ever bringing the brachium into play. The Admiral barked for covering fire on the detachment, but every shot would endanger their own, so the order died in his throat. Janelle couldn't fathom it. There were 4 of them, and they should have steamrolled the enemy. The battle raged as she swung the scales left side, but it was no match for the Scorpion. With one effortless strike, the enemy shattered the Libra weapon to pieces. A cold realization slammed into her. The Brixier had zeroed in on her opponents, and the balance hung by a single trembling scale. Victory thrummed in her veins as Scorpio flashed a devilish smile and declared the game over. It hit her. Those opponents were just metal imitations, so her fire element couldn't be defeated. Libra tried to bolt, but Scorpio snapped, screaming it was stupid, and that she wasn't destined to leave the battlefield. Against all expectations, Libra refused to run. She hurtled forward, slammed the gap shut in an instant, and roared that the destruction had begun. A colossal explosion ripped the sky, belching choking clouds of smoke that erased everything from view. The dwarves nearly erupted in victory, convinced it was defeated, but Admiral Janelle remained silent. In one industrial-scale onslaught, a brutal strike tore away a huge chunk of their high-level golems, and the survivors staggered back battered and sparking. The battle cost them dearly. Blood spilled, comrades lost, but they clawed an advantage against one of the 12 stars. Suddenly, an unscathed scorpion materialized, pincers twitching as it sized up the attack and deemed it a real threat. Her opponents stared in disbelief, convinced she'd pulverized the industrial-scale rig and slipped the strike in that same heartbeat. They felt the end slam shut. The ruse wouldn't fool anyone twice, and Scorpio realized the enemy was cornered. Admiral Janelle knew the game was probably over, but he clutched one last trick that could turn the whole battle upside down. He thrust his hand up and hurled a blast of magic, ripping the emergency portal open. X-Gate demanded a target's consent to yank them away. Lifeless golems, with no voice to say yes, vanished through the gate unimpeded. With the battlefield cleared, Lufus surged forward and unleashed a full-force assault, her snake blade whipping through the air like a viper. Cancer, Virgo, Aries, and Lufas braced their shoulders, jaws set like iron, ready to finish what they'd started. They were banking on a swarm of demons, a flood of experience that would catapult the maiden to the next level. A strange surge ripped through him. He swore it was mana. Until now, he couldn't sense it, and had assumed his merge with Lufus was still ongoing. He recoiled as experience and mana slammed toward him, converging into a shimmering storm around his feet. If you throw EXP at a character already capped at level 1000, it vaporizes. The maiden stays frozen and can't level up. Desperate to ditch her glasses, Lufus begged to be left alone and, on reflex, flung a hand out to wave everyone away. A blinding light erupted in her palm, and she had no clue what it was or where it came from. Before the assault on Blutgang, the battle-scarred hero no longer trembled at combat. He'd forged his fear into cold, unshakable resolve. Every other fight looked like a mercy next to stepping into the arena with those two titanic bosses. The beast lunged at him, with only his sword to fend it off. A savior slammed into the fray. In a heartbeat, he obliterated every monster around him before they even knew what hit them. He watched in silence until a voice snapped him back. "You all right?" And he shot back a firm, "Yes, I'm fine." Gantz, the world's deadliest mercenary, and Jin, leader of the Hawk's Eye Squad, emerged, both locked at level 82. They watched Lufus and the Demon King collide in a brutal showdown, then raced back to Levitain. Alfie's loss cut like a knife, but the man soothed her with the news he'd already secured someone even better. Rumors crown Alfie Gantz's father the world's most powerful mercenary, a living nightmare they called Demon. Hawk's Eyes spearheaded a daring strike on the Blackwing tomb, hauled its treasures out, and walked away with new companions at his side. His team was an oddball squad, a volatile mix of wildly different personalities. Say stared at the monster's lifeless body as waves of nausea clawed at his throat. He still couldn't get used to it. He had to learn to slay monsters without a second thought, or the whole mission would crush him. He swallowed the truth, gritted his teeth and forced himself to accept it, but he couldn't steel his hands to kill without flinching. They stormed into Svem, desperate to corner King Magres, and wrest the strategy that would topple the Demon King. Embarrassment scorched Say's cheeks as a strange electric excitement raced through his whole body. The crowd seethed with hatred for Lufus, and her barbed exchange with Olem sounded like nothing more than an ordinary petty quarrel. The Demon King's words hit him like a dagger. The war 2 centuries ago had been orchestrated by the goddess all along. At that moment, 7 heroes lunged to end Lufus's life. Say couldn't fathom what had caused this tragedy. Deciding the tale was just beginning and desperate to know more about Lufus, the young man whirled to the Sage King and fired off a question. He felt no doubt. When the moment arrived, he'd zero in on the right target and fire true. Magrez swept in, welcomed the guests and urged them to make themselves at home. He'd long ago cast off the world of politics. The young man revealed they'd come from another world with a hero and now hunt every lead to reach level 1000. It was true. The youngsters clung to the belief that Magrez, having risen to such dizzying heights, harbored a secret technique that could awaken the hero's power too. He snapped, "What gave you the idea of a secret method?" And they shot back that their world didn't have enough mana to level up. Crews warn that raising a level demands a proportional surge of mana inside them, and that hunger for mana only grows as the level climbs. Bennett Nash spent 1,000 years tearing through hordes of demons, and still only clawed his way to level 600. Somehow other people managed to hit level 1,000. The king announced there was a way, but first he leaned in and demanded their verdict on the goddess who forged this world. The question slammed into Sego and left him frozen, while his companion boldly proclaimed he regarded her as the great creator of their world and the progenitor of all living things. She radiated absolute truth, the backbone of the universe, and Magrez's stomach dropped when he realized it was nothing more than a memorized school answer. He declared he couldn't disclose the information, and the guys froze, stunned and baffled by his unexplained refusal. The king growled that if he revealed the information they'd never comprehend it. He'd once stood just as baffled, unable to understand a thing. He leaned in and asked for a few more minutes with Sei, then asked the others to leave them alone. They agreed instantly and stepped back. Everyone spilled out and shut the door behind them, leaving Magrez and the hero alone. Magrez ripped the silence open and spoke first. He whirled to the young man and jabbed the question at him again. What did he really think of the goddess? Sweat poured down his face as Sei choked out that he couldn't tell if the world's mere existence was enough for him to answer that question. He finally blurted out that the goddess had filled him with crushing doubt. At the very start of their journey, the Demon King dropped a bomb. The goddess was tangled up in the suspicious clash between the 7 heroes and Lufas. He suspected Magrez had acted on his own, and his jaw dropped when, even after Magrez spoke with the ruler still came to him. The king refused to defend himself. His betrayal of a friend, committed 2 centuries ago, was an undeniable fact. Demonic forces swarmed Lufas, and the only soul who could have stopped them lay dead. He blamed himself, but a stubborn sliver of doubt still gnawed at him. Magrez couldn't tell if his body obeyed his will or some other whisper, and still he felt every decision, fully aware, with no puppet strings tugging him. A goddess who bends consciousness ensnares every inhabitant of Midgard, humans and other creatures alike. Nobody suspects a thing. It's their uniqueness that slams Sei awake to the monstrous scale of the threat they'll have to face. Everything obeys a chain of command and slams into hard limits. If the demons truly wanted humanity erased, we'd have been gone long ago. He confronted the Sage King, demanding to know firsthand whether Lufas Mafa'al was their enemy. Magrez ripped off the enemy label. Her methods flirted with recklessness, yet she was their ally and their only hope. Go to the king and implore him to join the fight. Make him own up to his weakness and ignorance of this world. A lightning-quick need for his support surged through Saif. He never doubted his accuracy and was sure Lufa only wanted to help. The monarch thundered that a hidden method for explosive growth was sealed inside the young man's artifact. Everything centered on a single golden apple, and only Lufas could conjure it in this world. Dena's eyes latched onto the item, and she was certain it was the golden apple, the very source of experience. That world ripped the rulebook away from the game version. There you couldn't earn experience just for joining a group in battle. I'll learn the moment I face the one who landed the final blow. Siphoning mana is brutally difficult. Progress through the levels grew brutally complex, and the average level plummeted. For 2 centuries the world lay frozen, never built for characters to break past level 1000. Flashback 200 years. The average human was at the exact level we're at now. Everything changed in the era of the Lufas. Their signature power was crafting golden apples that let you stockpile mana beyond the established rate. He snapped his gaze. He'd been looking the wrong way, and it hit him that humanity's average level had plunged over the past 2 centuries. Reality smashed the illusion. 2 centuries ago, Lufas rigged the numbers and pumped the average level sky high. Long ago, the Skywings swooped down upon them from the heights of Vanaheim, sworn to hunt and erase every deviation from the norm. The apple handed mortals the power to raise their levels, and the goddess writhed in furious humiliation. This concentrated mana devours the wings of any non-bat who prizes wing purity above all. It's the most terrible poison in the world. Lufas lunged to hand Virgo the apple, but she pushed it away, refusing to wreck her future in the white-winged community. She spun to Scorpio, years of absence crackling between them, and snapped, "Do you recognize me?" The star snapped that forgetting was impossible. Every second, every minute, every hour I couldn't wrench the lady's face from my mind. She'd been looking forward to this meeting. Then, in a flash, she lunged and unleashed a savage attack. Lufas had no clue what was happening. Every second since losing her has torn Scorpio apart. She replays that moment on a loop, screaming in her bones why she couldn't stop her back then. The star burned for Lufas to surrender herself, but Lufas recoiled in revulsion and wondered if she'd always been like this. Scorpio lunged, and if she'd sidestepped that strike it would have smashed into Virgo. Then her hair burst into an even wilder mane. In a heartbeat, Carcinus lunged to shield Lufus, even as Lufus refused to forgive the star for such an attack. He thundered, "Stop!" He could see her mind had gone utterly blank, and he vowed to snap her back to her senses. Rage tore through Scorpio when the crab dared to stand in her way, and she pounced on him to erase the annoying opponent. He didn't care. Carcinus spun toward her and taunted, "Have you forgotten my invulnerability?" He unleashed Akbans, a brutal counter that siphoned half the damage he'd just taken into his raw strength, and struck back with deadly force. He unleashed sheer blades as the scorpion skittered in panic, hammering him with countless strikes from every angle. Cershina anchored the center, repelling a relentless hail of attacks, while he had only a single counterattack to throw back. Among the 12 paradise stars, only the crab turns every strike back on its attacker. Counterattack is both its specialty and its defense. If he'd been in that youngster's shoes, he probably would have barreled in with raw brute force. But her crushing firepower would turn that into a suicide run. This isn't a fair fight. The venom bites through the crab's armor, and the strike isn't one it can parry. Scorpion coiled for a strike that would snuff out any chance Carcinus had to fight back. Just then, Lufus slipped in from behind. She planned to knock her out for a while. A surprise strike slammed into her, blindsiding her and giving her no time to dodge. A barely there slap sent her reeling. Yet the young man, drunk on his own illusions, truly believed he'd grown stronger. Their time in Vanaheim tightened his sync with this world's Lufus, and now he was beginning to claw back control of his own body. Carcinus felt her strike land with surgical perfection, flawless, and she apologized only for disrupting his attack. The battle promised no hope of victory if it dragged on. Her decision proved right. He met her eyes and thanked her, every word laced with gratitude. Carcinus radiated hard-won experience, and the young man grinned, thrilled to join him. Suddenly a strange flicker yanked Lufus's gaze. A scorpion hauled herself upright. Cancer had underestimated her, and she scuttled toward them, wondering why things had turned out this way. Rage toward Lufus boiled in her veins. She couldn't fathom how deep her feelings ran. The young man froze as its power surged, a cold dread screaming that it wasn't mana at all but something else entirely. A divine energy hid itself from everyone's sight, roaring with a power Carcinus himself had never seen. Scorpio's memory slammed back to that earlier incident, and a cold doubt nagged her. Was she even remembering those events correctly? The same nightmare that ripped through the clash with the 7 heroes 200 years ago was tearing the world open again. Memories of the day Lufus fought the heroes exploded into her mind. Her blood ran cold as the Demon Lord's warning about a suspicious mutiny from 2 centuries ago crashed back into her memory. The goddess made Scorpion her puppet and pumped her full of godlike stats. Lufus exploited that surge and smashed her into defeat. Fueled by memories of her, the Scorpion skyrocketed to level 900, and her love was forged into a tool in the goddess's hands, plunging to an incredible depth. Lufus snapped her strikes aside and barked, "Are you all right? Is this the limit of your abilities?" A tiny drop of venom scarcely harmed her. Her divine healing surged and patched the wound instantly, but the sting burned sharper, proof the Scorpion had grown stronger. Turns out the star burned through the last 2 centuries without pause. When that long-awaited reunion arrived, she dove in, hungry to drink up every second. Lufus snapped back to her senses. Cold clarity hit. She had to clamp down on her fury before she turned into a berserker. She nearly lost sight of why they were fighting. She had to heal the Scorpion. Lufus's true self exploded into the light again. The young man had never once found pleasure in battle. He never meant to kill the Scorpion. His sudden weakness was supposed to keep it alive. The star ripped off its mask, revealing its true, sinister form. "Brace yourself. A brutal, no-nonsense conversation starts now." She watched her own attacks, terror surging through her as they struck with blistering speed and crushing power. Even aloft, Lufus felt the Scorpion's supremacy slam into her. It towered over her, and her power swelled with every passing heartbeat. Someone's power explodes beyond comprehension, siphoning from a bottomless well. And it's disturbingly common. Everything screamed one brutal truth. They had to take the Scorpion down before it could feed on power. Lufa channeled the fall's force and gravity into the moment of contact, compressing her strike into a single crushing blow. Snapping his attack power to the enemy's remaining life force was far harder than annihilating them with a single, crushing blow. Diva's thanks spilled out, trembling for Dena's protection, and Dena brushed it off coolly. Protecting her was simply her duty. If anything happened to her, Lufus would erupt in furious fury. The Scorpion's defeat sealed their mistress's victory. She snatched Dena without warning and hauled her off, snarling, "This isn't the end!" Scorpio was still frozen in the exact state of 2 centuries ago, and with a goddess tangled in the web, knocking her out wouldn't cut it. Dena, barely grasping what was happening, unwittingly became the linchpin that decided the battle. Aries seized the target, then blasted into the enemy ranks with a merciless offensive to neutralize them. She crushed the invading forces without breaking a sweat, and she was itching to hear what Libra thought of loofahs. Eerie confessed she'd grown softer. The second girl nodded in agreement, yet their fierce devotion to their mistress stood unshaken. Whispers swirled that Lufus hadn't always been the icy, distant figure everyone knew. That side of her waited in the wings and only surfaced later. In her youth, she moved through life calm, steady, almost serene. She barked orders like a drill sergeant, not a killer. Had she been violent, Aries wouldn't have survived that first encounter. They wrestled with whether to restore Lufa's lost memories. Maybe that would finally make her happy. Even if it was only a shard of her past life, her inability to remember her companions cut them to the bone. Dena stood at the center of it all, and the girls watched her recent actions ignite suspicion. Aries' jaw dropped, disbelief sparking as she fired question after question, desperate to know if it was true. Libra's jaw dropped. She couldn't believe she'd been kept in the dark. Dena had likely used her mind control to blind her to it. Libra's a golem. Her consciousness is immune to tampering, so odds are everyone around her had their memories ripped out and swapped. Cold certainty slammed into her. Dena could never be trusted, not for a single moment. Carcinus snarled to Lufus that the scorpion moves just like the 7 heroes the goddess bent to her will 200 years ago. Her eyes snapped open. She knew it. A divine force was reaching into minds and warping them. Dena swore she held a gift that might snuff out the effect. She weighed her options, then dared to admit, "I might be able to pull this off." She paused, asked to double-check one thing, and shot her hand up, poised to act. Dena ripped aside the mask and saw the manipulation for what it was, while Scorpio's yearning to keep Lufus at his side burned hotter than ever. The young man scoffed that a perfect yandere couldn't exist. Then his blood ran cold when he realized the girl wielded the goddess's very same gift. Suspicion flared in him as he plunged deeper into the ability's secrets. Lufus declared Dena was bound to the goddess. Wherever she stepped, 12 stars trailed her, and she bent them to her will. She glided with celestial grace, and he burned with conviction that he could shatter the illusion. Dena snapped, fire lacing her voice. "If I do the same, will they brand me an enemy of the goddess?" Lufus admitted it was likely to happen, then swore he'd protect her. Terrified of rousing the deity's wrath, the girl froze. The lady vowed to shield her with every ounce of strength, asking only that she heal the scorpion. Dena snapped that she was a gambler too, eyes narrowing as she accused the young man of harboring ulterior motives. She conjured obedient avatars, perfect controlled copies of herself, so no one could ever pin down which face was the real goddess. If Dena is branded the goddess's enemy, it might flip the game in her favor, or it could erupt into something completely different and dangerous. She might be the goddess made flesh, and Lufus vowed he'd drag the truth into the light. Capricorn yanked the moon into his grip, and in that instant her end loomed as he prepared to tear her limbs off and wrench out her organs. Broken and breathless, she kept repeating her master's name as the star blazed with fury. Capricorn sneered. "Do you really naively think an imitation like you can destroy the real demon?" Luna blinked, confused. He leaned in and revealed that those likenesses were forged in their image, mere playthings for the gods' amusement. When they die, they don't shed their bodies to become mana. Stars cling to their physical shells even in death. It hit Luna like a prophecy, a fated mission meant to make them vanish. And she'd watched that cruel cycle play out countless times. The words hit her like a blow, plunging her into a daze she couldn't accept, and Capricorn swore every one of them was true. He drew a breath to finish telling her the truth when a brutal ambush tore into him. A shadowy stranger lunged to snatch the moon from the sky, and in that brutal grab he tore Capricorn's hand away. Terra barreled in, hell-bent on rescuing the girl. He lashed into her for her carelessness, then begged her forgiveness, relief roaring through him that he'd arrived just in time. Rage the likes of which he'd never known detonated inside Capricorn. He swore he'd give his mistress not only the moon, but Terra itself. Grief ripped through the young man as he screamed he'd been betrayed after his subordinates were harmed. He rattled off his jam-packed schedule and, with a quick, regretful apology, tore himself away. He burst from the room, the moon clutched in his hands, dodging a collision with Capricorn as he spotted the Lufas below. Those ink-black wings announced her. Terra knew the goddess had weakened the girl earlier, so every attempt to read her mind slammed into a dead wall. Half her strength ripped away, she still radiated menace. He was convinced only his father could bring that creature down. Tara's mind snapped into action. On the spot, she ripped up her strategy and forced the 7 sanctuaries and 12 stars to rise up against her. He burst out to Luna that not just the 7 shrines, but every demon bowed to someone's will. and his father was in league with this woman. Right now, he could name his trusted demons on one hand. Tara was one of them. He crashed to his knees, roaring that she mustn't die for nothing in those fights, every syllable ragged with how desperately he needed her. Those words landed like a bomb in their conversation, blowing her off balance as she clawed to steady herself. Tara swept past, and Lufus's jaw dropped. Questions about Tara's identity flooded his mind. The young man decided it must be a local hero. His aura and every fiber of his being roared a heroic destiny. Scorpio's wounds snapped shut and he felt alive again. The star was about to wake, and Lufa poured out fierce thanks for the help. Dena's voice cracked as she revealed the young man was the Demon Lord's son. Normal demons had blue skin, yet the prince's was light. He looked nothing like Ulm. In a dating sim, he'd be the guy everyone scrambled to win over. Dena kept catching Lufus acting nothing like a typical girl. Cornered, Lufus confessed he was actually a guy. Her eyes slammed open in shock, and the young man cut in, asking if he'd ever mentioned it before. He swore to her that since waking in this body, every urge had long vanished, and he felt nothing for girls. Lufus snapped her gaze to the mass-produced scales, eyes razor-sharp as she watched every twitch, hunting for the moment they'd strike. Scouring the readouts, the star snapped. "Are you Lufus Mafal?" The reply sliced through the silence. They'd been expecting her. A voice barked at them. "Escort her to Bluthgang's chambers." The Lord was already waiting there. Confusion slammed into Lufus and he blurted, "Do you mean the king of Blutgang?" The answer slammed down. "No." The person waiting hit her like déjà vu. She knew that face. Lufus had no idea who awaited her, until she learned it was the creator himself, the blacksmith King Mizzle. Shock ripped through her and her eyes flew wide. She'd been certain he was long dead. Tara burst back into the castle with Luna at her side, sprinting down the corridors and shouting "Venus!" as she desperately searched. She suddenly stood before him. He demanded where her father was and discovered he had already left the castle, escorted by a guard. After the clash with Lufa, Ulm stuck to the plan. Rage coiled in his fist as he thrust an accusing finger at Venus and blamed her for inciting it. The Lord swept Venus, head of the sanctuary, into the castle. She bore no demonic traits, yet the court welcomed her. She writhed under the iron grip of the ancient X-Gate spell, a forbidden power only those who wielded both divine and dark magic could call forth. Creatures born of darkness can't wield divine power. Only the Demon Lord commands it. He'd probably seen through her mask, knew who she really was and what she intended. And even if that played into Ulm's plans, the fallout would annihilate the demons. Tara's instincts screamed. He spun to face Venus and snapped, "I need to ask you a few questions." She fed Mars the secret of the once-hidden Aries, ignited his ravenous ambition, forged a fearsome name for herself and goaded him into a desperate, reckless strike. He barreled into Jupiter, unmasked Galahorn's discord and persuaded him to take Capricorn along, convinced Venus had masterminded it. Tara swore she'd bent Scorpio to her will while Luna barreled into Venus, and Venus snapped that she only wanted to help. The operation was meant to stay secret. The young man couldn't fathom why anyone would drag it into the spotlight. Tara's pulse spiked. She realized she'd shoved Lufus into a fight with his father at Levitain, and she demanded an answer right away. The prince froze, breath snagging as he waited for her answer. Venus flashed a grin and vowed she'd answer his last question. She staged the final battle at the king's command. Tara drove his sword to her throat and demanded, "What do you want?" Venus clamped her lips shut in the moon's presence, and the moon erupted in a storm of furious indignation, demanding to know why it was being left in the dark. Confusion ripped through Luna as she struggled to understand why she was being treated like this. Venus smirked and coldly announced the moon was nothing but a puppet. Those words slammed into Luna. She went rigid, while Venus drove the point home. The moon was a doll, utterly oblivious to its role and blind to the fact it's only a toy. Tara crashed between them, fury flaring, and thundered that he would not let anyone insult Luna. The young man unleashed his power, driving Venus out of the 7 holy places and snapping a razor-sharp warning at her to stop acting on a whim. Venner scoffed, sarcasm crackling in her voice. The denouement hit sooner than she'd expected, but the outcome had always been inevitable. She asked to say goodbye to them both, warned them their next meeting would be as enemies. Then Venus slipped behind the moon. Tara lunged, throwing herself around the girl in a fierce hug to shield her just as Venus vanished from sight. Dena revealed she'd been banished from the 7 shrines, and Lufus finally pieced together what she'd been doing all this time. Lufa demanded where the scales were headed, and Diana shot back that they were racing straight for the royal chamber to meet their master. Aries roared that every last demon in their domain had been wiped out, then froze as another Libra stepped into view. The truth tore free. They were golems. Their prototypes stood before them, and the girls in Bluthgang wrapped them in a warm welcome. An unnatural sound ripped through the air. Every head snapped around, eyes darting warily to pinpoint its source. The young man smirked. Libra moved exactly as he'd predicted. Now all he had to do was wait for Capricorn to walk in. She watched him sink into the past. After a moment his eyes cleared, and he started pulling himself back into the present. He dropped his head before Lufus and choked out an apology for the mission's failure, a cold knot of worry tightening in the young man's chest. Lufus blamed the Demon King's son for meddling and tamed Capricorn's fury, while the others gaped. How had he somehow missed his opponents? Lufa urged them to turn this failure into fuel and unleash it in the future. The mountain goat's fierce devotion shook her mistress to the core, and now everyone had crowded in around them. They barreled into Bluthgang's 14th district to find Janelle waiting. Lufus, knowing everyone was already aware, ripped his bandages off. She demanded to know why they'd summoned her, instincts screaming they were baiting her into a snare to drag her off into captivity. The Admiral swore they were bending over backwards to put her at ease. In this world, fear ruled most people's lives. Earlier scale models kept dropping the name of a certain gentleman. He was royal, so the girl leapt to the conclusion he was burning to meet her. Janelle snapped that this wasn't so, assured her the meeting would happen outside the royal chambers. Then he asked permission to escort her to him. Following him, Lufus froze as a hulking golem loomed in the room's center, a gasp tearing from her. The Admiral barked that the golem was the Bluthgang's heart and brain, harboring a complete copy of their monarch's memories and identity. Lufus gaped, stunned it was really him, when a voice sliced the air and asked if she was glad she'd come. They hadn't seen each other in ages. She stood at his side as a friend, and Libra stood as his crowning creation. Both of them gaped in surprise, and he cocked one eye and tossed them a friendly wink. He abandoned Blue King in the golem, and a shard of his soul stayed trapped there. His passion for golems burned without end. Ms. All praised her. She fell silent, jaw slack. She hadn't expected him to erupt into a towering golem. The king declared it necessary. His past streak of strange, erratic behavior made it unavoidable. 200 years ago, its prototype went berserk, and Mazal, who'd cloned himself long before the changes, witnessed the whole nightmare firsthand. Looking at his copy, the man's blood ran cold. Someone had tampered with his previous body. Watching the original's mind wither with each passing day tore me apart. It became an evil mockery of who they once were. The machine churned out a perfect twin of the original, even though that original had been warped beyond recognition. After that, he completely lost track of who Mazal was. Back then, both selves existed at once, and Lufus couldn't fathom the torment he endured. She burned to know the exact moment he began to change. The king suspected it had happened after he returned from the goddess, a girl in tow. Arioto, Magres, and Dubobe had changed too. Threatened by Mafa'al and terrified she'd capture him, Mazal forged a perfect copy, while he kept his mind razor clear. After she was thrown behind bars, his old body snapped back to normal, and to atone he swore he'd take the demon lord head on. Mazal watched his comrades' hands ripped away, and with them his last scrap of peace. Every night he surrendered to bitter memories and wept inconsolably. Realization hit him like a punch. He'd upset Lufus, so he stumbled out an apology. He'd only meant to share what he knew about the goddess, not to hurt her. She demanded they be heard, even if their information sounded irrelevant. Intel about the goddess hit them like a lifeline, the exact thing they'd been desperate for. Alovinus had masterminded the whole scheme. His motives were a locked, shadowy riddle Lufus couldn't crack. Mazal thundered that the goddess and the demons were kin, insisting the demons were nothing but magic given form. It hit him like a punch. His companions already knew, and to believe otherwise would be sheer naivety. Capricorn barked they had been slammed together in a frantic rush, sloppy and half-baked, and he couldn't fathom anyone missing those glaring flaws. Aries' breath caught, and he shot the question. "Is this the same magic we wield?" The man met him with a single, confirming nod. "Magic seizes mana and forges it into raw effects, conjuring real solid objects you can hold. Not true life. Demons felt no guilt as they snuffed out human lives. The goddess forged them as brutal offensive magic meant to counter humanity." A spark of connection crackled between Lufus and them. She never imagined demons could channel magic, but Terra shattered that belief. They're just magic, masquerading as living minds and fooling everyone into thinking they're clever. Yet they're hollow, soulless puppets. Mazal had no data left, and after weighing every option, he issued a single request. He asked Lufus if she could repair the broken golems and copies of the scales. She shot back that she could only mend the samples that had survived. The ruler demanded the remaining parts be salvaged and forged into something useful. He couldn't bear to abandon them. Lufus scavenged the irreparable copies and hammered their remains into new weapons to arm the original. She couldn't push Libra any higher, but she could probably forge a high-level weapon to supercharge her overall firepower. A bolt of inspiration fired through her. Luf knew exactly what to do. She extended an alliance to Mazaler. He couldn't act alone, but he held a trove of priceless knowledge. His eyes flashed with excitement as he declared it brilliant. He'd always been dazzled by her inventions, and he leaned in, hungry for every detail. They all crowded around as Lufa pushed the girl forward to start. She grabbed the chance and jumped in without a second thought. She snatched up a weapon and summoned Estrella. The spirit ripped into being, coalescing in an instant. The weapon snapped into place, its mind and body surging with raw energy, every ounce locked on its purpose. She unleashed the Blute Gang, firing a devastating charge straight at the mountain, and as it roared away for a great distance, Lufus could only watch. When the fiery smog finally lifted, everyone gasped. The mountain had been ground into ash. That blast could have wiped out all 7 saints in a single strike. Libra thanked them, her voice raw with fierce gratitude for the weapons they'd given her. Realization slammed into her. With this support, she could obliterate any opponent, and she turned to the lady with one burning question. Libra demanded the enemy's location, the exact spot where you could unleash the weapon's full, devastating fury. Lufus had personally handed her that weapon, so telling her she couldn't be trusted felt like tearing out her own heart. In the teeth of a howling wind, Demon Lord Olm towered. His loyal servants ringed at his side as his gaze pinned the goal he'd hunted until it finally loomed before him. Castor, eyes blazing after watching the king soar through the skies for days, demanded, "Why have you come?" Ulm snapped that he wanted the ship's treasure. Castor roared that he was the other half of the twin of the 12 heavenly stars. He swore he'd hand over everything they demanded, but the Demon Lord's cold laugh cut through that vow. He wasn't after riches, he wanted the key of heaven. Castor snarled that the heavenly gate belonged only to his mistress. Ulm wouldn't get so much as a foot inside. They poured every last shred of strength into clinging to the remnants Alcor left behind. Castor conceded Lufus's superiority, but he flat out refused to accept he was weaker than Ulm and vowed he'd never agree to that. The Demon Lord roared, itching to see the gall that dared call him weaker than any of the 12 heavenly stars. He scoffed at Castor. Did she seriously believe the level 800 stars could take him down? The youth towered over them all, wielding the most powerful army these lands had ever known. The young man roared for the Argonauts to display their strength. Their arch-enemy loomed right before them. Argonauts fuses the twins' efforts into a single, one-of-a-kind power. Pollux tears heroes' souls from the past and thrusts them back into the world as roaring spirits. Ulm's elite squad was obliterated in a heartbeat. Every summoned spirit boasted level 500, and a few surged to level 1000, the same raw power as the summoner himself. Judging solely by development, the Demon Lord rivaled the mistress in power, and the other minions bristled with formidable strength. Ulm's only choice was to spearhead a squad and charge headlong into the army massed for the Battle of Lufus Mafal. As he ensnared the Demon King, Castor's confidence roared. He would finish him utterly. The Star Cast seized the 50-name spell, the ultimate elemental assault, the most powerful attack forged from nature. Castor let out a ragged laugh, certain the battle was finished and the key of heaven lay safe in his hand. 200 years ago, Lufus bestowed this artifact. One wrong move and the entire world would be ripped apart. The star refused to let the demons snatch the key. A sudden sound erupted behind him, and he spun to see what was coming. He craned his neck and froze as a colossal ring hovered in the sky, and he couldn't figure out what it was for. Heeding Mazal's recommendations, the team overhauled Tanaka's armor and ripped out of Blute Gang the next morning. The sight made everyone recoil in disgust. A handful blew up in rage. He urged Scorpio to stay true to herself and offered to whisk her away on a trip. Now she shadows his every step with relentless intent. After being alone for so long, exhilaration surged through her, and Lufus swallowed his doubts and decided to ignore it. For now, if it would bring her joy. Her stats blasted back up to level 800 as Scorpion seized her by the hair and dragged her off. And she snarled, "Let me go!" Libra confessed she feared Lufus and resolved to lock her in cold, unyielding metal so she couldn't interfere. Their mistress stormed in and demanded they behave, warning that if they didn't, Tanaka would get hurt. She was fully aware they disliked each other. Capricorn and Aries instantly bonded. Cancer befriended everyone, while the rest of the team kept clashing and never found common ground. Scorpio's attention slipped and he blurted, "Who are those girls eating with us?" Dena flared, scandalized he'd only just noticed them. The Libra star thrust Virgo into the spotlight, a skywing, and announced she'd replace Parthenos and Diana, calling their roles insignificant. Scorpio slapped a nickname about Dena's background on her and beamed at finally meeting her. She snapped, fury burning, and demanded he never call her that again. The maiden slumped, eyes hollow with sorrow. Lufs caught it at once, stepped forward and asked, "Is everything all right?" She confessed, voice cracking, that doubt still gnaws at her. She can't shake the feeling she doesn't deserve to stand among those towering luminaries. She bit her lip, haunted by one question. Could someone like her ever be useful to a company this powerful? Virgo sits among the lowest-ranked stars, raised in the forest's isolation and with no experience to her name. Lufus gaped. She'd blasted her way to an absurdly high level in this world, and he was desperate for the maiden to notice. Tamaka skidded to a stop and demanded, "What's wrong?" He met her stare, voice tight, and confirmed that something had happened. A pack of beastmen emerged before them, shuffling forward in a slow, relentless march. They charged straight for Draupnir. The country Emperor Dubi, one of the 7 heroes, had conquered. Their leader rallied every breed of beastmen under one banner, forging a people alive with breathtaking diversity. Lufus stood stunned, breath stolen, as Dub effortlessly wrangled that motley, wildly diverse population into smooth order. Her gaze pierced the crowd and locked onto a cluster of outsiders, people who clearly weren't of the beast tribe. Scorpion roared the news. A hunting festival is coming where trainers capture and train wild animals, then unleash them back into the wild. Lufus's jaw dropped when she noticed, and Dena seethed. That was supposed to be her responsibility. Scorpion hatched a brutal plan. He'd unleash monsters at the hunting festival as the opening move to snare Draupnir. She felt no hesitation and dove headfirst into the hunting festival, treating it like the perfect chance to let loose and have a blast. Lufus beckoned the maiden to join, and her eyes flared with dazzling delight and electric anticipation. The lady clasped her shoulder and promised she'd be as strong as everyone else in no time. Virgo, brimming with iron resolve, trusted her words and vowed to throw her whole self into it. Now they had to sprint to the drop. Some guys, like him, raced to sign up and threw their names into the ring for the hunting festival set for the next day. The young man demanded Gantz and Cruz's whereabouts and was told they were wandering around somewhere. They'd come because of a conversation with Magrez. He leaned in and asked, "Do you want the whole truth?" They must tear back into the age of myths, when Earth was starved of mana, because the Skywalkers siphoned it away. The substance they gathered crystallized into a blazing golden apple, the forbidden fruit. And before long, some of the heavenly creatures succumbed and sank their teeth into it. Maybe some dared to snatch a forbidden bite, slipped past punishment, and watched their children burst into the world with white wings. They dared anger the goddess. She ripped their wings away and barred the rest from siphoning any mana. Suddenly, one of them snapped back into the ability to collect mana. Lufus Mafal with black wings. Galahorn's king stalked the skies, a brazen mana thief, and C's curiosity flared to see just how deftly he'd wield the golden apple. Pale flies are immune to apple-borne sickness, but when the gods meddle, they reel with the same sickening sensations. Magrez demanded, "What blasted through your head when you heard that?" And then laid it bare. "That's exactly why I couldn't tell a soul." The young man knew his friends would never accept the news. It would utterly blow their minds. They stormed in to sharpen their strength. The only ones who could help were Lufus Mafa'al and that mysterious apple. The king thundered that Say must expose the truth to his comrades. There was no turning back. They might shun him, convinced he'd gone mad. Magrez asked what had pushed him to choose this particular path. The young man announced his father was a police officer. In this world, that meant a knight, a relentless hunter of criminals who tore through mysteries and cracked every case. Say idolized his father, the hero of his childhood, until one shocking incident shattered that pride. Everything exploded the day his father slammed an innocent man into cuffs for a crime he didn't commit. The evidence and testimony were fabrications nobody caught, so his father stormed into action and launched his own investigation. The others, holding the opposite view, declared with iron confidence that he'd nabbed the exact culprit and acted like it was a done deal. Magrez leaned in, eyes blazing with curiosity, desperate to learn what fate had claimed the man unjustly arrested. Say claimed he'd ended his own life, accusing his father of shoving him onto that fatal brink. He abandoned his badge, eaten alive by guilt, and kept insisting, never, ever point a weapon at an innocent. He turned his back on public opinion and watched their hatred crash against him without flinching. A lightning bolt of recognition slammed into the king. This was the missing piece he'd hunted for years. And at last he understood why they'd chosen the young man. Say teetered on the brink of becoming the hero the world needed. Magrez's curiosity burned, hungry to see his next move. Still clueless about Lufus Mafa, the young man set his sights on arranging a face-to-face with her first. The king let out a low, amused chuckle when he learned he planned to face the dark-haired woman who embodied Midgard's terror. People swore you couldn't break through to her, so Say went to test that claim himself. Magrez revealed she's split in two. She shields friends with fierce loyalty, crushes enemies with ruthless precision, and never attacks without a good reason. The king urged him to head to the hunting festival in Dropnir, convinced the answers he needed would be waiting there. Sai roared that he'd meet Lufus. The holy swordsmen recoiled, scattering into hiding with panic in their eyes. All faded. They agreed to press on. The young man now had to prove their trust wasn't misplaced. This camp was probably the beating heart of the nearby drop state. Crowned with an emperor's title, it wielded the power of an empire. Curiosity flared in Say. Were all adventurers like this? Aware the situation was exceptional, he swallowed the urge to compare them to his companions. In one group, a flood of gorgeous girls grabbed every gaze and set the young men next to them burning with envy. He leaned in with a teasing grin and asked Say what kind of girl he liked, betting it was some white-winged girl. Shock slammed into him when that unusual girl stepped into the hunting festival, and excitement danced like wildfire in her eyes. His first thought, he'd leap to her rescue the moment she ran into trouble nearby. At dawn the next day, everyone jammed into the square, excitement crackling in the air as the hunting festival readied to kick off. The contestant at number 760 rocketed into a massive lead, leaving everyone wide-eyed at her bottomless reserve of power. The crowd buzzed for her name, then the truth hit. Participant 760, Diva. Say's breath hitched as he realized it thrummed with a power that dwarfed his own, maybe even overshadowing a swordsman's saints. The main commentator called for a word to spell out the hunting festival rules, even though they were shockingly simple. Competitors tore into the unleashed monsters, racking up points in proportion to each beast's strength. Their commentator stormed the mic. Friedrich, the legendary blade master, the nation's pride and the continent's undisputed strongest warrior. Lufus clutched the saber bequeathed from ages past, a blade that siphoned mana and forged it into blinding divine energy she slammed into her enemies. She pressed the blade into the maiden's hands. The maiden's voice trembled as she poured out heartfelt thanks. She braced herself to give everything she had, then a strange flicker yanked her gaze. She sized up the creatures in this hunting contest, scoffed at their weakness, and knew victory was already hers. She bared her soul without a single awkward beat, and her friends erupted into raucous cheers from the stands. The festival's star tore through monsters with surgical precision, stacking points for every kill and refusing to slow down. The others scrambled to match her blistering pace, and Say knew he had to push himself harder or be left in the dust. He clenched his fists and refused to yield to these strange individuals. Defeat would shatter him. A thunderous roar split the air and every head snapped around. In the mist above the ground, something hurtled toward them. A colossal dinosaur from the nearby forest barreled into the arena, crashing the festival even though it wasn't a participant. A towering monster thundered into view, and Say's jaw dropped. Dinosaurs actually roamed this world. Dazed, he froze as the giant thundered closer, and realization of the danger slammed into him a heartbeat too late. Seconds from swallowing the boy, the monster slammed forward. Then a maiden burst in with blade flashing, cutting off its path and shielding him. It tore through the air, unleashing a hail of punches while Say watched, eyes glued with fascination. If the monster didn't back down this instant, catastrophe would follow. So she hurled herself back into the fray. He clenched his jaw as her power surged over him, shrinking him to a speck of insignificance. He wasn't dead weight. He could still shield her rear. He unleashed the blade of light, a double damage strike aimed squarely at the monster's paws. It was the maiden's turn at last. Say snapped a sharp gesture, and the girl surged at the dinosaur to finish it off. She lunged, blade singing, aiming a single fatal strike at his forehead to end the battle in one blow and slammed it down. Diva practically spilled his thanks at Say's feet, and Say brushed it off. He was just glad to help, though a sharp regret gnawed at him because he couldn't do more. The host roared that the hunting festival would restart at once, and the young man seized the moment, striding forward to introduce himself. He flashed a grin and announced, "Minami Jujisei," clarifying that in his world the family name comes first, then the given name. His name struck her as strange. She flashed a mischievous smile and announced she was a maiden with no last name. The dinosaur snapped awake, reared up and ready to strike while the guys stood frozen, eyes wide and unable to believe what they were seeing. It flung open its cavernous maw to swallow them whole, then froze mid-gape and crumpled to the ground, utterly winded. The guys gaped, baffled, as the beast staggered to its feet for one last breath, then collapsed, dead again. Scales under Lufus's control struck. The maiden's skill was elite, but she had no real combat experience. She kept the scales at hand, sharp and ready to charge into the rescue at a moment's notice. But she wasn't the one who felled the beast. The arrow slammed into the dinosaur a heartbeat before the bullet. By the time the bullet hit, the beast was already finished. Only a handful of creatures could wield such power, and Libra was nearly certain Sagittarius was behind it. At maximum range, Sagittarius rains down pinpoint long-range shots, the only shooter who fires faster than Libra. He alone among the stars of paradise slipped past Dena's gaze, and nobody could say why he'd chosen this very moment to appear. The children piled around the table, roaring with joy at the Virgin's triumph at the festival and showering her with congratulations. Her victory in the hunting competition would ignite fierce confidence in her. Just as the young man had expected, Libra snapped to Lufas that someone was hovering by Tanaka, their vitals calm and clear, no hostile intent. When the lady and Diana stepped outside, they saw Zavarola clawing at words, choking them out in his incomprehensible tongue. She pressed him to speak in common Malagasy, and he swept the group with a hard stare, demanding if anyone's name was on a certain list. The roll of honor, packed with the names of those who'd earned glory at the hunting festival, crowned the maiden's name at the very top. Sent by the emperor, he stormed in, summoning every festival standout to speak with him and unite them. Lufus demanded the meeting's purpose. Zavarolos apologized, then snapped that he wasn't authorized to share it with an ordinary messenger. Zvarelis implored them to grasp his plight, and if they refused to let him leave, he thanked them for their time. Lufus's mind twisted with options, so he spun to the Virgin and sought her counsel on the proposal. She stepped forward and vowed to join, burning to contribute and pour every ounce of help she could muster. Lufus had planned to leave the drop the next day, but plans shattered the moment she realized Sagittarius might be nearby. Carcinus urged they split up to scour the place faster, while Capricorn snapped that a true vassal must report to his mistress. Lufus spun to Aries and announced she had a personal assignment for him that demanded his undivided attention. They'd dropped in for a quick breather, but the air crackled. Something massive was primed to explode at any moment. Diva stood here as the winner. He doubted any of the other contestants matched her skill. The stranger's voice thundered with gratitude as he thanked everyone who answered his summons and declared the emperor himself was satisfied with their success. A velvet paw slid from the darkness, and its owner declared to Kainako that he was the general of Dropnir. They'd gathered to help their homeland, and this year's hunting festival was a ruthless proving ground forged to unmask new warriors. The Dropnir kingdom slapped down an official request. The guys had to retrieve a specific artifact from one exact location. Curiosity crackled through the crowd as they shot sharp glances at one another, and the Virgin leaned in, demanding to know exactly which artifact they meant. They sent the fighters roaring up Mount Hintbjork to snatch the elixir hidden on its peak. Say pictured the game elixirs you stash for the final stage, the ones you crack open at that one do-or-die instant. The other warriors recoiled, disbelief burning in their eyes as they cried out, "Is this some kind of practical joke?" It was the legendary artifact the world declared lost 2 centuries ago when the Demon King unleashed his wrath. The elixir still burned bright, and their divine progenitor Dubi guarded it atop the Nitbjork mountain. The dragon protector of their land lay dying, and only the elixir could snatch him from the jaws of death. If their protector fell, demons would overrun the country. That artifact was the only thing standing between them and utter catastrophe. They felt the weight. The whole country's future hung on this mission, and the soldiers were promised 500,000 Eli if they pulled it off. The state swore them its highest honors, stamping their names in stone to roar through the nation's history. They vowed to hand over an elixir, and Sai burned to ask the question pulsing inside him. He leaned in and asked if the elixir could make the paralyzed legs move again. The reply sliced through the air. Yes, 1 single drop is enough. If Sai pulled it off, he'd slip a tiny dose to the Sage King, the man confined to a wheelchair. Healing his legs meant everything. With the Sage King, one of the 7 heroes, back on his feet, the threat evaporated. The guard who'd overheard every word tore off his mask and revealed himself. He had no idea they already had the elixir. A cold grin spread across the demon's face. If they seized the item, they could heal every one of the 7 heroes. He wouldn't let it happen. Fury coiling, he vowed to obliterate them all with the Arsara spell. After the strike, the demon froze in stunned disbelief. Nothing happened, and even his arm was mangled. Spotting one of them bristling with dangerous strength, he beat a hasty retreat. The enemy vanished in a heartbeat, and the raw power and insane level of that water magic slammed into us like a crushing tide. Mercury was unique. Its body flowed as pure water, so every slash and strike slid off, never leaving a scratch. Panic ignited. The soldiers bolted, refusing to carry out the perilous task. Say threw his full weight behind the idea and urged using his country's regular troops instead of mercenaries. If they'd had that chance, they'd have snatched it ages ago. The state isn't ready to act, so it shoved the job off onto adventurers. The mountain guarding the elixir sits on sacred ground, ringed by a crackling energy barrier that flings any magical creature away. The barrier isn't a wall, it's a mana filter that drains every demonic strike dry, so they can't just tear it down. Until recently, the elixir sat hidden and untouched. The moment the enemies caught wind of it, they'd rush in to snatch it. If the elixir is snatched, the dragon protector will perish and the country will crumble. Sei begged for a delay to rally his allies. They hadn't planned to join the Festival of Hunters, but when the gravity of the situation hit, they plunged in headfirst. Friedrich the Holy Swordsman brandished his blade. Gantz the mercenary cracked a cold grin, and the sharpshooter known as Hawk's Eyes steadied his aim. Kainiko recognized fraud in a heartbeat, and pure joy exploded across his face. They'd been apart for so long. Word of his valiant deeds tore through his homeland, and his people called him home to greet his family in person. The beast cat loomed like a nightmare, the warlord's older brother standing before him again after years apart. Fried poured out every detail to Kainako, painted Sei as a true hero, and set Kainako's heart blazing with the conviction that marching at Sei's side would be the highest honor. He asked to scale Neat Bjork Mountain and swore he'd tail him all the way to the summit. Lufus shot a skeptical look and asked if Libra was sure Sagittarius had been here. Libra shot back a confident yes, gesturing at the dozens of footprints fanning out around her. He baited the trail, leaving traces for its analyzers to detect. He probably wanted to talk to her. A voice tore out of the thicket, confirming Libra had indeed come to him. They spun around and froze. The hunting festival's host stood before them, and they demanded, "What are you doing here?" Sagittarius suddenly materialized before his opponent, a move so out of character it shattered every expectation. He chuckled, his magical disguise pointless against her, and began peeling back the illusion as his true form started to emerge. He admitted his hands were tied, no authority to meet Lufasama face-to-face right now, so he called her to talk. Libra convinced himself his actions had wounded their mistress, even though he'd begged her to hear him out until the very end. Sagittarius boomed that he's teaming up with Leo, one of the 12 heavenly stars, and Libra sneered, dismissing his worries as childish. Leo wore loyalty like a mask, obeying Lufus's every command while secretly scheming to wrench the throne from beneath her. Sagittarius tore into his story, painting the centaurs, half horse, half human, beings whose very form had marked them as monsters. That stigma poisoned their reputation, and his kin were hounded with hostility despite coexisting peacefully with humans. Branded monsters and shoved into the shadows, creatures like him surged to Leo's banner as he charged toward world domination. Libra was certain a world driven by raw instinct, now a wasteland of monsters, stood miles away from the future Lufasama was trying to build. She thundered a final warning. If Sagittarius didn't sprint back to his mistress this instant, every merit he'd ever earned would be wiped from memory. Sagittarius swallowed his pride and apologized, admitting his decision sprang from a burning need to secure a better future for the children. That choice will thrust him into opposition with Lufus. In combat, he used the Kausei bow like a blunt fist, landing crushing punches. Out of character, Cancer lunged, snatched Libre, shoved him forward as a living shield, and dove behind him. The mistress locked onto his hostile intent, branded Sagittarius an enemy, and struck instantly to wipe him out. She lunged at Sagittarius like a striking viper. He slipped aside and loosed a storm of arrows, and she slammed Carcinus up to brace against the hail. Libra toyed with Cancer like a cruel puppeteer, ignoring his desperate pleas as he wrenched him back and forth. He needed a break. She sneered he was only useful as a shield and thrust the chance to prove it at him. Sagittarius gripped Alna and unleashed arrows that cleaved the air and struck their mark without fail. Even Libra couldn't dodge the shot, so she planted her feet and repelled it. One unleashed El Nasal, and the other struck with Zubin El Janubi. Their eyes went wide. Sagittarius blinked out of existence right before them, leaving them utterly bewildered. The search turned up nothing, so Libra replayed the fight, and watched the enemy seize the shooter the instant his arrow left the bow. The tactic blindsided her. She'd never seen it, and she couldn't conjure a counter. The barrier's stubborn memory forged the crystals, and when the group finally laid eyes on them, cheers erupted. A hard-won triumph. It smacked him like an RPG dungeon. The next person in the group, baffled, cut through the silence and asked directly what they didn't get. He blurted, "Is the man in front of me a gorilla?" as they lunged to clamp hands over his mouth. Someone swore the girl was human, gorilla-like on the outside, while she hammered the insolent man with a single brutal fist. A few swore the demon Mercury had planted a deadly snare. He'd never just leave the elixir behind. Chaos erupted. The youth herded everyone around him, shouting them into a tight circle as water suddenly sprang up. He shielded his companions, declaring the water had sprung from pure magic. Then someone cast a spell on them. Kaneko-san was right. The demon shattered the barrier, and water instantly began seeping through, creeping straight toward the youths. Virgo unleashed Vendemiatrix in an instant, and every trace of the water element screamed into vapor. Her grandmother's protective magic surged to life and held. She'd pulled off mana removal, a technique only the goddess and the Lufus could wield. The Virgin swore she was just an ordinary skywing living in the forest, but the witnesses gaped, their minds refusing to accept what their eyes were showing them. Skywing ripped mana from the world, a feat no king could ever pull off. They drove calm into the cruise, crushing panic so everyone could focus on the single decision: press on or retreat. Half the group roared to press onward while the rest begged to fall back. Every step would feed the magic's grip and kill them. If they turned back, the demon would snatch the elixir. They stood at a gut-wrenching crossroads. His friend spun to face him, voice urgent, asking what he thought and reminding him they'd embarked on this journey for his sake. Sei finally corralled his racing thoughts, sized up every angle, and chose to surge onward toward the goal. He was sure the demon struck from afar to force them back. Passing through the barrier had clearly taken a toll on him. Krusan holding the attack at bay even for a moment proves it. Outside the barrier, his shield would have crumbled in a heartbeat. It hit him. The demon was at a disadvantage, probably just channeling the water as it thundered down from above. Sei's blood ran cold as the truth slammed down. They'd been baiting him into a trap, and only the demon was paying the price. He sang the Virgin's praises, calling her wonderful, but she winced. She knew she wasn't nearly as strong as he claimed. He leaned in and urged her to trust herself. She was incredible. Aries recognized a hero at once. The man's strength thundered, yet he was weak. And that weakness counted for nothing compared to Lufa's. Her mistress ordered her to back the maiden. When he stepped in, he outshone all 12 heavenly stars. Like Aries, the girl stood flanked by towering allies, and doubt gnawed at them. None had ever felt anything like it. He could have obliterated the water shrine in a heartbeat, but it wouldn't have done the maiden any good. Convinced she'd handle it solo, he fell back to the sidelines to watch. Before long, they spotted the peak. This was the spot to trap the demon and snatch the elixir. Only Aries knew the Blackwing tomb hoarded a massive stash of it. They burst into a cavernous, exitless room, and it seemed the guys had cornered the enemy. Cornered, they demanded the elixir and pinned him down, refusing to let him go. They call him Demon Mercury. His face a cold, unreadable mask, almost indifferent, while one of the heroes lashes out, demanding the elixir back this instant. The demon snarls that the girl stole his magic. She reels, wide-eyed and baffled. The demon vows it will not let anyone capable of that live, a cold promise that screams deadly intent. A hero lunges forward, eyes burning with a vow to eliminate the enemy, magical swirls whipping around him, and the enemy simply stands there, eerily unfazed. The remaining fighters hurl themselves into the fray, hearts hammering, fully aware of the enemy's strength. He flicks the attack aside like a bothersome fly and sneers, "Useless." The heroes launched a furious assault to stall the enemy and buy precious seconds, but the foe scoffed, brushing every strike aside and declaring them meaningless. In the heart of battle, a winged girl flung her wings wide and unleashed a burst of light that instantly sewed her allies' wounds shut. A hero unleashes a demon-only skill to sap the foe's strength. The blast explodes with brutal force, but the opponent stays eerily composed, untouched by the attack. He recognizes the attack as worthy, shows no fear or pain, and the hero refuses to yield. He steels himself and surges back into the fray. Wings whipping, the girl explodes forward and drives her blade cleanly into the enemy. Shock ripples through them, the attack actually hit, and relief surges through the team as the hero crumples, badly wounded. Their calculation was spot on. The enemy inside Barber leached away his strength, turning him into a husk of his former self. The heroes move as one. The front ranks lock shields and hold the line, the back ranks shore them up. The girl heals on the fly while cutting down foes, and the main character rips through enemies with brutal skill combos. The enemy's smug confidence shatters as shock hits. The hero's combat prowess is leagues beyond what they'd first suspected. This slams him awake to the threat and pushes him to plot the hero's immediate takedown. Dread claws at him as realization dawns. He underestimated his opponents and just made a fatal strategic blunder. Regret clawed at him. He'd stumbled into the barrier with no plan and was blindsided by those who could drain mana. The winged girl who keeps patching up her allies gnaws at his patience, yet he snarls, refuses to back down, and desperately insists he has no right to lose. One heroine clings to those crucial words. Branded mere puppets, they burn with feeling and goals, and the message rings clear. There's something they must protect. Mercury leans in, voice sharp, and spits out a chilling theory. Demons are creatures birthed from raw mana. aimless and without purpose. He burned with one question. Why had they been twisted into mindless puppets, doomed to fight humanity? If the demons triumphed, they'd still wink out, melting away into pure humming mana. The revelation slams into him. Extinction. The inevitable fate of his race. Without warning, one of the heroines snaps into human form, sending everyone into stunned silence. She roars that the mission demanded a disguise, brandishing that need as her defense. She sculpts herself to resemble Terasama, and despite her icy indifference to others, Mercury confesses her human form genuinely moves him. They exchange charged whispers. Terasama is summoning a council, and one of them vows they'll join later. The girl in human form pins her longing gaze on the horizon, whispers Tara, and steels herself to wait. Cut to another scene. A demon stepped forward and pleaded for permission to unleash that artifact once more to achieve their goal. He drops to his knees, confesses every mistake, and pleads for mercy even as his failures loom. He insisted, one was all it would take. Mercury begs you to wrench one girl from the jaws of demonhood, insisting you're the only one who holds the key. He slams Drapnir's blood down as his offer. Though the demons are sealed and doomed, he's ready to sacrifice everything. Determination burned in Mercury. He vowed to win at any cost, even if it meant striking a deal with the devil himself. In the next heartbeat, he knows this still won't be enough. He'd tear his own soul free and offer it to the goddess herself if that's what it takes. Mercury drifts through an almost illusory void as a mysterious voice purrs, calling him her little weak doll, and whispering, "Do you want to become stronger?" Recognition explodes through him. The figure before him is their creator, and the creature grins, admitting the demons are his twisted creations. Mercury owns that he's been a pawn in someone else's show and with cold resolve lets them string him up as a living puppet to seize his goal. He begs for strength, not glory. Obsessed with never losing again, he's ready to hand over his freedom. A thunderous shaft of light tears down from the heavens. The heroes stagger in stunned silence. The demon Mercury drinks the radiance and erupts with divine power. Someone leans close and whispers, "I know the consequences." Mercury feels the finality hit him. His choices have burned every bridge. There's no turning back. When primary mana swells beyond its bounds, it unravels and washes away its identity, collapsing into nothing but raw, pure water magic. He rips off his old self, the Mercury demon, and feels himself dissolve, slipping away bit by bit. With his last flicker of awareness, he clutched at Taraluna's name and begged her to watch over everyone he loved. A thunderous jet of water hammers the building and everything around it, catching everyone there utterly off guard. She suddenly materialized. Several heroes' eyes snapped to her, recognizing the very girl who had intervened in Suvel. She snaps into motion and sprints back to Lurasama, but they swarm to stop her. Tension explodes into a fierce argument. Some demand an immediate withdrawal. Others beg not to abandon those still in danger. It hits the heroes like a hammer. As the water keeps climbing, no one can get out. Wings trembling, the girl implores for help. An ally steps forward, answering her plea as Lufasama's errand flashes through their mind. She throws herself into the breach, pinning the enemy back to buy the others a chance to escape. The team bolts, but she stands her ground, ready for battle. The lone heroine spins as a new enemy storms into view, and in an instant she knows exactly what's happened. Despite his crushing strength, she spots his power is fueled by mana, refuses to retreat, and plunges into a fight to the bitter end. Her eyes blaze with iron resolve as she squares her shoulders and launches into this with everything she's got. A bone-deep roar explodes from the mountain. The group freezes, hearts hammering and eyes locked on the peak, utterly baffled by what's unfolding. The other heroes burst into victorious shouts as they seize the elixir. They'd actually pulled it off. Elixir in hand, the heroes erupt into wild cheers, convinced it's finally over. One of them rushes to the Virgin, pouring out thanks and heaping praise on her courage and sacrifice. One hero explodes, "I have an elixir!" and pleads with the others to hurry and heal the dragon defender. Meanwhile, another character bolts back up the mountain, danger be damned. They lunge to stop him, grabbing his arm and shouting that the line between bravery and outright foolishness is razor thin. A savage jet of water erupts from the mountain's summit, slamming into the valley and throwing the onlookers below into stunned alarm as tension snaps taut. A colossal creature called the Ram of the 12 heavenly stars suddenly storms into view, ripping the barriers apart. Panic claws at everyone, but one person steels themselves to sprint to Davison's aid on the mountain. He's already stopped. They all realized at once, facing this opponent, regular tactics would fold like paper. He confronts his own weakness and helplessness. Powerless. He couldn't save even one girl and has no idea how to cope. Those words ignite a storm inside him. He seethes at his own weakness and stupidity, crushed beneath a tide of helplessness. Elsewhere, the others sense a new threat closing in as wave after wave of creepy creatures slither into the light. One by one, fearsome figures erupt from the looming darkness, each personifying an age-old archetype. Libra, Scorpio, Goat, Crab. A trembling voice claws for meaning while another screams the horror whose name everyone knows. They've come with a sinister purpose. A blinding light rips the sky open. Everyone freezes in horror. Someone whispers, "The end of the world," and silence swallows everything. Night itself flees when Lufus Mafala's name is spoken. His level smashes past 1,000, and his mere presence tastes like the end. They all hit the ground, forehead to dirt, before the majestic figure. The sky bowed in surrender and the earth held its breath. The team splintered to chase answers, and the instant she appeared, every loose piece slammed into place. The beginning of the end hit like a thunderclap. A sudden transformation in a few ignited a chain reaction among the others, and the enemy's forms warped into grotesque new shapes, plunging the scene into chaotic bedlam. Panic ripped through the city as the mountain clash exploded. The water monster surged forward, and even mighty Aries was barely holding the line. The world teeters on the brink, and too many freeze instead of charging into the fight. They never swing a fist, yet their mere presence makes the air crackle with menace. Silent titans loom like a calamity's shadow, crushing the air, and the world flips into a tactical warboard with our heroes ringed by an army. They didn't come to win. They stormed in to prove who's truly the strongest here. He lunges forward without a second thought. Everyone freezes in confusion as the voltage surges to its peak. He pulls off the impossible, strides into the lion's den, stands before the deadliest figure and, his voice low but burning with resolve, asks for a single minute to speak. Both teams slammed into the mountain's base, pulled by different fires. One chasing exploration, the other hunting rare ingredients, both clutching secret personal goals. My heart hammers faster and faster. The hero squares off against a creature whose strength shatters every limit. "Dare to challenge and you're courting madness!" The young man pivots with iron resolve toward the winged woman of Lufasa Mafa'al, and, voice tight with urgency, asks for a few moments for an important conversation. He hears the Sage King's voice thunder in his head. "Lufasa is not an enemy!" He admits he doesn't deserve the title, yet a blazing conviction sears him that only he can do what must be done. He's desperate to understand Lufus. One raw, sincere conversation is the only thing that can change what's coming. Excitement crackling through him, he bounds up to Lufasa. Lufasa studies him intently, and when he realizes he's come alone, surprise lights up his face. She grins like lightning, declaring she feels incredible and daring him to throw any question her way. Her expression snaps into focus, curiosity flaring like a live wire in her eyes. He steels himself, meets her gaze, and shoots the question straight. "What are you going to do with this country?" The young man's voice cracks. "Nothing?" And Lufus stays ice calm, flatly confirming she has no hidden plans. They admitted they'd come solely so her subordinate could test her strength in a real battle. The bombshell detonated the hero's certainty. A thunderclap of recognition slams into the hero. Lufasa's subordinate is Virgo, the very colleague they once fought beside. It hit him. No wonder she was unstoppable. He'd seen her tear through them earlier, and now she was facing one of the 7 sons all alone. Regret gnaws at him for leaving her, and he knows the only option now is to track down someone who can rescue her. The hero plants his feet and issues a resolute plea for Lufus to help them in battle, locking eyes with her as unease and hope war in his gaze. Lufasa rockets to the rescue, his instant aid leaving the hero utterly stunned. She snaps that she'd have come anyway. The maiden fighting is her subordinate. The hero reels. Her eagerness to help blows the wild legends about Lufus to pieces, and she's shockingly easy to talk to. Slowly, the hero's certainty shatters. Lufus's fierce mask softens, her stare losing its bite until she feels almost like a friend. Her power erupts without warning, shattering that feeling into dust. He watches her obliterate the threat with effortless precision, and the cold truth slams into him. She's terrifyingly strong. The hero's request hits Lufus like a welcome bolt of sunlight, warming her chest and lifting her spirits. She sees he's not just a young man but a rising hero. Ignore him and he could erupt into a terrifying threat. Lufasa resolves to forge an alliance with the hero. It's the safest move in a goldmine, and keeping them friendly is crucial to his strategy. In the image, they explode into greetings and start catching up. Gans and Lufasa clearly haven't seen each other in ages. He locks onto Lufasa, she's never looked better, and blurts out a premonition that she'll appear any moment. Talk erupts about controlling Jin's memories. He's been written off, and Lufasa confirms it. A flash of recognition cracks the silence as someone calls out Merchant Swaf, Dena, and Vess of the Stars of Paradise, stunned they'd ever thought they were the crypt's only visitors. Lufasa narrows his eyes and dissects the scene. Even if the alliance is sealed, the heroes will still claw their way into action. Her breath catches as the enemy unleashes Vindemiatrix. A skill that was useless in the game now detonates into a brutally unstoppable strike. The water pretends to randomly gulp mana, but it's actually hunting it down to annihilate it. Mana rockets in faster than Virgo can obliterate it, and Lufus's chest tightens. He knows Virgo can't shoulder this onslaught alone. Lufasa bellows, rallying everyone to follow him. It's time to jump into the fray as they rocket to Diva's aid, determined to flip the battle's fate. Relief crashing through him, Lufasa lunges forward, screaming her name and pleading, "Will everything be all right now?" Virgo chokes out an apology, admitting she can't hold the enemy because the mana is surging back. Lufasa says it's all right. Lufasa bellows a fierce thank you for protecting the Virgin. She spots the water column sprang up by accident, and her eyes flash. It's a jackpot waiting to be exploited. Aries has no answer to dispel water. Their skills can't touch it. If Capricorn were the enemy, we'd have far more ways to deal with it. Now the fighters have to make do with what's left. Lufasa storms forward, jaw set, ready to seize the moment. She stills the water column, acting only as backup so every ounce of glory crowns the Virgin. Lufasa slams Psycho-Compression Esther into the flow, halting the water column. She braces for the next move as the water stubbornly keeps shifting. She channels magic and ratchets her spell tighter, a sly smile curling as she faces the towering water column and taunts, "I'll condense you even more." As the last syllable fell, Lufasa thrust her hand up. The towering water column pinched into a tight, roaring whirlpool and shot into the sky, leaving the witnesses gaping in shock. Lufasa clamps down on the towering water column and crushes it into a legendary magic crystal, a diamond forged from pure mana. Witnesses froze, jaws dropping at his shocking appearance. Lufasa snaps a command at Virgo. It's time to extinguish the last threat. Virgo snaps to attention, seizing Lufasa's order without a second thought. Determination blazes in her eyes as she barks, "Got it," and launches into action. Virgo roared, "Vindamiatrisk," activating the legendary magic crystal, whose unleashed power leaves observers wide-eyed with admiration and amazement. Lufasa lavishes praise on Virgo for her brilliant work. Recognition floods her, and she lights up with a radiant, sincere smile. After the moon fell in Bolthang and the Protector's sickness closed in, Mercury bolted from the city. A fierce, private longing for the moon fuels him, while in distant lands someone's artificial life flickers out. The father remembers his son, faith blazing and sincerity unshaken, charging to save the world, driving the Venusians out and shattering the curse that bound the demons. He believed he was fighting for the greater good. His father snarled that he was nothing but a pawn, a trapped victim whose doom was sealed from the start. The old man broods over puppets and fate, haunted by the steel in his son's eyes when he vowed to tear the moon from the sky. Doubt rips through her. Was her son ever acting on his own, or just a puppet? The boy confirms it with a cold nod. Even if a doll thinks and can love, it's still just a doll. Owners toy with its heart to satisfy their whims, then toss it aside. Cornered, they cloak themselves in ordinary lives and melt into the crowd. One slip and death will find them. He can't forget puppets once cherished, stripped of worth and callously tossed aside. Every calculated move Mercury made never once dared to defy the goddess. He remembers, if one of them was caught, it was disposed of without mercy. Even when she destroyed other dolls, she was only carrying out someone else's will. Cold dread slammed into him. What if the same fate awaited him, that he too would never be thrown out? Doubt claws at Mercury. He fears they've already thrown him away like the other puppets. Doubt, loneliness, and fear clawed at his thoughts when a frantic girl burst in, calling his name, worry blazing in her eyes over his condition. She launches herself at the young man and clamps him in a fierce, breathless hug, burying her face against his chest to spill everything she can't say. They smashed Mercury of the Seven Suns, seized the elixir, and stormed back to the kingdom to be showered with lavish riches and the highest honors. She waved the reward aside, declared she didn't need it, and thrust it toward a fellow contestant to share. They'd barely lifted a finger, yet the Emperor himself summoned them, and nearly married off one of their allies. They huddled, breathless, only one desperate move left: sprint behind the forest and use the elixir to heal the guardian dragon. The group threads a path through a dense forest, bright sunbeams piercing the foliage, while a winged girl beams, wings fluttering as she eagerly scans the surroundings. One companion's eyes go wide and they blurt, "You actually love the forest that much?" She beams and beckons forward with a bright, happy smile. She declares the forest is all she's ever known, as far back as her memory goes, and tells us to call her simply Virgo. She grins and says the woods steady her heart, even though she knows the Celestials crave the mountains. The companions tense. Celestials bolt from forests, The mana there is crushing, so spotting one here is shockingly rare. One of them bursts out that the peculiarity stems from its parents. Sometimes celestials are born loaded with a massive surplus of matter. Lufus Mafaril stormed into Helheim at the peak of its mana, yet her wings stayed pure white. She didn't so much as blink, all because of her parents. Her parents bore white wings too, proof that mana's glow doesn't always match the face you see. Virgo seems to share that power. She siphons mana to keep her wings blinding white, not stained like the black-winged ones. One character is consumed by a burning question. Who were the Virgin's parents? Could they be the legendary heroes of ages past? He guessed they were brimming with mana, and their power surged straight into her. The satellite snaps its indicator forward, a red needle stabbing the HUD. The guardian dragon looms dead ahead. A blinding flare cracked in the distance, ripping the entire group's focus away from their meeting preparations. Before the heroes slumps a colossal dragon guardian, its body carved by deep wounds and the ground beneath soaked in blood. One companion gapes in disbelief that he's so seriously injured, while the other scrambles to piece together how it could have happened. A squad member reels, horror slamming into him as he recognizes the dragon protector and realizes the man's condition is catastrophic. They scour the wreckage, hunting clues to pinpoint what struck and who could have carved these savage wounds. Rage ripped from one hero's throat as he demanded to know who had carved those wounds into the dragon protector. A voice ripped out of the darkness, cheering the unexpected visitors who'd wandered into this remote corner of the forest. The hero's gaze snaps to several shadowy silhouettes, and the shaken young man chokes out, "Who are they? People or monsters?" The shadowed stranger sneers, hissing that they're monsters, and that any attempt to heal the dragon protector is doomed. A wave of creatures materializes before the heroes, and among them a long-haired woman in a mask steps forward and declares they're officially labeled the monsters of this world. The creature admits the world brands them monsters, snapping that only humans ever spit that name. It snapped. "What exactly sets you apart from humans? Explain the difference!" The creature bellows it can speak, truly understand us, and will even try to strike a bargain. The hero admits these monsters are nothing like the ones they've faced before, and the satellite erupts in fury, ordering the negotiations halted. A sick shock hit the hero as he stared at the monsters. One of them spat that humans had ignored their pleas for centuries. She cuts the interlocutor off with a fierce, "Enough!" and snaps that this very thing is what set the struggle in motion. His inner voice tore through his thoughts. Stop clinging to illusions about people. Only Mr. Leon can save them. His thoughts slammed into him. No one would help the monsters, and any hope of making peace with people was dead. One hero's eyes snap open. Recognition hits and he barks, "That's Leo, one of Ross's legendary 12 stars. Legends whisper it was one of the 4 mightiest beings who guarded the world's balance until Lufus Mafaril rose. Lion towers over the High 12 as its mightiest member. The Lion King who commands every monster. He could annihilate humanity and the demons and crown the monsters with a golden age, but they only want a revolution." The battle explodes to life as one hero rockets forward, slamming into the enemy with determination blazing in his eyes. She throws her head back and laughs, crowing that everything played out exactly as Mr. Leon predicted, then sneers at their weak, pathetic actions. He gaped and snapped, "Did you just call it weak?" Before them, the strongest holy sword of humanity gleamed. Enemies erupt onto the battlefield. Insectoid screeches in. A hulking level 160. Sergeant stomps forward, and a slick level 145 newt slides into place. A level 150 Lamia serpent and a level 140 Dryad wood nymph erupted into the fray, hammering the level 120 Saint sword with savage, relentless fury. Fallen warriors lie strewn across the battlefield as monsters loom at their sides, primed to plunge back into the fray. The wood nymph reads each blow, smirks, and realizes her attacks land with sharp precision. Limia's gaze snaps to the girl. Her level towers over theirs, but every motion betrays a total lack of combat experience. Wings unfurl. The girl rockets forward, her sword slashing like lightning at the opponent as she fights to grab the upper hand. A brutal strike sends the Virgin crashing to the ground as her companion screams her name in horror and lunges to help. Silence snaps as the opponent, chillingly calm, declares, "I should die here," and prepares to unleash Aqua Blast. Water explodes from her palms. A roaring torrent slams toward the heroes before they can even move. He reflexively slams his eyes shut and clamps his arms over his head, realizing the blow is inevitable, and his defense might be useless. A curved blade materializes on the battlefield, snuffing out the attack and leaving everyone there gaping in shock. The hero and the maiden slammed into the ground, jaws clenched as a deadly blow screamed past inches above them. The Lamia jolted at the sudden intervention, disbelief ripping through her. She couldn't fathom who'd appeared now. A silhouette slips from the forest shadows and, coolly composed, replies, "I'm not special. I just happen to be nearby." He claims to be just an ordinary passerby, but admits he can't turn away from the chaos unfolding around him. He confesses he doesn't fully grasp the situation, yet pleads for the chance to step in and help with his own hands. An unknown man in a long raincoat and cocked hat strides forward, weapon raised, planting himself between the heroes and their opponents, his eyes locked with steely focus. The Lamia locks onto him, dissecting every twitch to pry out his intentions and gauge how dangerous he might be. The man with the eye patch locked his gaze on the enemies, confidence roaring through him as he trusted his own strength. She saw raw strength blazing in him, yet feared he couldn't take them all down alone. The allies vowed to strike as one, convinced he'd crumble beneath their crushing numbers. They surged forward to strike, but he met their charge with icy calm, muscles coiling to hurl them back. The man in the hat hoists his weapon and unleashes a roaring beam of energy, wood and light magic fused, blasting his opponents in a blinding flash. The eye-patched man vowed he wouldn't take their lives, but his words crackled with the promise of brutal consequences. It hit him. If they pressed on, they'd have to confront the full force of his power. A crackling magical glow erupted around him as he fixed them with a grin and asked, "You still want to fight?" The opponents declared their objective fulfilled, then peeled away and left the battlefield. The three foes peeled away, conjuring a roaring tide of magic that swept them off the battlefield. Two observers gaped as they filed out with unnerving clockwork precision. A blazing high-tier healing spell engulfed the wounded man, stitching flesh and bone back together, but the damage ran too deep. He couldn't fully recover. Seeing the divine art fail to heal him, the allies were hit by panic and plunged into a frantic hunt for any way to save him. One participant shouted to use a rare elixir, desperate that its power would restore the defender. They agreed that only by unleashing the guardian dragon's full magical weight and raw power could its life be snatched back from the brink. Memory snapped into place. He'd taken the quest for one thing, a priceless elixir that could save the defender and mend the wise king's legs. My mentor's words, "Never hesitate to help anyone in need," slammed back into me. He ripped open the elixir jar, steadied his grip, and poised it to pour life back into the wounded man. Shock slammed into the hero. He'd applied the elixir, but the dragon protector's wounds still refused to heal. The hooded man declared the elixir only worked on the living and demanded everyone's full attention for his vital warning. He blurted that he meant a dragon protector, and the crowd recoiled, eyes wide and suspicion crackling through the air. The hero and his companion reeled, shock slamming into them as their minds refused to accept how this could be, disbelief roaring in their chests. The cat-like ally froze, jaw dropped, and spat, "No," again, scrambling to stitch sense from the impossible. One of the participants spun to Deba, reminding her she was a friend of the great Lufus, and implored her for help. Tears streaming, she choked out that she was at the lowest level, declared herself weak, and apologized, crushed by guilt over her helplessness. Elsewhere, screams of rage split the air as curses flew at the monsters responsible for the devastation. The allies stood like statues, the full weight of what had happened crashing down on them, each retreating into their own private storm. He leaned in and fired. "Do you know Mrs. Lufus?" Her eyes flew open, shock stamped across her face. The girl owned up to knowing her, and the man murmured that he understood the situation. He strode up to the dragon protector's fallen body, a small vessel of unknown contents clenched in his hand. She leaned in, curiosity flashing in her eyes, and snapped, "Exactly what are you going to use?" He christened the vessel Amrita, claiming it could resurrect the dead and warning it was fiendishly difficult to forge. He stepped forward and accepted it as a small gift, apologizing for his manners with a sheepish grin. He grinned and announced he'd apparently found a new adorable sidekick, and those he'd rescued erupted into grateful cheers. He thundered, "I am Castor, Gemini, one of the 12 heavenly stars." The girl exploded with glee, shouting, "I knew this!" A thunderous roar ripped the air as the monster's massive paw crashed into the frame. A dragon reared in the clearing, lifting its head to the sky as its image reflected in the air in brilliant light. She strode back from the guardian dragon with an old acquaintance at her side, and everyone she met gaped in stunned disbelief. Castor swaggered in a stylish pirate outfit, exuding a strange magnetic aura, and looking every inch an irresistibly charming, handsome man. They held their breath. Would his arrival finally give the team the long-awaited, rock-solid ally they'd been missing? He'd always shown up with his sister. Now he's striking out on his own. Castor, the Ray race's greatest Gemini star, armed with monstrous stats, a fierce wood element, and one-of-a-kind gear, joins the group. She realized Castor wasn't a backline scholar, but an assault mage, forged to spearhead the charge. Exhaustion carved deep lines into Castor's face. Yet he forced a fragile smile, reassured her he was fine, then bowed his head and apologized to Lufus. He blurted that the Demon Lord had snatched the key to heaven just days ago. Lufasa barked for Alina to tend his wounds, and she bit back her questions, vowing she'd ask about it later. They begged the girl for a moment to speak, every plea laced with respect as they called her Mrs. Lufasa. Patience finally snapped under relentless discrimination, and the people erupted into a massive roaring uprising. 4 vengeful demi-humans swarmed the dragon's guardian, every strike fueled by smoldering resentment and a fury born from long, bitter injustices. Word hit them. Leon was fighting alongside them, and it erupted the instant Sagittarius turned traitor. They warned Leon could be dragged into war with both humans and demons, and that only the innocent, dim-witted humans would blindly fall in line behind him. One of them snapped that the Sagittarius he knew had always been peaceful and reasonable, so this behavior hit him as utterly out of character. Whispers said circumstances had shoved him onto Leon's side, forcing him to stand with Leon even as his convictions screamed no. We realized hidden motives were driving everything. Someone was pulling strings from the shadows, manipulating the whole situation. A chill ran through her as Sagittarius's cryptic message replayed. He'd pledged his support for Leon and warned them to watch their backs. Lufasa roared that their next mission was to bring Leon and Sagittarius back, and to unmask their true motives. They bolted from the country. The growing threat had made staying impossible. A shout tore through the air. Sakan and his companions had arrived, yanking the whole scene into a jaw-dropping twist. Lufasa cut through the tension and told him she held no ill will toward him, reminding him she'd already said so at their first meeting. She felt it in her bones. Say had come hunting for the truth, moving with laser focus and no preconceptions clouding his mind. Doubt ripped through the hero. Was Lufasa really his enemy, and what were her true intentions? Out of nowhere, he stepped forward and vowed to fight by her side against the demonic people, leaving everyone around him stunned. Lufasa swore she had to stop Leon before he united the monsters. If he did, he'd rile them into a frenzy and send the innocent to their deaths. Say's companions leapt forward, vowing to help take down Leon even as they admitted their levels were hopelessly low. Lufasa's blood chilled. If she accepted their help, the shockwave from her clash with Leon could wipe them out. She shot back that turfing could be Leon's lair. That's where the Federation that slaps the monster label on demi-humans is headquartered. Mufasa owned up that she didn't know Leon's exact whereabouts and whipped out the map, urging everyone to spread it out so they could lay the situation out clearly. Satellites screamed the coordinates. Turfing sits in the deadliest stretch of human lands, right on the doorstep of demon territory. That pushes countless demi-humans fleeing humans to carve out Turfing as their permanent home. Lufasa snapped that Sagittarius's homeland might hold the truth about Leon's fate, and urged them to race to the Centaur village to find answers. She revealed this land cradled the birthplace of Sagittarius, one of the 12 heavenly stars that could guide their search. Deemed safer than Turfing, the route sent Diva and Castor in as the escorts for the group. Lufasa ordered them to back Sagittarius, dive into research and make contact with locals to extract crucial intel. Lufasa clapped a hand on Castor's shoulder, thanked him fiercely, and entrusted him with a maiden and a lone hero to escort her on her journey. Castor stepped up and swore he'd finish the mission and keep the group safe. His dragoon teammates rallied to back him into the fight. In the land of the vampires, Mjolnir, one of the 7 heroes, Madla, spotted a figure closing in, and charged out to meet the guest himself. A cold truth slammed into her. Only the wise King Megrez and the Skywing King Merrick had survived to this day. Lufasa swore she'd stop Leon before he united the monsters, incited them, and dragged the innocent to their deaths by making everyone complicit. Madala snarled, "Lufasama follows name!" and vowed she wouldn't let anyone come between them this time. She swore she'd cut Lufus down in the coming battle, her resolve a cold, unforgiving blade. Bennett Nash, the Empire's princess and one of the 7 heroes, still clings to her sanity, and to a burning obsession to kill Lufus with her own hands. A razor-sharp world map burst into view, lighting up key strongholds like Turfing and Dromnir, and tracing the advance routes of several units. The group barreled toward the Turfing area, frantically carving out a plan to track down Leon and his monsters, demi-humans for short. The map's arrow stabbed at a deadly stretch along the Bennett Nash domain. Locals only dared call it the old vampire land. The warrior snapped that she could slip through like a shadow, but if anyone spotted them, they'd be hurled straight into battle. The black-winged girl snapped awake to the truth. Her family weren't evil. The circumstances were utterly different. They held their breath, begging Bennett Nash not to sniff out Lufasa-sama's sinister aura and catch them, while the companion warned that Bennett Nash had already battled Lufasa-sama. They concede Bennett Nash is explosively dangerous right now, Aries and the others' earlier warnings thundering through their minds. Bennett Nash reigns as the strongest of the 7 heroes, a vampire and the only one to keep her strength locked at the 1000th level. She plunged into the attempt on Lufus's life, poured every breath of her existence into stopping it, and now she looms as a deadly threat. Bennett Nash is the most dangerous wildcard, putting both allies and enemies squarely in his crosshairs. Bennett Nation's Mjolnir, just by being there, crushed the demons' march, choking off their development and freezing them for 200 years. Long ago, demons stormed Mjolnir with an army of elite warriors. Bennett Nash obliterated them overnight. It obliterated the 600th level's strongest warriors, mowed down dozens of 500th level fighters, and left hundreds of lower-ranked combatants crushed in its wake. Bennett Nash locked her gaze on the distance, and when a sudden movement cut across the night sky, she snapped to attention, wariness coiling through her. The powerful train thundered down the tracks at breakneck speed until one of Tanaka's companions screamed for him to stop immediately. Tanaka slammed on his brakes. Stunned passengers erupted, voices trembling as they demanded to know what it was and why the train had suddenly stopped. A woman in a raincoat heard a sudden clatter and assumed something had struck the roof of the moving train. On the roof, an unknown creature's silhouette carved itself against the blazing moon, snapping every head toward it. She flashed a mocking smile at Mufasa Mafal and sneered that 200 years and 4 months had passed since they last met. She confessed she'd always believed in life. Relief crashed over her at the meeting, and she reached out, choking out thanks that the other woman was still alive. Mufasa and the girl locked eyes, scouring each other's faces and stance, burning every scar, twitch, and glint into memory. She burned the woman's face into her memory, then spat her name through clenched teeth. Her pulse stuttered. The opponent stood before her exactly as in their last clash, time having barely touched them. Mufasa declared, voice like iron, that time had stopped for her, and while the world stood still, she forged herself into something far stronger. Mufasa's boot snapped into Bennett Nash, blasting her backward and shattering any chance of a counterattack. Bennett Nash's voice snapped like ice. If she interfered with her plan with Midgar, she'd be forced to kill Mufasa. Bennett Nash sneered. Mufasa's servants were level 800, then barked for her to remove her tail, and she scrambled back to her spot to survive. Mufasa slammed a bone-shattering blow that detonated into an explosion, leaving his opponent wide-eyed at its brutal force. One of the observers watched in stunned silence as the opponent tore through their attackers with effortless precision, every move a blinding blur. She blurred past every blow and countered like the attacks were nothing but air. The participant's voice cracked with worry as he admitted the situation was hopeless for their side. The cold-eyed girl snapped into a fighting stance, eyes like ice as she tested whether her opponent could withstand the devastating strike she was about to unleash. She snapped an order. Withdraw now. Don't take the bait. Don't let your people bleed for nothing. She growled a deadly warning. Keep this quarrel going and the enemy's cute pets will not survive. She staggered, forced to admit. For the first time since she took this body, she couldn't sense anyone else's movements. A white-haired girl thrust an envelope stamped with a dark seal toward her companion, who froze, eyes wide, and gasped. What exactly does it mean? With icy calm, she announced she'd invite her to her castle, and dared her to a one-on-one showdown next time. The white-haired woman narrowed her eyes, accepted the invitation, and prayed her opponent wouldn't panic and bolt. The other woman let a faint smile curl at the corner of her mouth and announced it was wonderful. She'd come all the way here just to deliver this invitation. She flashed a delighted secret smile and said, "Only I will savor your death, and only you can kill me." She snarled that next time they'd stop at nothing to turn their fight into a battle to the death. Her gaze pierced the chaos. She knew they were on a razor's edge, and one wrong move would plunge everything into disaster. The second figure strode forward with iron resolve, backlit by moonlight and radiating a cold, intimidating aura that froze you to the core. Plans swarmed her head as she frantically tried to calculate every step that could keep her alive. The 12 heavenly stars swarmed her, but the white-haired girl never blinked. Her eyes were glued to Locke, oblivious to every other attacker. Doubt gnawed at Locke. Was that really the only reason Bennett Nash hunted her with such savage obsession? Want to know what's driving this obsession? Leap back over 200 years and unearth the truth. Long before Lucas Maddle's power even began to surge, the world's balance rested on the shoulders of the 4 mightiest figures. The 4 pillars. They loomed like legends: Demon King Ulm, the Lion King Leon, the Dragon King Rodon, and the Vampire Princess Bennett Nash. Vampires pulsed with deadly strength and raw sorcery, and Bennett Nash burned with unimaginable potential from the moment he was born. She tore into the world, hunting others like her. Any gap in power existed solely because of status. The vampires swarming Ben and Ash were nothing but feeble shadows to her. She'd always crowned herself the fiercest of her people. Nash fought relentlessly, annihilating wave after wave of foes and hardening into a force no one on the continent could match. Thunder cracked the instant she hit level 600. And all she felt was a crushing, unbearable boredom. The Dragon King crashed down when a black-winged woman suddenly dove from the sky and slammed him with unstoppable force. The one fated to become the supreme ruler stormed in, hell-bent on erasing the vampire clan from the face of the earth. A mysterious woman with black wings materialized before Bennett Nash like a dark queen, and he braced himself for a decisive clash. On that day, she tasted defeat for the first time, slammed down by a creature that matched her strength and spirit blow for blow. She came face to face with someone far stronger, and her once unshakable belief in her superiority shattered like glass. The true showdown teetered on a razor's edge. Victory and defeat stayed hidden until the final heartbeat. The battle stripped her of her name, and from those ruins a shocking truth surfaced. Once Mufasa conquered the world, Nash marched at her side, his heart forged by the true spirit of camaraderie. She began to crave emotions and connections she had once scoffed at as needless and alien. After meeting Mufasa, she saw opponents who towered over her old enemies, and the thrill of battle roared to life in her for the first time. Lufa's existence blasted proof that Bennett Nash can become stronger by unleashing her hidden potential and honing her combat skills. She swore she'd win next time, pouring every ounce of power into proving which of them was stronger. Lufasa's existence proved Bennett Nash could become stronger by unlocking her hidden potential and honing lethal combat skills. Their feud never ended. After countless battles, it stayed unresolved, and with each clash, the tension between them wound tighter like a coiled spring. At dawn, Mufasa's world conquest complete, the battle pack snapped to life, forcing a brutal clash to crown the strongest and anoint the victor. The two men locked eyes, muscles coiled, ready to erupt into a fight where a single crushing blow would finally settle their long-standing dispute. At the battle's fiercest moment, a treacherous trick blindsided her, snatching her confidence and letting control slip from her grasp. The interference magic died mid-strike. Margot froze, her limbs hollowed as if every ounce of strength had been siphoned from her. The enemy pounced on the confusion, exploited it, and unleashed a savage strike that ripped through the defenses. Silence shattered as she demanded an explanation, voice blazing. She couldn't make sense of what had just happened on the battlefield. Margot staggered as a burst of celestial power slammed into her senses, her eyes widening as her opponents erupted into radiant, otherworldly forms. She threw herself to move, but Murgle's binding magic slammed over her, locking every limb in ruthless paralysis. The opponent shot Bennett a quick apology, said he was needed elsewhere, and offered to resume everything next time. She crumpled to the ground, gasping, and pleaded with her opponent to stop. The enemy snarled he'd be back, barked for Benetash to prepare, and watched as Benetash honed his fangs to a deadly edge for the next battle. The chronicles roar that the seven heroes only managed to defeat Lufus because Benetash's savage strikes left her gravely wounded. Crushed by defeat and stripped of her goal, Benetash's fighting spirit shattered. The meaning of her life and her desire to fight vanished. Benetash crushed every plea for help, barked for everyone to vanish from sight, and cut himself off from their affairs. All interest in the outside world died in her. She crawled into a coffin and slammed the lid down on reality. The demons, after amassing gargantuan armies, unleashed a full-scale assault on the country 50 years after Mufasa's disappearance. The vampire's eyes narrow as the enemy clamps down on their force, and cold calculation hits him. They've funneled every troop into a single killing ground. He roars that Mufasa Mafal is coming back, and her return could reshape the world. One voice vows she'll return in 150 years, hardly a heartbeat for a vampire. He urges you to bide your time in silence and sharpen yourself, because the moment to seize your cherished dream will arrive. She lets a satisfied smile curl her lips and admits, with cold delight, that the Demon King's words about Mafal's return were true. She had no clue why he uttered those words, but they struck her like a lifeline, everything she needed. Twilight draped the city as the seller, smiling kindly, granted the woman's request and bestowed one quality upon her. She sinks her teeth into the dessert. The flavor hits. It's basically a pancake. And she strides into the winding streets of Bennett Nash country, Mulir. I suspect Bennett Nash's crushing loneliness could ignite a synchronized onslaught, even though handing out one massive treat wouldn't hurt a soul. Convinced Leon was off peering, she handed him over to Ani and the 12 heavenly stars. She says she went for a walk and explored the city. Then Bennett suddenly calls out to her, seething about the meeting. Bennett lashes into her for refusing to show at the castle, even as her presence still thrummed through the capital. They sling barbs about everyone's thoughtlessness, take a shot at Loris, and cheer that Bennett doesn't even flinch when his name is called. It snaps at her for being careless, then flips the meeting into a whirlwind tour of the city and its surroundings. She knows Bennett is dangerous with cold clarity, but a heady thrill burns through her and drags her irresistibly closer. They map the route, and Bennett vows to lead her through every twist and turn, acknowledging she's a worthy equal opponent. Melnir, the vampire realm, lies trapped in eternal night as Benet's magic floods the air with choking shadow and a deathly hush. Only noble and influential families claim the capital as their domain, while obedient zombies slave away at every task. Travelers slipped through the gates, eyes fixed on the residence, then pressed into the hushed streets dressed for the holiday. Travelers barrel into a colossal arena, the stands jammed with spectators who have come to witness the savage clashes of wild beasts. On the playground, animals tear into one another in a brutal fight to the death, sending the crowd into delirious shouts and feverish gambling cheers. The heroes plunge in, tossing 50L onto the table to tempt fate and soak up the crowd's electric roar. Fans throw down bets on the victors, turning brutal, blood-soaked fights into a pulse-pounding, money-making spectacle. In the arena, an age-old right to slay giants rages on, and even pint-sized, ferocious creatures charge into battle with fearless fury. Havre, utterly fearless, emerges after the heroine's defeat and hammers his victim mercilessly until life is snuffed out. The owner throws open the doors to a fortress built for the arch, so you can clash without fearing the surrounding terrain or collateral destruction. The cavernous empty space loomed huge and dripping with atmosphere, utterly unlike any bustling tourist spot. Her patience frayed and she blurted an apology for showing less than she'd originally planned. Tears ripped free as the one thing she'd chased her whole life stood right beside her. Determination blazed in her eyes. She shot a cheeky grin and admitted she couldn't stand her opponent. Her stare burned into her opponent. Then a gut punch of realization slammed her. She'd just shoved the entire human race into mortal peril, utterly exposed. She knew that felling Beninash now would flip the tide and seal this battle with one decisive strike. He'd hoped to earn her trust and sidestep a fight, but everything spiraled into something he never saw coming. The opponent advanced a step, eyes blazing and a wild grin on her face, daring anyone with fierce, undeniable passion. She bellowed, "Fight me, right now!" revealing raw impatience as she dared the coming battle. Their eyes lock, and one snarls at the other to start the battle now, determination roaring from every fiber of them. They hurtle together in a lightning-fast rush, unleashing bone-shattering blows that detonate into blinding flashes and raw, destructive energy. A titanic blast rips outward, unleashing a shockwave that sweeps away everything and fills the air with choking dust and raining sparks. She lashes out with a devastating strike, sending her opponent flying as the ground beneath her shatters from the impact. A heartbeat later, the opponent conjures a seething magic clot in his palm, winding up to unleash another devastating blow. A blinding surge rockets forward, shredding every barrier as the building's shutters buckle and splinter beneath the attack's full-force blast. The girl explodes into attack the instant the enemy closes in, while your ally screams for you to brace and hold the line. Arcane energy detonates between them, birthing a blinding vortex that hurls both opponents backward. They rocket at each other through a screaming vortex of energy, their fists slamming together in a shockwave of bone-crushing force. The magic sphere rocketed into the sky, then crashed back down and slammed into the opponent. Fear ignited as the fighters traded lightning-fast blows. A sphere of light hurtled toward the target, cleaving the air and dragging a blazing trail behind it. The opponent's cool gaze swept the scene, and she realized the blow still struck her hand. The opponent rebuilt his shredded arm in seconds, vampire regeneration roaring to life. The heroine realized relentless, repeated blows sapped the enemy's strength, even as she healed in a heartbeat. She gauged her opponent's strength and brushed the recent attack aside as toothless. She barked, "Don't hold back!" and demanded the opponent unleash everything. Fight with total commitment. She hurled every last ounce of power into the clash, and she could hear her opponent's thoughts calling her restraint a fight fit for the Demon King. The realization slammed into her, a knot tightening in her gut. This could have dangerous consequences. A brutal truth slammed into her. Her power was still light years behind Lofas, who had lived 200 years ago. It hit her like a thunderbolt. If Bennett Nash matched Lofas's power from 200 years ago, they were staring dead into disaster. She stiffened. The words rang like a villain's taunt, and a voice dared her to unleash her full strength. She sneered that if they kept underestimating her, she'd keep them in the dark. They weren't worthy to see her true strength. She slammed down her vow. She'd unleash her true power by executing the very technique they'd once taught her. Energy tore through the space as the technique World Beyond 1,000 Nights detonated into life. Bennett Nash proclaimed her level had surged past 1,000, thanked Mao for the training, and called it a clear sign of respect. Mao froze as the truth slammed into her. She was facing a monstrous foe whose strength dwarfed every fighter she'd ever known. Bennett Nash flashed a confident grin. bellowed her arrival, and slammed into a battle stance that screamed she was ready to fight. She blasted into the air, dove headlong onto her opponent, and slammed down with a devastating blow. Mao's eyes darted to the spot where Bennett Nash had stood, gone in a blink. Yet she felt Bennett's presence pressing at her side. It hit her. Her opponent was a blur, moving too fast for her gaze to lock on. The next instant, a thunderous blow slammed into Mao, and he barely had time to react. Lufus revealed that since he arrived, he's been plunged into battle after battle. A barrage of fights, many brutal and intensely challenging. He remembered how, even in the fiercest clashes, he'd steamroll his foes. Victory came with chilling ease, never a long, grinding fight. This battle was far tougher than every fight before. He had to lock his focus razor sharp and strike with everything he had. Lufus admitted, breath ragged, he couldn't track his opponent's movements anymore. The fight was turning into a relentless, one-sided beating. He chose to shackle her. He cast Transmutation Stormblade, storm-forged magic lashing out to lock her every movement. Blades surged from every direction, a tightening ring of steel snapping shut around the target. His opponent, with icy confidence, clocked the blinding naivety radiating off him. Not satisfied with her last strike, she roared and unleashed a transmutation, forging a colossal stone fist. Hrungnir slammed his colossal fist into the enemy, a thunderous boom ripping the air as a blinding surge of power exploded outward. She hurled a devastating punch. A roaring stream of energy spiraled from her fist, flinging shards and sparks in every direction. The opponent snarled that this was more a brutal beating than any real combat technique. His voice cracked as he admitted he'd never heard of a technique called World Beyond Level 1000. He watched her turn into an unstoppable powerhouse, and from the moment they first met, she towered over everyone around her. After their last clash, she swore she'd surpass him, forging herself sharper and growing stronger with every passing day. It hit him like a punch. The memories were Lufus's, and his wounded body gave out, pain and blood dragging him toward darkness. She flashed a small, triumphant smile and admitted she was glad to have gone that far against Bennett. The girl plants herself in the heart of crackling magic streams as arcane sigils spiral around her, making the air thrum with the promise of a powerful spell. A colossal aura of shadow and light rips across the sky, braided streaks of energy twisting together. She reels as the magic's currents twist and surge around her, warping the air into a crackling electric hush. A winged girl bursts from a blinding magic ball as another locks a razor-sharp, focused gaze on her. She grinned, eyes cold. She'd known all along who would wake her after all these years, and the plan was unfolding exactly as she'd intended. She admits she slipped into a trance and slept through it all, anxiety nowhere to be found. She was convinced he alone could land the strike that would wake her. So she unleashed every method she had. The method worked. She shot awake and lunged at Bennett, thanking him with raw, fierce gratitude. Data on Lufus Mafal of the Nebula race explodes onto the screen, her characteristics, class levels, and skills scrolling in harsh clarity. Then her gaze hardens and she unfolds her wings in a defiant portrait. Long-haired fighter senses an opponent closing in, freezes dead in their tracks, locks their focus, and feels the long-awaited meeting finally hit them. She pins her gaze to her every twitch, muscles coiled to spring into a sudden lunge and possible attack. She screams, "I've been waiting for this!" Then rockets forward and drives a lightning-fast strike into her opponent. Against a ruined skyline, the opponents slam together and one, with iron resolve, seizes the other's hand mid-strike. The second one bursts free and rockets forward, gathering blinding speed for a devastating blow. The opponent's face snapped tight with strain as the strike hurtled in. A brutal crack split the air on impact. The opponent catches sight of the vampire princess's fighting spirit, and she charges like a thunderbolt, crashing into the fray with brutal strength and unbreakable resolve. A cold truth snaps into my head. She's over 1,000, but the opponent looms at 3,000, crushing her with a brutal advantage. She roared she'd unleash every last ounce of power to obliterate the enemy once and for all. She summons her ultimate weapon and christens it, Beautiful Outburst of Anger, a fierce salute to her worthy opponent. She growls that the hero is the rival she most covets and spits that she won't waste such weapons on petty foes. The opponent swore the sword could annihilate their entire world. She'd been saving it for this fight. At the end, she roars that the hero must swallow this blow as part of their duel. The heroine unleashes a devastating assault, hurling a torrent of destructive energy that surges straight at the enemy. A glowing moon-like orb slices into the sky and begins to crack as relentless impacts pummel its surface. The opponent slams a magic circle to life and unleashes the spell Moon Bombardment. Both opponents unleash their spells at once, igniting a blinding torrent of energy that floods the battlefield. They unleash Moon Bombardment, a high-level moon attribute onslaught that rips the heavens apart. The other blasts a Sun Bullet, A raw sun attribute attack, straight at the encounter. The black energy impaled the opponent, shredding his insides from within as his face snapped into a raw mask of pain and shock. The two warriors closed to point-blank range, blades clashing in a relentless duel as sparks showered and the air itself trembled. Rage boiled in his veins as raw power surged through him, and he thundered at his opponent to never again underestimate his strength and iron resolve in battle. Explosive energy tore across the void, carving long scars of destruction and blasting geysers of water and shards of debris into the sky. Ice in his eyes, the opponent stood statue still in the moonlight, patient and coiled as he waited for the right moment. She summoned every scrap of resolve and hurled herself, blade flashing, through the raging storm and towering waves straight at her target. The fighter's eyes smoldered with fury as he ripped a cry from his chest, every syllable stamping his iron resolve into the deadly fight. They snapped forward, blades meeting in a thunderous crash that ripped through the air and sent shards of debris spraying everywhere. She gripped the blade as the truth hit. She still couldn't defeat the opponent, whose strength rocked her with crushing power and blinding speed. Rage boiled in her veins, and desperation clawed at her throat, yet she refused to yield. Backing down now would be her defeat. A blaze of determination ignited inside her. She swore she'd best it this time and prove her strength and dignity. Leaning forward, she sucks in ragged air, mapping out the desperate moves she'll need to win while she smothers the pain pulsing through her body. She swore she'd finish the fight, even if it meant obliterating the entire world. Doubt ripped through her. Could she really take down her opponent? A mysterious voice, cool and steady, vowed to grant any wish, presenting it like a bargain that would demand something precious in return. The figure in the radiance leaned in and probed, voice steady. "Is this truly your dearest wish to fulfill?" A deliberate test of her resolve. She snapped, steel in her voice. Her only desire was to find a foolproof way to crush the strongest opponent and win. A hooded figure vowed to help her, swearing she'd seize her wish at last with nothing left to stand in her way. Disbelief punched through her. How had her comrades toppled the enemy when the foe so clearly outmatched them? She realized a seasoned powerhouse had stepped in, tilting the scales and rewriting the outcome of that brutal battle. She admitted, eyes blazing, that with him at her side she'd win without fail and seize the upper hand. Rage scorched her eyes. She screamed, ripping into the spirit and accusing it of sabotaging every one of her plans. She stared the spirit straight in the face, her words sharp and her resolve ironclad. The spirit answered, voice unnervingly calm, insisting she'd misread his true intentions and the words he'd spoken earlier. She snapped she'd never asked for help, branded her impudent, and insisted nobody needed it. At the same time, she vowed she'd never stoop so low as to siphon someone else's power to reach her goal. She swore she'd take Mafal down, even if victory meant dying on the battlefield. She roared that this was the battle she'd been waiting for, and the world shrank to nothing but her and Mafa'al. She hurled herself into the fight, uncaring whether she won, lost, lived, or died. She roared that she'd earned every victory with her own hands, and would never let anyone take it from her. She snapped at the spirit, silencing it. Sit, watch closely, and do not interfere with her fight. She roared, decision sealed. The opponent must be erased from this world forever. At that instant, a titanic attack crashed onto the enemy, ripping the ground apart around them and turning the air into a searing, blinding flash. A blinding flash tore through the scene, sending the opponents crashing to the ground as the air crackled with the dying echoes of magic. She shot her gaze up, barked a curt apology for the delay, and vowed nothing would interrupt their battle now. She pinned Mafa with a sharp, searching stare and demanded, "What's wrong with you?" He answered with silence. Mafal's jaw clenched as he admitted the hard truth. He'd realized he was facing an enemy truly worth reckoning with. She flashed a defiant grin and proclaimed she'd always been his equal in battle. She hadn't called herself his main enemy for nothing. Mafala's voice cut through the air as she confirmed her claim. Only she can be called a true opponent. The long-haired girl narrowed her eyes and snarled that her opponent would watch her unleash her strongest spell. A roiling magic vortex ripped through the sky as a searing beam erupted from its heart, lancing straight for the ground. A combatant unleashed the maiden silver arrow, a cataclysmic strike, vowing to erase every inch of Myagra. The silver-haired girl unleashed a titanic torrent of magic into the sky, erupting into a blinding pillar of light. The silver-haired girl unleashed a blinding stream of magic fused with raw rage that slammed downward, casting the ground in a cold, razor-bright light. She unleashed the maiden's silver arrow, daring Mothal to take the hit and leave himself wide open for a decisive counterattack. He'd engineered this strike to obliterate Midgard the instant his opponent failed to dodge. He clung to the hope the arrow's gleam would lock her gaze long enough for her to unleash a devastating, decisive strike. A blinding flash ripped across the field as the enemy's gaze snapped to the target. primed to exploit the first tiny hitch. She jerked her head forward, surprise and alarm exploding through her as it hit her. The whole scene had flipped into chaos. Her eyes snapped to an unexpected sight and she froze, her mind clawing to unravel what was unfolding. Surprise exploded on her face as her devastating strike was deflected with a single hand, hurling her backward at breakneck speed. The cloaked mage siphoned the surging energy and blasted it screaming back to its source. It tore through space, laying waste to everything out there while the opponent's face froze in stunned horror. The enemy grinned at every turn, drinking in the chaos. He bellowed he'd unleash mana transmutation, condensing a halo of magic energy around his body. He unleashed the Wolf Winter spell. Massive ice wolves surged into being, converging to encircle his figure. The ice creatures surged forward, their crystalline silhouettes alive with crackling magic as they closed in on their target. A blinding magical flare ripped across the battlefield, unleashing cascading torrents of energy that thundered down upon the enemy. Explosions ripped open the ground, blasting choking smoke and jagged debris in every direction. Eyes alight with fury, the opponent roared, "Will this strike kill him?" The enemy roared, "World Destroyer activated!" A titanic wolf woven from crackling magic lunged forward, a living storm of devastating power. A blinding lance of energy tore through the void, hurtling straight for its target with merciless force and pulverizing everything in its path. The opponent slammed into the ground, the impact staggering him so he could barely haul himself to his feet. The surrounding area lay in ruins, smoke billowing everywhere as clouds of dust exploded into the sky. He slammed into the edge of his strength, muscles screaming as the world melted into a blur. With only one chance left, he funneled every last scrap of power into the coming attack. Memories slammed into his opponent's eyes, and he realized with a cold shock that everything was replaying exactly as it had before. A confident grin flared across his face as he unfurled his wings and locked eyes with his opponent. Under the full moon's glare, the two opponents froze across a tense moonlit gap, muscles coiled and eyes locked, ready to explode back into the fight. One barked for his partner to strike. The other grinned and vowed to finish it all with a single crushing blow. The opponent roared they were ready to end the battle and charge into a final, decisive clash. They lunged at each other in a blur, their strikes slamming together in a blinding flash that erupted into a violent burst of energy. The winged warrior crashed to one knee, her limbs leaden and every breath a fight. Shock slammed into her when she realized her world-shattering strike had died before it reached its mark, leaving her opponent unscathed beneath the cold moonlight. She sank her gaze and murmured to her opponent, "Are you pleased with how our duel ended?" She pinned him with a cautious, unyielding warning. "Don't joke about it. Protect the last scrap of your pride." She conceded defeat at last, left with nothing but a bitter, gnawing regret. A mountain fell from her shoulders, and a cool, sudden calm washed through her. Sight drained from me until the world smeared into a blur, and only a sharp glint of stars pierced the dark. The taste vanished as warm liquid flooded her mouth, and with a cold shock she realized it had to be her own blood. Consciousness fraying, she wondered if she'd die before the others and, oddly calm, told herself it had all ended well. Whispers crowned the vampire princess invincible. Her powers struck terror and demanded respect, so hardly anyone dared challenge her. Memory slammed into her. She'd once traveled with fierce allies she trusted completely, leaning on their strength whenever she faltered. She confessed she felt numb to the core and begged for one huge hug just to feel warmth again. He nodded softly and vowed to pull her into his arms, desperate to comfort her and reclaim a sliver of peace. The winged woman seized her rival, spat her name like a curse, and sneered, "Do you really think you can change the world?" She pictured an arena, the Miyagata perched above as the fighters tore into one another like feral beasts. She declared it bluntly. Taking down an opponent of that caliber would be a near impossible feat. She fired back with electric confidence. She could handle it with her elite subordinates at her back, and snapped at the other person to stop being so smug. A jolt ran through her. When one girl called her gorgeous, she found herself completely captivated. She grinned and admitted she's still collecting what she needs, and so far the odds are squarely in her favor, even with the goddess's potential trump cards lurking in the wings. He vowed to tear himself from death's grip, come back to face her again, and send her hurtling through the air. The winged figure folded a sheltering presence around Mafal, and voice like steel, told her not to worry and not to lose, even as the path ahead bristled with danger. He tossed out my old rival with a wry grin, saluting the ruthless strength and unbreakable tenacity she'd proven in their past battles. He snarled that she'd spent years trying to beat him, and now she knew him better than anyone. She slammed a message to Mafal. "Are you there?" And he snapped back, "I'm here." She swore she'd stand by him until the end, her voice steady and reassuring. Mafal heard her encouragement and replied with a soft, grateful murmur. making it clear he appreciated her presence. They pressed together, defying the suffocating weight that tried to crush them. He let his hand fall and whispered a fierce, heartfelt thank you, sincerity blazing as their support struck him in that moment. Realization struck she'd never met Bennett, yet she'd always admired the fierce strength and unbreakable courage she radiated. She confessed that even in her youth she clawed toward a level she swore was impossible to reach. In her eyes, Bennett was unbeatable, a wildfire who'd storm into fate and shred every challenge it dared throw at him. At the end, she thrust a small gift into their hands and declared it a token of her heartfelt gratitude. The heroine smiled, thanked Bennett Nash, and whispered a tender wish for peaceful sleep, warmth pouring from her in that parting moment. She confessed that without her support she never would have forged the fierce, unshakable strength and determination she now wears. Bennett Nash stared straight ahead, a faint smile fixed on her lips, calm and brimming with confidence, then slowly turned her eyes away, leaving her words to hang unanswered. The other girl knelt, eyes wide in stunned bewilderment, while the air around them trembled with the silent aftershock of a tense, crucial confrontation that had just ended. The winged warrior, expression like flint, stood with his gaze locked ahead as the distant battlefield ignited into chaos. From above, the ruined city sprawled below, skeletal buildings and shattered blocks pierced by flickering lights. The winged warrior spotted it and rocketed into the sky, eyes locked on her target. He jolted awake as if ripped from a dream, heart hammering, still baffled by what had happened and how he'd gotten through it. Awareness slammed back into him. Memories of being trapped and truly awakened crashed through. He wasn't fighting a human anymore. He passed the test, but a cold doubt gnawed at him. Had that very hostile force already swallowed him whole? A storm of questions ripped through him. Had he defeated her? Or had he become part of her forever? He couldn't recognize himself anymore. An undeniable seismic shift had ripped through his core. A cold twist seized her. The goddess had brushed the Bennetts aside, though maybe it was only coincidence. She steeled herself and plunged into the second part of the script, buying the precious time she needed. She knew if her allies didn't claim her as one of their own, her enemies would smell the ruse and rip the deception wide open. The remaining group surged toward Taiping, the fortress's lights stabbing the night as smoke curled up into the sky. A shadowy figure materializes, sneering as he taunts old acquaintances, then scans the scene. Lufus still hasn't shown. She scoffs the fight will be dull. Then as she strikes, she taunts that her poison is already coursing through the enemy's veins. He snarls idiot at her, and she fires back that it's only a matter of time before he dies. His confident glare crumbles into stunned confusion. He rips the space around him apart, roaring that he'll stop his opponent before he even makes his first move. The fearsome Lion King Leon, level 1000, erupts into view with eyes like molten suns and a face twisted by pure rage, ready to charge into battle at once. She watches as thunderous shockwaves erupt from the Lion King's figure, slamming into her and leaving her reeling. The heroes broke away from Lufus and thundered to Turfing, the lion's lair, to confront him and ignite the battle. Certain the lion hides within the castle, they charge it first to snatch the initiative. From a distance, they lock onto a writhing cluster of living creatures in the city, confirming it's a Turfing, and they aim to sap the lion with a precision strike from afar. One hero unleashes a blistering skill, shattering the city's protective barrier and ripping open the way for a relentless assault on the enemy. Lion King Leon rockets forward with a predatory grin, muscles coiled to strike. The heroes erupt into motion, ricocheting in every direction to dodge the incoming strike. Steel rang as they traded thunderous blows. Then one warrior ripped his foe off his feet and flung him a brutal distance across the battlefield. Leon parries the blow, rockets forward and rips through the enemy's defenses. This is what a real punch feels like. To the side, a raincoat-clad man watched, a cigar ember glowing as he gauged every twist and surge of the battle. Leon, aura crackling with raw power, plants his feet in a fighting stance, coiling to unleash a decisive blow before rocketing forward. She froze, breath stolen, eyes locked on the unfolding chaos and the enemy's raw, crushing strength. Massive blasts rip through the earth, hurling towering columns of water skyward and carving wide swaths of destruction across the land. Energy crackling around him, Leon coils, gathering power for a fresh, bone-crushing strike aimed straight at his opponents. She surged forward, determination burning in her eyes, gun leveled and ready. Leon bats the attack aside, scoffing that he won't waste a scrap of energy on such petty interference. She reels in shock as his blow slams home, yanking her clean off balance and out of her stance. The cloaked man slams a protective barrier into place, coiling raw power to unleash his strongest skill, 12 stars. The punch shatters every defense, blasting a brutal 99,999 damage. A powerful technique bursts to life, unleashing a blinding flash that detonates into a chain of explosions. The opponent swept the attack aside with brutal ease and sneered that it was far too weak to cause him any real harm. Her brace still found its mark, yet his health stubbornly towered past 1,000,000. The enemy hovers above, master of the battlefield, coolly watching her next move as if the outcome's already decided. Her normal attacks fail. She roars and unleashes her ace, firearm mode. She slams into fusion mode with Astria. Her body erupts into a colossal weapon, her entire combat form ripped and reforged for battle. The opponent staggered, eyes wide. The sudden transformation slammed into them, and they assumed it had been gained during their long absence, something they'd never encountered before. She bellowed maximum firepower! As hatches slammed, turrets spun out, and every gun roared to life, primed for a devastating all-out assault. They finally catch on. She's picking them apart from a distance, sapping their strength so no one can force a close-quarters fight. She unleashes the escalate technique, a savage Sagittarius skill that lets her strike a target from any distance. Her shot rips through the air, finds the enemy, and detonates with pinpoint force, a devastating hit right on the mark. Surprise explodes across the enemy's face as the hit connects, and he realizes with a sickening certainty that dodging it was impossible. Australia slammed every weapon together, cranked them to maximum power, and unleashed a relentless volley of pinpoint shots at the enemy. Acela unleashed her special archer skill, a shot that strikes from any distance, and it slammed into the target, tearing through the enemy's defenses. A direct hit slammed into him, and despite the damage he kept fighting, clawing to stay on his feet. Shockwaves ripped the earth apart, choking the air with smoke and carving scars across the field as a new combatant crashed into the fray. The warrior flipped through the air, slammed into the ground, and unleashed the Akubian's technique to strike back at the enemy. The power wave snapped half the damage back, yanking the opponent off balance as they staggered under their own hit. A faint smile crossed the hero's face as he confessed this was the only thing he could do in the heart of battle. His voice chilled the air as he vowed that in that lone skill of his, no one alive could ever defeat him. He locked into a fighting stance, twin blades flashing before a hulking shield etched with intricate ornaments. Warning shouts and commands to stop howled from afar, but he ignored them and readied the final blow. A towering figure, his face twisted in rage, unleashes a piercing scream that explodes with insane, furious power straight at the enemies. A brutal tide of blows crashed into the opponent, shredding his body and sending a plume of blood and shards of armor into the air. Blows hammered with blinding speed, whipping the fight into a deadly whirlwind that sprayed blood across the ground and carved jagged lacerations into flesh. The assault exploded, shredding the enemy's defenses as he forced the blade's raw, relentless power to obey and fuse with his body. Leon barreled into battle, letting raw muscle and bone-crushing up-close strikes bulldoze every problem with brutal force. To a lion, Cancer that shrugged off every strike and bit back with deadly force was the fiercest foe. They felt outmatched. The lion's stats dwarfed theirs, and lingering wounds had drained the last of their strength. Chosen from Lufus's 12 Paradise Stars, the allies locked their powers together and struck as one. They band together, unleashing a coordinated onslaught against the lion to seize control of the battle and turn it in their favor. Lev sneered at their solemn faces. The opponents spat insults and branded them traitors. The allies roared their challenge at the enemy, swearing they would not kill him despite Lady Lufus's betrayal. An ally smashed into him, snarling that his thunderous roar ripped open every humiliation he'd been forced to swallow. Off to the side, others erupted, shouting his betrayal and howling their outrage. They barreled forward with savage force, dredging up old grievances and humiliations and screaming that their foes were nothing but pests and traitors. Blows battered Leo, disbelief exploding in his chest. How was he falling to rivals he'd always sneered at as weak and unworthy? He stood stunned, frantically trying to pinpoint what was siphoning his strength. From his first cry, his strength put every other creature to shame. Leo was sure he was the strongest. He sneered at everyone like they were crawling insects, certain he sat at the apex of the food chain. He swaggered, certain victory was his. No one could ever stand toe-to-toe with him. Pride swelled in Leo as he grinned, delighted and certain he could crush any problem with violence. He sneered, treating the vampire princess and the demon king as mere small fry, no different from the rest. When he learned the girl from the Necrom clan had been attacked, not a single muscle betrayed him. That girl revealed herself as Lufus Mufail, and he'd just made the gravest mistake of his life. Certain of his ultimate victory, for the first time in his life he was seized by a raw fear and a searing pain he'd never known. Alien feelings crashed into him. He'd never even dared imagine them until this moment. For the first time, the bitter taste of defeat slammed into him as he realized his strength couldn't guarantee eternal invincibility. The defeat hit like a thunderbolt, ripping the steady world he'd built on stubborn resolve to shreds. He, the king, barely realized he'd been felled by a woman he'd written off as insignificant. The final clash left Leon utterly shattered. They dragged him into the ranks of the 12 Heavenly Stars squad. He felt a humbling truth slam into him. He was secretly glad Lufs had kept him alive after his defeat. To his pride, being branded a helpless lamb struck like execution. Rage boiled in his veins at the thought that someone could be superior to him and actually win. A white-hot hatred ignited in his heart. He swore he'd never forgive Lufus Mafal and would destroy her one day. He swore he'd make her quake with terror, force her to admit defeat, and claw the title of the strongest back for himself. Vengeance burned in Leon. His first and fiercest dream was to wipe her off the face of the earth. He refused to accept this ending, certain that only by obliterating that woman could he finally feel true satisfaction. He reeled, defeated by opponents he'd dismissed as beneath him, bitterness and humiliation burning in his chest. Defeat snatched away his chance at revenge, igniting a storm of rage and hollow despair in his chest. He balled his hand into a white-knuckled fist and swore he'd fight on, relentless until he claimed victory. With his one true purpose torn away, Leon abandoned his place among the 12 stars, every move after that drained of meaning. He sank into numb stillness, letting hours melt away as if the world and his responsibilities had ceased to exist. He sprang back to his feet, power creeping into his limbs, and launched into a new journey teeming with fresh challenges. Leon obliterated every adventurer and demon who crossed him, and the monsters saw his slaughter as their shield. Day after day he felt it. People began treating him with the quiet reverence of a real king. He'd shield humans or monsters, no difference. His whole purpose was to finish what she couldn't. He swore he'd seize the entire world, prove his victory beyond doubt, and savor it as a personal triumph over Lufus. He burned with a vow to prove to the world he'd outshone Lufus, making her defeat his ultimate goal. He sneered, brushing off the idea that these low-tier opponents could ever get the better of him. The voice bellowed, reminding him he was the strongest being in the world and must not be defeated. They dangled a new power before him, accept it, and he'd blaze onward toward his goal. He snapped for power on the spot, refusing to entertain needless questions that might pull him off course. Jaw like iron, he swore that with this power he'd never taste defeat again, not even at Lufus's hands. His resolve hardened into iron. He'd pay any price to snatch that power this instant. Neem and the lion burst into view, Leon's true form having torn off his human guise to unleash pure bestial rage. Separated from Lufus, the hero and his companions thundered toward the centaur settlement aboard a colossal transport, plowing through brutal, jagged terrain. Rewind a beat. Before Aries and the others met Leon, witnessed the first sparks of the journey that would carry them to this area. A massive Suzuki truck loomed ahead, a level 350 golem packed with monstrous stats and colossal stamina. Satellite's jaws dropped when they uncovered a brutal powerhouse cloaked under a Japanese brand name, and they scrambled to see if they could buy it back. Lufus grinned and announced she'd crafted a transport for them, and her companions stared, baffled. How did she even know it was a tourist bus? She revealed she possessed the world's knowledge and bent the machine to obey Castor and Virgo's orders. The moment someone lunges at Virgo, the vehicle snaps into action, freezing the attacker in their tracks and locking down to shield every passenger. Lufus cradled the maiden, then snapped his focus onto their true mission, shoving every needless thought aside. She clocked how pale he'd gone and jabbed him with a cutting remark. Confusion gnawed his gut at her half-joking tone just as the transport sprang into motion to obey the hostess's order. Out of nowhere, the system blared that elimination mode had begun, and a crisp click sliced the silence. The transport lurched and flung the guy and the girl onto the sofa, slamming them down. Dozens of eyes glared from the trees as the bus hurtled forward, and he shouted, confusion ripping through his voice. A group of heroes launched a daring mission to the village of centaurs to unearth the truth about Leon's companion, Sagittarius. The forest bristles with demi-humans, and among them lies Centaur Village, locked in the group's crosshairs. A participant warned the locals keep strangers at arm's length, greeting newcomers with tight smiles and wary, watchful eyes. He demanded everyone swallow the potion he'd prepared before they plunged deeper into the Centaur Village. In water and elemental magic, the spell illusion lets you slip into a borrowed face, reshaping your looks on command, but it only lasts briefly. This bottled concoction harnesses the spell's power. One sip and everyone can don a new face. The potion maker swore everything would be fine, uncorked the vial, and volunteered to drink the concoction himself before striding out. The heroes gaped at the bottle, shock blazing in their eyes as they snapped questions about its purpose. He morphed into a towering ogre, a hulking, muscle-bound powerhouse of raw strength, yet he could still speak to people. The winged girl downed the potion and burst into a rare, half-human butterfly. They burst into view before the locals, turning every head with their wildly strange, eye-catching looks. The cat blinked, bewildered, groping for words to explain the dizzy, scrambled mess the potion had left inside it. A half-human grasshopper stood nearby, antennae twitching, locking onto the other person and snapping. "Why are you staring?" The potion they drank, a prank brew, and one of them finally stepped up and confessed the whole blunder. Demi-human insects confronted them. A mighty centaur reared like a warhorse, a graceful moth drifted on silent wings, and a fearsome spider skittered forward, its presence twisting their feelings into uneasy conflict. The group surged forward, brushing off small talk to race toward finishing the mission. One of the participants barked that they mustn't linger and to press on at once, sprinting straight to the village center to kick off a rapid search. They gaped. Why hadn't he flagged down the locals at the entrance for directions? He hadn't even thought to ask. He'd botched the potion, and now, on pure instinct, he barreled forward without thinking. They sized him up and dared to believe this hulking, fearsome figure was more show than real threat. The girl no longer scared them, and they dared to believe the 12 heavenly stars might not be so terrifying. Nightfell and the others surged toward the center of Tavru. The cat locked eyes with the centaur and yowled, snapping the centaur's companions to attention. Grasshopper snapped that it could only be the forest sage centaur, reminding everyone that of all people, only elves ever befriended centaurs. The centaur and the female warrior surged forward. The attendant excused himself and urged them to stay where they were. At the village entrance, Elder Centaur Davy barred their way, eyes narrowing as he demanded if they served Leon and what business had brought them here. One of the men snapped that Leon's guards had run them out of the house, and they were still baffled, clueless about what was really happening. The elder's voice cracked as he owned up to being gripped by anxiety lately and bowed, apologizing to the guests for his behavior. The elder gaped. Outsiders already knew? Then admitted their leader, Sagittarius Sama, had long been flat-out defying Leon's orders. The interlocutor snapped that if this was the case, Leon's subordinates could storm into the village at any moment. Leon snarled he'd torch the whole village if Sagittarius Sama refused to cooperate, and the elder, backed into a corner, had no choice but to agree. The centaur confessed they'd have bolted if they could, but Leon's sentries patrol the forest, eyes locked on the village. The moment Leon gives the order, his subordinates swarm every resident, pinning them as hostages so they can't move or act freely. The centaur urged us to take this home. Serious matters had no business being aired at the village gate. The group shadowed him, slipping past rows of houses and echoing courtyards as he steeled himself to ask the crucial question. He slammed it down. One guest probably isn't the race he claims to be. The centaur jabbed a finger at a guest and barked that he was the one who first ignited his suspicion. He froze. Though it looked like a centaur, the footsteps betrayed it. They weren't from 4 legs. It hit him. Magic, or some other method to alter a person's appearance, had been used here. He insisted the guests had come to throw young fighters into brutal trials, testing their combat skills before the war arrived. The insect warrior saluted the elder's sharp insight, conceded they were human, and barked that their visit had a different purpose. They arrived to unmask why Sagittarius agreed to cooperate with Leon, slipping into the village under the guise of the self-styled wise men of the forest. The elder declared their goal already achieved, locked eyes with them, and demanded to know their motives. The insect warrior snarled that all they had to do was find a way to free their companions. He begged to be let in, snarling that it was their doing that had forced Sagittarius to team up with Leon. The girl agreed, but the guy's guard snapped up. Everything felt too smooth, and right then he shouted Davisama's name. A woman barreled in, screaming to Jesus that troops were already at the village entrance. The heroes froze, convinced a hideous half-human spider had come to check on them, and the elder barked, "Stay put!" The elder met them with an icy stare and demanded to know the purpose of their visit. Guards cried out. Figures disguised as demi-humans have been spotted nearby and are trying to sneak into the village. They thundered in on horseback, and the old man snapped instantly that such guests weren't welcome here. She snapped back at him like a whip, and he roared for her to get out, this instant. He shouted that children were in the village, and swore the defenders would never abandon them. She slammed the charge of provocation at the enemy. He shot back that he had a plan to tear Sagittarius Sama from Leo's control. He shot a look that said they'd have already taken up arms if they were willing to sacrifice the inhabitants' lives. She then volunteered to slay one child just to watch how the village's defenders would react. One of them whipped its tail and snatched the boy, who screamed for help as outraged voices thundered, "Let him go now! Don't hurt him!" She declared it a well-deserved punishment and lesson, then drew an immediate rebuke for her dangerous impulsiveness. The sergeant roared he would not let the children be killed. It would spark chaos, and he insisted they could be turned into allies. His companion grudgingly acknowledged the sergeant's generosity, then sneered that one death wouldn't change a thing. He roared that the danger was bearable, but slaughter would be hollow. Some of the enemies are still half people. A devastating strike shredded the tentacles, sending the child tumbling to the ground at the feet of the figure who had surged in to shield him. Quaking with fear, the boy forced his eyes up to his rescuer and barely choked out a hoarse "thank you" for her help. Clamping its prey in merciless jaws, the monster plunged from a dizzying height and unleashed a piercing roar as its opponents braced to defend themselves. Panic ripped through one fighter as the creature barreled closer, and the girl screamed in shock. "What's happening? Why does it hurt so much?" He remembered them spitting on every chivalrous code, storming the village, all just to grab the one piece of truth they needed. Rage detonated in the warrior as he roared he'd never be able to forgive his enemies for attacking a defenseless child. Rage ignited in him. He charged like a thunderbolt and slammed a crushing, bone-shuddering blow into the enemy, dead set on punishing him for the crime he'd committed. The warriors closed ranks, eyes blazing with resolve, no turning back, and they slammed into the enemy in a brutal, unstoppable charge. A hulking monster loomed before them, its massive bulk and fearsome paws flexing as it poised to strike with deadly force. The girl's panicked warning tore through the air, and the two knights thundered forward, weapons raised to strike the enemy. She planted herself before them, long hair streaming behind her, eyes locked on her opponent, as every movement screamed she was ready to fight. They exchanged a single razor-sharp vow. Eyes locked, they pledged to finish the mission and fight on, no matter the danger. The two warriors were flung backward like ragdolls, stone shards spraying in every direction as their landings gouged deep footprints into the ground. A flash hit. Last battle the enemy pulled that same trick and savaged the defenders. He froze as the moment it replayed, Lufus's warning exploding in his head and a cold dread sinking in. This was deadly serious. Everything careened into chaos the moment the beast absorbed the goddess buff and its stats exploded into terrifying power. His health snapped back to full. The scorpion's venom fizzled out, snatching the opponent's advantage away. Her fingers snapped into a fist as she coiled to strike back at her opponent. The girl lunged forward like an arrow, crashing into her opponent with iron resolve to deliver a devastating blow. The beast sidestepped and sneered, ordering a small thing like her to sit quietly and not interfere. Her attack slammed into a relentless wall of resistance, but she stood her ground and fought on, refusing to retreat. The colossal beast bared its maw and spat a blistering energy bolt that hurtled straight at the stunned girl. A titanic surge of energy blasted forward, ripping the ground open as the man with dark glasses shouted for the others to hold on to him. She edged out from behind the shelter, peering as the opponents retreated while the formidable enemy still loomed before her. He spat "traitor" at her, reminding her that her face unlocked a strange, aching nostalgia in him. The beast snarled that, in the end, she was nothing but a monster who finally understood the true meaning of his words. He sneered, taunting her as pathetic and trembling, then smirked. She was still a real monster. The opponent snarled that Lufus had scooped her up, hammered her through training, and handed her that power. He added it wasn't her own strength. At the end he sneered, disbelief razor-sharp. How could someone like that even be on the same level as them? She snapped to her feet and locked her gaze ahead, a chilling grin blazing with iron determination and a dark, creeping hint of madness. She bolted, screaming why the monsters hunted only her as the enemies surged closer, faster with every heartbeat. After rallying his army, he roared that he'd be his opponent and urged everyone to strike at once. The irate rival sneered that he was brazenly cocky and dangerously handsome, dubbing him a one-of-a-kind among the sea people. The memory slammed into him. The girl he liked had rejected him, choosing a guy for his looks. He barked the order, demanded they disfigure the opponent's face on the spot, and promised brutal reprisals for anyone who dared to stall. She screamed, charged forward with her weapon raised as the threat barreled toward her, and the tension snapped like a coiled spring. He intercepted her strike, stopping her dead with effortless control, then closed the distance gently and locked eyes with her. He implored her not to do it, insisting a weapon didn't belong in the hands of a girl this beautiful, his voice steady with confidence. A sly grin spread across his face as he snapped that the other man had no clue how to treat ladies and had better start being kinder to them. The opponent snapped, "No wonder love rejected you," and demanded to hear the crucial words. He spat that only what's inside counted, not appearances, and branded the other's words hollow chatter. He hoisted his hand, focus hard as steel, called forth a blinding light, and slammed the twin meteor strikes straight into his enemies. She exploded. "I've found you again! I'm here to pick up our fight!" Hurling a fierce reproach at the girl for failing to understand. She slammed down her special skill, summoning a tiny menace to terrify the enemy and try to halt his actions. She roared she wasn't to be underestimated and lunged forward, ramping her assault into a merciless onslaught. She didn't flinch. Cool and collected, she dismissed it as useless, far too weak to even faze her. She tore the attack aside, then in a blink hurled her opponent away and slammed him hard into the ground. She realized the force could have disabled her at that level, yet she stood unbroken. He sneered she didn't have the will to break him. Inside her was only cold, yawning emptiness. Sitting on the ground, the winged girl went rigid as whispers swirled that her pure white wings had betrayed noble blood. The opponent's gaze hardened to steel as he spat that their will to fight wasn't even in the same league as the winged ones. The winged girl clung for dear life in a ravenous whirlpool spiraling around her, fighting the current's brutal pull. Panic clawed at him as he watched the scene unfold, realizing the spider-like foe blurred forward with lightning speed, threatening the girl's life. The hulking, many-eyed enemy grinned, knowing he could track the victim's every twitch and strike the instant they moved. The spider-like foe clamped onto the youth, and he frantically scrambled to cobble together a desperate plan against a far stronger enemy. The winged girl spotted what was happening, and the young man roared for her to listen and follow his instructions. He snapped there was only one way to win. If his voice reached her, she had to echo every word. The young man barks for you to shout specific words at the top of your lungs. He insists it will grab attention and let you call for help. She keeps shouting, "There's a bully here!" again and again, begging someone, anyone to come and help. He promises everything will snap into place the instant she shouts those words, then lunges into action, forcing himself to move faster. She keeps screaming for help, desperate that someone will hear and rush to her side. The truck barreled down the road as orders blared in. Engage the enemies, don't kill them, neutralize them. The vehicle convulsed and shot up into a colossal humanoid, Suzuki blazing across its chest as witnesses gaped. None had expected it. The masked assailant lunged, and the youth bellowed to seize every eye, calling him a hooligan and daring him to step forward. The robot barreled forward, locked onto the enemy and ordered to attack but forbidden to kill them, every move obeying Mrs. Lufa's ironclad instructions. He pressed forward with steady, relentless steps, fraying his opponent's nerves, and one of them zeroed in on the robot's cocked leg, poised to snap into a kick. The robot lashed out with a savage kick, blasting two foes airborne as their weapons ripped from their grips and clattered to the ground. One of the warriors hauled himself upright, teeth clenched and snarling, admitting he'd been right the instant the blow slammed into them both. The warrior lay on the ground, breath ragged, and heard a voice hail his actions as praiseworthy and confirm they'd produced real results. He declared the young man fascinating, and everyone else stood with jaws on the floor at the kid's shockingly sensible move. He gaped and blurted, "Did I really bind every enemy with my magic?" Disbelief crackled in his voice at the battle's end. He shot back that everything had fallen into place because of every single one of them, and because of the one who sacrificed himself, who carved this chance out for him. He declared Mrs. Lufus had cast him as the one who turns every chance into a victory. When he heard the watchers had fled and everyone was finally free, the old man, choking back tears, poured out a ragged thank you. The crowd erupted, relief crashing over them and gratitude roaring through the air as the long-awaited release finally arrived. They loomed beside the fallen enemies when one of them burst out, "Sagittarius saved us!" Elsewhere, a startled voice burst out, demanding to know why the heavenly stars were acting this way. The old man's eyes blazed with admiration as he pronounced it a genuine Sagittarius, and the Sagittarius gave a cool, steady nod. Sagittarius demanded to know what had happened and why the others had wound up here when they were supposed to be with the Demi-Human Alliance. The other character's eyes went wide as he shot back that he was the one who was supposed to ask that question. They strike a deal, trading intel to slice through the confusion and uncover what's unfolding around them. Silhouetted against the sky, figures tore through the air, hurtling straight for the shore. Panic explodes in his chest. He's standing with the doomed side and frantically searches for his next move. He collapses to the ground, convinced he should have caught Leon, but his legs betray him. In his mind, he admits Leon is a predator, and his gut slams the brakes. He can't bring himself to join the fight. For him to challenge Leon is like tearing the very fabric of nature apart. They recall the 12 heavenly stars blazing with unstoppable power from the very first moment. That's exactly why Mrs. Lufus handpicked them. He swallows his pride and admits Leon was right. He was nothing but a nobody, his power handed to him by the lady. In his head, he still sees himself as that same weak lamb he once was. The person beside him leans in and dares, "You gonna fight?" Leon sprinted after the escapees, but the hero's heart dropped. Even if he caught up, he didn't have the strength to take him down. He's convinced it's pointless to even show up. He'd be powerless there and would stand no chance against Leon in a fight. This flame was forged to annihilate mightier foes, and it's the one thing that makes Leon's blood run cold. Lady Lufa's flame hungers for vital energy, swelling into a raging inferno whenever an opponent far outstrips her power. He struts and preens, sure he's worthy of a blessing and treating power like his birthright. Pure arrogant stupidity. He doesn't deserve victory. Leon keeps getting crushed, missing the raw strength and undeniable superiority that win battles. Stripped of real power, he's treated like dead weight. No matter how fiercely he claws forward, the recognition he craves will always stay out of reach. She whispered Dean's name like a quiet warning. She knew the man was dangerous and demanded extreme caution at every turn. He stared, heart pounding, as he realized she'd already pulled it off. She'd stormed the past and rewritten the pivotal events of their history. He barked. This target is extremely dangerous and wildly unpredictable. Any move against it demands razor-sharp vigilance and meticulous calculation. A cold clarity struck her. The memories of Dean from 200 years ago had been implanted into her mind, hollow fabrications that never existed. Stunned, he snapped, "Who are you, really?" The situation was tangled far deeper than it had seemed from the very beginning. She snapped that after all these years, you could call her someone who never became anyone significant. She shrugged off her importance, insisting she wasn't a key player. Yet exactly what role she played in all this remained shrouded in mystery. She unleashed her magic with a dazzling flourish, calling it her heavenly support. Weaker than a goddess's power, but razor-sharp on the battlefield. She proclaimed this power would forge him into something stronger, and ordered him to wield it on the battlefield. Leon weathered the onslaught from the other 12 heavenly stars, but when that one spat its flames, he only sidestepped. Fear coiled in his chest. She snapped the reminder, just as she'd said before, that Leon feared him more than anyone, and asked if he'd noticed. Heralds bellowed that only Lord Aries possessed the strength to topple Leon on the battlefield. She wished us good luck, conviction blazing in her voice. She was certain the mission would succeed and eager to see the task completed. The interlocutor gaped, voice sharp with disbelief. "What will Dena do? She has to join the fight too!" Dena snapped that she wouldn't join the fight. She was just a weak girl, incapable of fighting. A cold electric jolt ripped through him the moment his fear of Leon vanished, like his mind had been secretly rewired. His mind raced. Was Dena behind this? Then the truth slammed into him. Her intervention and support were the reason. He clenched his fist as Lady Lufus's gift coursed through him, a fierce power that could flip the battle's outcome. He knew in his bones that Lady Lufus's power rivaled a god's. She'd stand unshaken even against a goddess's blessing. He admitted he'd loathe himself if fear ever made her strength seem smaller than it truly was. Leon seized the village and held its people hostage, then swallowed his pride and surrendered. There was no other way to save the people. He played along with Leon for a reason, slipped Libra a warning while posing as her enemy, and led her here. He forced out a goodbye. Only the 12 heavenly stars had come, and Leon was already racing this way. He scrambled to rally an army to take down Lion, but Madame Lufus had vanished from Melnir. He knew Lufus could pin Leon down, but Lufus would still butcher the centaurs whether they were there or not. He ripped off his mask and admitted he'd been posing as Leon's ally to spare the village from destruction, but everyone saw only betrayal. He knew he'd betrayed Lady Lufus. Guilt burned in him, yet they spared him because his strength was indispensable. He forced a grateful bow and thanked them for their mercy, rage coiling at being forced to fight Leon. But he swore he'd help in any way he could. The ground shuddered violently beneath them, plunging everyone into confused alarm as they scrambled to understand the cause. A shout tore through the air. "Earthquake!" As heavy thuds slammed in from every side, snapping the tension tight. Every eye snapped to the noise as approaching footsteps hammered the truth. Someone was coming. A massive lion blasted out of the darkness, fangs bared, wrapped in glittering streams of energy, every muscle coiled to pounce. The heroes lunged, raining brutal blows as the others watched the battle, and one enemy lay motionless, feigning death. The lion lunged. The huge beast opened its maw and unleashed a thunderous surge of energy as the man hurled a curse at Leon. He lashed out, accusing the enemy of plotting to raze not just the village but the entire forest, his gaze burning with indignation as he watched it unfold. A crushing strike slammed into the earth, detonating a storm of energy and flying debris that flooded the air with blinding, pulsing flashes. Clad in battle dress, she met the attack with unshakable calm and announced she'd been waiting for this moment. And for the enemy who arrived right on cue. Long hair whipping, she slammed down in front of the crowd, the impact carving a mark into the ground. She fired off an apology for the delay, quickly adding she'd actually arrived on time, and the man inclined his head in a slight, respectful bow. The blonde boy blurts an apology for being late. A dark-haired girl with a square snaps that he's right on time. She'd been waiting for her. She lays out the plan. Cancer will anchor the fight, Virgo and Castor will back them up, and she and Sagittarius will cover every opening. She tells Capricorn to shroud him in her illusions and sends the Scorpion to try to poison it. Aries is their trump card. They'll lock down Leon's movement, and only the Aries flame can cut through that immobilizing force. The girl with the square storms forward, offers to start, and bellows, "Sagittarius!" The bespectacled man nodded sharply, drew his weapon in perfect sync with the dark-haired girl, and both leveled their sights at the enemy. The enemy grins at my pathetic trick, like it learned nothing from our last fight. That move won't even scratch it. A bearded man exploded into a bellow, roaring to everyone that Aries is their key to victory. They're attacking. They will become Aries' shield. The monster crashes down beside the young man, hauls him to his feet, and the crowd goes stone still, mouths hanging open in shock. That monster is being mauled by another. Could this be the spark that ignites the great war between monsters? Aries erupts into view nearby, locking a steely gaze on the beast. Leon, the Lion King, the strongest monster. Aries worshipped him, hungering to match his power and seething with envy. But right now the goddess yanks Leon's strings. He's nothing but her puppet. Now Aries storms forward to challenge, wielding the power his mistress bestowed. Measure Team V1! An ally tears a storm harpoon from the sky. Another lashes the field with a writhing lunar tentacle, and someone's shouting for Gruffius. They unleash a titanic hurricane that howls with raw power, tearing through and leveling everything in its path. Leon's blood runs cold as he realizes it's all useless. The opponent's onslaught drives Aries backward. Wind lashes his face and he clamps his hands over it. Then a steady hand catches the small of his back. Clad in a maid's costume, she braces the boy's back with one arm and fires a sharp question about his condition. Aries, his clothes shredded by the attack, answers with a single weary nod. Aries' gaze tore across the battlefield. His allies lay sprawled, clawing at the ground as they fought to haul themselves to their feet. He bellows he's not finished yet and rips free from the girl's arms. I'm trying to yank him back from charging headfirst into the battle, but Aries rockets in from the flank and plants himself beside Leon with unshakable resolve. In the next instant, Leon's long tail snaps out and coils tight around his body, cinching him like a vice. The Lion King flashed a wicked grin and crowed, "At last, I've caught him," while the young man who darts like an insect is utterly fed up with Leon. The maidservant screamed, "Aries!" fear clawing at her throat. She lunges, her weapon slashing at Leon. He grins, postpones dealing with Aries, and aims to crush this small fry first. Leon grins, knowing this will give it a decent ending as his feed, and snaps his jaws open to devour Aries. No time left to do it. The spell's words slam through the air. "Three-pointed Great Hermes." Glowing spell seals hang over Leon, then slam into the Lion King with bone-crushing force. Leona is flung aside, and Aries bellows, "X8!" In the next instant, Leon hurtles into a pitch-black dimension. A voice booms, insisting everything within a several-kilometer radius must be uprooted and hauled off to another place. The voice thundered that if she hadn't acted, her next move would have unleashed a cataclysm across the world. Only one alien element remains. She's unleashing the spell Morningstar. Massive boulders barreled straight for Leon at breakneck speed. The chaos ebbs. The voice zeroes in on Aries. Everything rests on him, and he needn't worry. He can win. A heartbeat later, they explode into the open. Aries snaps upright, confusion blazing in his eyes. Leon pops up nearby, jaw clenched and annoyance burning. He's furious about the encounter because he doesn't know who it was. Leon snarls, daring his opponent to show himself. He'll devour him. Aries' gaze snaps to him. He's still standing, proof Leon's HP is colossal, and the odds just swung against them. Watching Leon erupt in rage, she braces, certain it will end exactly like last time. Aries' heart lurches as he pictures his allies, bloodied and wounded by Leon. Aries glares down, his fire sputtering beneath Leon's crushing blaze. What could possibly make him quake? He's one of the 12 stars, rivaling anyone. He must unleash unshakable confidence in his abilities. He's gonna make that hulking idiot taste the true power of his so-called Mage. A hazy silhouette snapped into being behind Aries and patted him on the head, igniting a fierce surge of confidence. Eerie rockets to his feet, his eyes snapping open in stunned surprise as a strange pulse flares to life inside him. He felt his level skyrocket and the shockwave slammed into everyone around him. The dark-haired girl grinned, probably Mrs. Lufus, and dropped a frosty condolence on the vampire chibi, while Bennett Nash looked like she'd gone down swinging. Maybe she'd pushed things so far the lady snapped into stone-cold seriousness. Monster Tamer Lufus's skill limit slams every one of the 12 heavenly stars, except Mizar's scales, against a hard level 800 ceiling. Raise Lufus's skill level and he'll rewrite the entire outcome. The goddess set the cap at 1,000. Lufa blasted past it ages ago, and now the danger has escalated. Can the 12 heavenly stars erupt into their original full might and blast all the way to level 1000? Aries charges forward, every fiber burning to seize victory. The man warns their strength may have returned, but it's fleeting. Aries nods grimly. When the lady gets serious, the battle will be over in an instant. As he loosed the arrow, he barked for the Aries to charge forward. He dares Aries to prove his strength. Aries yanks an arrow free and bolts straight for the enemy, and Leon grins, calling him a midge. Aries unleashed his power, and Leon staggered back, shouting in stunned disbelief. The force coils around Leon like black shackles, pinning him tight. He can't break out. All the allies surged together, and a bespectacled man flung something straight at Aries. This is Altaf. It lies dormant until its skill owner is disabled, then erupts to double allies' damage and rip away every restriction. The young man slams it into action. Hitting level 1000 lets him unleash its power. He commands another flame, gifted by his mistress. Lufus imbued Aries with 2 Mazar team fire skills that latch onto any foe they touch and scorch them with relentless continuous damage. Hamal rips away half of an enemy's maximum HP in a single blow, no matter how healthy or battered they are. Aries' ultimate, planet-crushing strike requires reaching level 1000 to activate and can be unleashed just once a day. Now, by supercharging the Cancer Altar, the attack rips away half the target's max HP, then doubles, and with a limit break erupts into the lion's final devastating strike. An explosion rips the sky open, bathing everything in a blinding, towering cloud of light. Leon crumples, defeated. Aries stands over the fallen opponent's body as the crowd erupts, praising him for his work. Everyone stares, awestruck at his strength. A dark-haired girl with a ponytail calls out to everyone. Now all that's left is to wipe out these idiots. Even if they're mere midges, they're enemies of Lufus and must be destroyed. She lunged. A dark-haired boy slammed her blade aside, charged in to strike, and his sword shattered. The ponytailed girl gasps, a shocked cry ripping from her throat the instant she spots him. The girl with the tail snaps. "What are you doing?" He shoots back, resolute. "That's exactly what I wanted to ask you." The monster's will to fight has shattered. They're spent and helpless, and if she presses on it'll be a massacre, but she doesn't care. She doesn't care. The monsters serve the traitor who rose against their mistress, so they're her sworn enemies. This is crucial. The enemy's tear-soaked past means nothing to her. Say's eyes snapped wide in shock. Say locked eyes with Virgo and Castor. He suspected the servants had lied about the 12 stars. Was he rushing to judgment? The girl snapped at Scorpio, asking him to step back. She presses close, breathes into his ear. She won't let them kill him with the others, will she? A deafening roar shattered the air, and the allies snapped to attention. Something was wrong here. Leon's body jerks upright like a puppet pulled by unseen strings, and the maid freezes, convinced this is the fate of anyone who sold their soul to the goddess. The girl pleads, resignation hollowing her voice. "Will it be the same for me? Can we do anything?" Virgo answers, flat and final. "No. Once a soul is surrendered and every last trace erased, nothing can be changed. Not even a virgin can undo it." A sly grin splits her face as they're stripped of power, even though Leon deserves it. Killing him is their only way out. The tailed girl swallows hard, jaw clenched, and forces a nod to the maid. Aries reels as they hiss. "Leave Leon like this and he'll keep rampaging until he dies." Aries claws at the air and begs, "Is there really no other way out?" A flat no slams back, and he stares at his allies, dumbfounded. A voice slips out of the silence and snaps, "Step aside!" Everyone whirls around, shocked. A soft footfall. An armored figure slides from the shadows, axe clenched in its hand, and it strides forward with unshakable resolve. This is Taurus, one of the 12 exalted heavenly stars, and his sudden arrival rips through the crowd, leaving everyone gaping. A torrent of uncanny events erupted. Taurus swore the goddess goaded Leon, and this is how it ended. Taurus ground his armored gauntlets together. He was going to crush her power. Aldebaran's spell erupts into a colossal spiderweb that wounds nearly every monster, and now they're racing to stop Taurus. Aries bellows that Leon is finished. He's clinging to a single % of health, while Taurus pleads with him not to worry. I'll tear into a skill that annihilates an incoming strike. Taurus smashes the attack itself, leaving the body unharmed. Leon won't die. Taurus tore the goddess apart and ripped away her influence, so he should be fine now. Aries nods. The maid snaps that nobody had any reason to kill Leon, and when Aries is cornered about the loofah, it comes out they acted on their own. Their words slammed into him. Taurus spun to walk away, but a voice cut through the silence and stopped him cold. The girl with the tail screams at him, rage clawing out of her, as he suddenly appears and is already slipping away without offering a single explanation. Virgo snaps at Castor. "Who's that?" And the guy grins. It's the first time she's ever laid eyes on him. As the tailed girl and Taurus collide, Castor smirks and reveals his mistress ranked him second only to Aries. She crossed paths with him before she conquered Earth. Taurus, in his own strange way, was a friend, and that hasn't changed. Taurus and the girl keep clashing as he snaps back that the woman is his friend and benefactor, and that he is her friend. Virgo admits he couldn't destroy the goddess's power 2,000 years ago. So how did he manage it now? Taurus falls silent. 200 years ago, he failed to shatter the goddess's power. He swore he'd never let that stand again. And for 2 centuries he trained, sharpening himself into the weapon to finish the job. Aries, eyes wide and stunned, stammers that he can hone his skills through training. Taurus can't explain it. Whoever's lurking there is likely to blow them out of the water. Aries and Taurus whip their heads as a girl blinks into existence right in front of them. She freezes, eyes wide, shocked to be discovered. Taurus shouted he'd sensed 2 sources of the goddess's power. Impossible. Someone hidden among them had to be the mystery. Taurus snaps. Who are you? She recoils, eyes wide with terror. Is she in danger? After crushing Bennett Nash in battle, she bolted to the meeting point with the demi-humans, only to find it deserted. Dena scrawled a frantic message on the wall for her. Everyone had rushed off to clash with a squad of demi-humans. She raced to the marked spot and froze. Shabby Dena stood there, flanked by a man in a mask. That masked man reveals himself as Taurus. Taurus! The maiden leaned in, eyes fierce, and revealed that 12 constellations had anchored the dragons to their spots. Alheim has shackled one of the dragons, an Earth colossus, and his seal keeps relentless watch over the bull constellation Taurus. The Alheim exit is probably right nearby. The surface roar yanked it up, and Taurus suddenly locks onto the loofah. He throws out that old casual name, nostalgia crackling in his voice, and Loofs lights up, shouting, "We haven't seen each other in ages!" Taurus nods, that single motion shouting how long it's been since they last saw each other. Memory snaps into place. He's Taurus, and Lufus flashes a smile and asks him to stop bullying Dena. Lufus zeroes in on this girl's usefulness. Dena snaps, a sting of offense sharp in her voice. Dena bolts behind Lufus. Taurus won't raise a finger. She already declared it would be so. Lufus pins Taurus with a hard stare and snaps. What do you mean? Taurus smirks and declares that no one but her saw this coming. Everything unfolding now, even her current state, is part of the Lufus plan. If that's true, Taurus falls silent. No comeback, no retort, nothing. The young man behind Lufus freezes, jaw dropping. Taurus's gaze carves the truth in an instant. Someone else is hiding inside Lufus. Taurus's brow tightens as he tests whether the young man's presence is seeping into Lufus's consciousness. He nods. This won't be easy. Taurus spun on his heel and told her to deal with the girl first. He'll be waiting for her in Alheim. Lufus cocks his head, eyes narrowing like a hunter. It's not time yet. Should she dive into the Taurus stats? She blasts through the Taurus, strong stats flashing in sharp detail, along with the full equipment of its body. Lufus scowls. His stats have gone berserk, crazier here than they ever were in the game. Taurus charges in as a full-blown damage juggernaut, a mountain of HP honed to fell foes in a single strike, able to shrug off 2 attacks from any enemy. At first, his weak stats forced him to cling to support. Now Taurus felled Leon with a single bone-crushing blow. Lufus whipped around, confusion clawing at his gut as he struggled to make sense of what had just happened. Can someone tell her everything in order? Someone shouts. Libra, the maid, straightens and nods. She swore it all ignited the moment they set foot in the demi-human village. The young man inside Lufus feels his blood run cold. Libra's story makes it painfully clear she's very late. He bypassed a straight march to Mjolnir to face Bennett Nash and instead roamed the capital, drinking in every dazzling sight. Lufus throws a hand over his face and pours out praise for every one of them. They wrestled the lion into submission with flawless teamwork, and the crowd instantly erupted in joyful shouts, crowning Aries as the one who earned the glory. Lufa thrusts his hand toward Aries and roars praise for a job perfectly executed. She whirls and pins the man in dark glasses with a fierce stare. Sagittarius. Lufus knows he had no choice. Now he must choose his next move, and everyone else is standing on that same knife edge. First, the great powers will storm through their village with a sword, and though the lion was slain, the attempt on the nearby guardian dragon drop still stands as fact. Blind to the truth, people will mindlessly brand demi-humans as enemies and swarm the punitive army. All because of him. The lion's underlings seized the chance and pounced on the guardian dragon after the scorpion's poison left it reeling. The lion himself is to blame for letting his subordinates grow careless. Lufa snaps. Hide in Mafa'al's sky tower. It's sky high and will fit every single one of us with room to spare. Clenching her jaw, the blonde snaps. Does she want them to leave the village? Lufus urges them not to worry. Lufa swears it's the best move, but she's told to hold back. Will she open her doors and shelter them? Only Dropnera can decide their fate. They stare down the indignant as Lufa snaps that Dropnera already sealed their fate. Do they intend to execute them? The beast snarled it wasn't their point. What matters is they're being punished for trying to attack first. If they let this slide, every nation will turn on Dropnir, and armies will pour out to hunt down its enemies. Lufa towers like a mountain, and their motive stares you down. Rage flared in Lufus's eyes as she presented a brutal ultimatum. Choose, or she will kill them all. This time there won't be any trouble, but they twist everything into a tangled mess. Everyone around her freezes under her piercing stare. She whips to Dena. Dena beams, nods, and fires X-Hate. Darkness slams down and the village disappears. Dena explains she moved the village to an uninhabited, inaccessible place no one can reach. Lufus snapped his fingers like a bolt of lightning and shouted, "Solar Flare!" Solar Flare, a high-ranked day element spell, detonates into blinding heat that incinerates every living thing in its radius, leaving the land scorched and lifeless. No one needed an explanation. They'd all assumed she'd torched the settlement, that flash screaming across the horizon and visible for miles. They agree to release the demi-humans now. Their nation must declare them dead, and every voice snaps yes at once. Leo's subordinates freeze, blood running cold as the truth hits. The opponent they picked is her, and they know with brutal certainty they're all going to die. Lufa vowed there would be no more battles. She'd had enough of watching. After all this, Sagittarius was appointed head of the demi-humans, marshaled his subordinates into position, and unleashed a flashy demonstration to prove arrows could pull off far wilder tricks. He barks for everyone to clasp hands and orders the first to cling to him tight as Sagittarius surges forward, leading the entire crowd. Sagittarius slammed arrows with his all-nasal skill, a power that teleports you instantly to any place you want. Lufus scans the shadows for the lion, desperate to fasten shackles on him before he wakes, while a steady voice tells the woman not to worry. Smirking triumphantly, Scorpio proclaims she poisoned him at the beginning of the battle. Now Leo's health points are plummeting, racing straight toward zero. She declares Lufus needn't lift a finger, and the lady's eyes snap wide at those words. Lufa howled, "No!" Frustration ripping through her as the lion's health points plummeted. No point in finishing off someone who can no longer fight. She snaps to Dena, who unleashes the skill Star of Asclepius. The Star of Asclepius unleashes its highest rank Water and Sky Resurrection, ripping fallen allies back from death across the area, stripping debuffs and flooding them with healing. She slams down Photon Shackles, day attribute magic that chains a single enemy in blinding light, holding them indefinitely. Dena gasps. "Is this the spell the mistress mentioned?" Lufa nods. She remembers him because of Bennett Nash's punch. Awareness sparks in Leo's eyes and Lufa's silhouette materializes in his gaze. Lufa plants herself defiantly in front of the chain lion. She greets him with a smile and he snarls, "For 2,000 years I have never forgotten you." That day's humiliation roared in him, demanding he tear her to shreds. He snarled, "Remove the chains and fight me!" The young man could storm in and force him to his knees, but his level would tank back to 800. Lufus carries a different answer inside. The young man inside Lufos grudgingly nods to her answer and pins the lion with a hard scowl. Lufus planted his feet, locked eyes with Leo, and barked, "I won't fight you!" She drops the bomb. The battle's already over. Leo has been defeated by Aries and the others. That's all. Lufus isn't about to snatch their victory. Leo snarls as she unleashes everything on her subordinates, and now she looks down on him. Wasn't he good enough to fight her? Lufus grinned and boasted he'd relied on the goddess's power in that fight. Leo freezes, jaw slack and eyes wide as shock pins him to the spot. Lufa's grin never falters. She snatches every advantage she can, even harnessing the goddess's power as another weapon. Had he seized and harnessed that power, it would have unleashed him. In the end, Leo became the pawn, his strings pulled by someone else. It would be a showdown, goddess versus Lufus, the lion nothing but a weapon she wielded. Venice dazzled. She defied the goddess to seize her freedom, and Lufus recognized her as a worthy rival. Lufus snaps her gaze to Lev and fires back an answer to his last question. "A lion isn't worthy to fight Lufus," the voice spat. Leo froze, shock nailing him to the spot. Each time she unleashes the goddess's power, she strips the lion of any claim to fight her. She's forcing him to face that truth. He won't dare summon the goddess's power. His entire life is pledged to Lufus. To her, Lufus is just a tiny kitten she can read like an open book, and she flings her gaze up at the sky. Did Lufus mastermind this whole event from the start? She dismisses all their battles as a messy sandbox, and sometimes a melancholy sigh slips from her. A bug latched onto Lufus Mufal, and she roped in the hulking figure nearby to pry it off. Now she doesn't just unleash endless ranks to take out Lufus. Elsewhere, he comes face to face with the Lord of Light for the first time, Terra, and blurts a hasty apology for intruding. Vladeka grunted, voice like gravel, and demanded to know what business had brought him here. Spirit Princess Pollux snapped, "If it's insignificant, he should leave." The dark-haired youth pins the princess with a fierce stare, determination roaring as he hunts for the truth about the Avatar. Silence crackled. Then the princess shot, "What will you do with this knowledge?" And the young man's face darkened into a frown. He vows to wrench someone free from the demon's fate, and his friend even put everything on pause to stop him. The young man slams his fist down and vows to live on his own, refusing to be anyone's puppet. Princess nods, lips sealed like iron. She refuses to speak. It's not up for discussion. Rage coiled in his fists as he swore to his dead comrade. What must he do to uncover the truth? The princess pauses, mind racing, then thrusts a decisive finger to the side. She implores him to dance with her cherished Argonauts, the returned souls of heroes. The young man freezes. Princess Pollux, the ultimate life form and the polar opposite of his father, looms before him, ready to drop a hint only if he wins. She clamps her mouth shut, refusing to answer. It turns out she's Pollux, one of the 12 twin constellations. She wants him, the son of demons, to take them on. Is that her way of turning him down? The princess spins to the Argonauts and demands they teach the young man a lesson so he never dares return here. Pollux tears the souls of heroes from the past into the present, forges them temporary bodies, and floods those vessels with godlike power. The moment a princess recalls someone, her power reaches them. Race means nothing. She can summon as long as SP fuels her. Her SP has blasted to infinity, and the princess smiles and asks them to surrender. Tara clenches the sword's hilt. Does she really think she's already won? Tara's gut turns to ice. She knows he doesn't stand a chance. Driven by his fallen friend's final wish, he vows never to back down and will stop at nothing to shield the living. An icy chuckle escaped the princess. Fine. Let him keep throwing himself against that hopeless resistance. She whirls to the Argonauts, the heroes of the past, and beseeches them to lay down their souls to seal their victory. She sacrifices herself to unleash Spirit Boo, a long-lasting hero skill that supercharges allies and cripples enemies until the battle ends. Tara grits her teeth, jaw tight with resolve. The ghosts he'd defeated crawl back from the shadows. The princess unleashes a blitz of power-ups. Tara's level plummets from 1,000 to 300, and the princess just keeps unleashing infinite summons and respawning endlessly. Tara's breath catches as the truth slams into her. Argonaut is the power of a deity. He crumples to the ground, utterly drained. The princess points out that even the baby knows the battle is pointless. Does he want to keep fighting? Tara hauled herself upright, bracing her weight on the sword. He won't back down. The princess exhales as she stares at the teetering youth. Ridiculous. He looks like he's about to end his life. She barked for the Argonauts to batter Tara until he blacked out. Do not kill him. The princess forces her chin down and walks away. Every step a struggle because the young man fights for those he loves. She rips her gaze away and storms out. A blade suddenly materializes at her throat. Pollux instantly barks at the heroes and souls to stop their assault. The princess asks, "If I'd waited until you slipped past your bodyguards, could I have beaten you?" The girl sneers, pointing out the princess is only level 300, and she, despite that delicate facade, is actually level 800. If Pollux ever matched her level, she'd be crushed. No way she'd beat her. Tara bets she finally has a shot. She pays for her ability with raw physical strength. The princess nods, calling it a solid assumption. One wrong call, and the girl will die. The girl believes him outright. The princess narrows her eyes. They won't kill her because they need her, but she's unyielding. The girl kills her, stopping her from killing Tara. The princess goes quiet, frozen in stunned silence. The princess admits defeat. Her strength is simply no match for the average adventurer. She barks a command, summoning soul heroes to heal Tara, and they shoot straight up to him. The girl bursts toward the young man, panic ripping through her, and the princess grins. Sheer grit and ruthless strategy snatched victory for the young man. Yet the princess can summon only the souls of heroes. Castor alone can wring every last drop from souls, Argonaut, and it explodes to full power only when he's fighting side by side with his brother. If Brother Pollux had been here, he'd likely have sheathed his blade and let those two walk away alive. The princess beckons them into her home, then lifts a steaming cup of tea to her lips. The princess slams it down. They want the secret to craft an avatar. Only a new body will keep them from the demon's fate. Tara nods. He demands the princess teach them. She can wield the Argonaut, and the princess's hand clutching her teacup freezes solid. She snaps. An avatar is the power to conjure a body that moves at your command. Tara burns to learn how to anchor a consciousness inside the avatar's body. They say demonic bodies aren't needed. The princess grins. The demon's fate hangs by a thread. Face Lufus Mothal in battle or claw for any other escape. Now their wills have been ripped away. The goddess drags demons into battle against humans. Her magic dooms any who refuse to fight to extinction. Terra can't crack what the goddess who spawned the demons is scheming. And Venus, the only one who knew the truth, is gone. Venus and Mercury caught on first, spotting the truth before anyone else even blinked. Convinced only the Demon King could make things right, he crashed to his knees and begged him to save Luna. Mercury fell for the Demon King's ruse, and ruin crashed down on him. The Demon King is utterly untrustworthy. Luna's slipping into death. He must transform his body this instant to pull her back. The princess snaps back that she can't teach him. The truth is, she doesn't even know how. Pollux can conjure an Argonaut, but whether she could pull the same trick with demons, she's never tried. Terra can hurl herself into death, gambling on a pseudo-resurrection she can't trust. She doesn't even know if demons possess souls. When fairies occupy their true bodies, they channel their souls and cleave off a living shard to bind into their avatar. Demons like them shatter every rule. They're a brutal force unto themselves. She can't even conjure what's not there. Terra drops her gaze, frustration coiling like a tight wire inside her. Pollux has never attempted this, but a real shot at victory still flickers within reach. Reborn from a demonic husk into an avatar. That's a wild twist, and she might just claw her way to a solution. Terra's voice trembles with sincere thanks, while the princess, cheeks burning, awkwardly asks her to let go of her hand. The young man's move ignited a fierce flare of jealousy in that girl. Terra recoiled awkwardly and muttered something to herself. Pollux's soft chuckle rippled as the young man scrambled to explain himself to the girl, and intrigue flared. These two were nothing like the other demons. To save them, you must take a desperate risk. Plunge into the main body's memories. What infernal schemes ignited in the Demon King's mind the moment she held Heaven's key? Pollux's eyes snap open and she crumples to the ground. Terra bolts forward, shouting her name with desperate urgency. She cracked her eyes open, voice a raw rasp. "Take the girl! Run!" She yanked his arm, urgency burning, pushing him away before the goddess could possess her. The boy's eyes shot wide. Pollux warned that when the goddess takes her, she won't bother with niceties toward them. Terra fell to her knees, begging forgiveness. He snatches the girl and bolts from the scene. The princess flashes a grin, looks up and insists it's better this way. He has to take care of this girl. Then she suddenly doubles over, twisting in pain. The goddess means business this time. Lufa's plan is falling into place flawlessly, and the princess doesn't even blink if she wants to use her body. Pain claws at her, but Pollux forces a grin. Her body obeys, yet her memories stay sealed away. She must slam her soul shut, stopping the goddess from siphoning her memories and exposing Lufus's plan. If the goddess slips into Pollux, she'll witness exactly what the princess sees. After that, everything hangs on Lufus. Slumped and breathless on the ground, the princess barely whispers her brother's name and Lufus's as the light in her eyes drains away. The allies pulled out of the demi-human village, leaving Leon alone amid his seething fury, convinced he'd calm down. His strength blazed too bright to ignore. Later they'd clash with the goddess, plotting to weaponize his rival's spirit. Leon's a simpleton. Nudge him and he'll launch himself at the Demon King. What will they do now? This journey's mission: seize the last 12 constellations. Now they must unite with Pollux in Alheim. 8 of the 12 are locked down! Cross Leon off. 4 remain, but Gemini's twin figures push the total to 13 constellations. The last 3 stand sentinel over the seal dragons. Parthenos revealed exactly where they hide. Taurus stands sentry over the Earth Dragon. Pull him from duty, and they'll scramble to name a new guardian. Castor snaps. This is where Pollux's abilities shine. Summoned heroes can step in and replace it. During the game, players swore Pollux and Castor were the fairy brother and sister. The siblings lie scattered, their strength a mystery. Pollux empowers them to supplant the constellations that guard the dragons. Lufus urges the hero to detour to a city on his way to Alheim, and Dena snaps out one name: Regaloon, the martial arts city. They spot Sagittarius gone eerily quiet, and Lufus steps up, voice sharp and urgent. "Everything all right?" He snaps that he has no right to interfere in the conversation, and she counters that the incident mustn't throw him off course. Sagittarius will cover for Lufa in the battles ahead. His pinpoint sharpshooting can flip the fight, and his steady, level-headed calm commands your respect. Lufus snaps. How long is he going to stand there? Can't he turn himself into a human? They're scrambling to stop her. A blinding flare detonates, forcing everyone to duck. Aries flings himself over them, a living shield. Sagittarius erupts fully transformed and rockets straight into the squad. Suddenly, Scorpio lunges at Sagittarius, leaving him stunned and bewildered as the girl spits a curse and snarls, "You idiot!" Scorpio seethed, cursing his outfit. How dare he show up like this in front of Lufus? Sagittarius, unfazed, strolled on as always, and Lufus froze, stunned by what she saw. It hits me. The centaur's lower half had always been exposed, naked from the waist down, and Dena shrugs, flatly saying she doesn't care. Scorpio cares. She explodes into action, unleashing a furious display that makes crystal clear what she'll do with Sagittarius. Sagittarius demands garments forged by alchemy. 200 years ago, he hardly ever showed his face in public, always cloaked in disguise. Lufus snapped a strict order: never show yourself in public. The man's uncontrollable exhibitionism made it too dangerous. She'd already accused Sagittarius of losing his mind, only to discover he hadn't. What was wrong with the 12 constellations? A figure in a dark raincoat bolts down the alley. Guards roar at the crowd, scrambling to stop the girl's escape. Then out of nowhere, a figure materializes right behind them. A figure grinned and claimed it as his plaything, as if it should swell with pride. She decided to run away. What an ill-mannered girl. Back with the Lufus team, they rolled into Lugyarn, a city split into 4 districts: sword, shield, spear, and bow. Ages ago, Aliot led 7 heroes in a brazen betrayal of Lufus. One seized control of these lands, and his descendants still rule here. The Lord, one of the Spet family's ace experts, towers over the ring as a martial arts tournament erupts here. Lufus quips that Dena sounds like an NPC. The constellation's fist snaps shut in an instant, poised to erase the city. But Lufas crashes into their path and stops them cold. Sei shoots a sharp glance at Lufus, and Constellation whoops that this transport is brilliant. They blasted across the border in a heartbeat. Beneath this cloak lurks a half-human who carried out Leon's orders, Sargus. Lufus doesn't know the whole story, but the hero snatched him from the jaws of danger and told him to come along. Lufus watches the Sayed team's heroism slip away. The boy grins proudly, and now Lufus wants to roam the city's streets. She'd planned to sprint straight to Alheim, but the plan exploded. You get one day to go wild. Lufa grins and says he wants to give something. The man reaches out and offers a bundle wrapped in a scrap of cloth. It's a scarlet sword. After Scorpio shattered his blade, she presses this one into his palm as a parting gift. Sei stammers, "Can I definitely take it?" Lufus nods, smiling, and pins the blame on her subordinate. Lufus whirls to Libra and snaps. "Find the best hotel." She nods. Sei hunted down Lufus to expose who she truly was and what she planned to do. And he got the answers. Lufus? Harmless. The 12 constellations are a whole different beast. Now they're puppets of Lufus, every move forced by his will, and hatred for humanity boils in their veins. Sei throwing his lot in with the 12 constellations would be a catastrophic misstep. It will brand him an accomplice in humanity's destruction. Sei clasped his hands together when a sharp shout cut through the air, yanking him back as he remembered they still had to find a hotel. In the city, at a hotel, Lufa and Sei collide out of nowhere and lock eyes, shock ripping across their faces. He slammed a hand over his face as the final boss strode into the next room, their sneering laughter making it obvious they're mocking him. Worse still, they're playing cards and it's brutally hard. Earth maps in this world. A cold shock hit them. The bombshell. Lufus already knew about Earth. She was born here and sealed away for 200 years. She couldn't have struck it then, so how could this be? Sei strides down the alley and spots a cluster of people who plant themselves in front of the cloaked figure, demanding she stop bothering them. They grin, taunting him. "Don't you know wasting someone else's time is a grave sin?" The figure still refuses to go with them. "Hold up." Someone instantly lunges to shield the cloaked figure. "What are they doing?" The men grinned, teeth flashing. The boy decided to play the hero. He was brutally wrong. He snarls for them to kill him. They surge at the boy, knives clenched, while Sei plants himself in front of the stranger, shielding him. After smashing through the demi-human village and crushing the final bosses, those scumbags are worthless, frozen at level 10. The young man exploded forward, hurling the men aside in a blur. He stared at the defeated man and the truth hit him. This beaten fighter had grown stronger. The stranger rips off his raincoat, storms toward the attackers, snarls, "You're complete garbage!" then whips his leg over the man's head. Crushing the man's face with his boot, the stranger spat, "He'll have to do everything himself." Dumbfounded. "What are you doing? Those are my comrades." The stranger snaps, "Don't joke like that. They're not comrades, they're one-time tools. Nothing more." The stranger sneered, refusing to waste a second on the plebeians. Then an attack exploded out of nowhere and blindsided him. The young man locks onto his shadow and lashes out without a beat, his strike slamming into the enemy's nose. Rage explodes in the stranger as he lashes out with vicious, accelerating blows. Sei can't see a single one. The young man's mind scrambled. He couldn't understand why. Sei crashes back from the blow. The stranger grins, no joy in the strike, just grim awe, because Sei still wields the power of an invulnerable hero. A second cloaked figure materializes behind him and pleads for him to stop. He calls him Debly. He proclaims he the kingdom of Levitane's hero, personally acknowledged by the royal family, so nobody needs to lift a blade against him. The stranger whirls and hisses hero at the boy, disgust lacing every syllable. He scoffs that the royal family can't pick heroes to save their own skin, and a man hisses at him to stop. Say that, and you could be arrested for defamation. Hands haul the boy upright. Debly freezes a beat, then vows he'll remember the boy's face. He pivots on the young man, eyes like fire, and spits that siding with justice costs dearly. Let him never forget it. The person beside him leans in, blurting, "You okay? We haven't seen each other in ages," as he peels off his raincoat. The truth explodes! It's Hans's daughter, Alfie! Side by side they storm into the permanent yard, reunited at last after a long, aching absence. What a wild coincidence. They ran into each other and now sit at the same table, an awkward hush hanging between them. Sei whispers, voice trembling, "Why are you chasing me?" Alfie hesitates for a heartbeat, then decides to spill every secret to him so Sei can dodge trouble. Alfie glimpsed a forbidden truth, and now they're gunning to erase her. They're flat out saying the tournament isn't being held here. Heads dipped in knowing nods. The crews had already spread the word. They're calling the victor the Spear Territory's hero. Slay the Demon King and he'll eclipse the royal family. But who truly believes that's even possible? That's Lord Spieth's eldest son. The Lord is trying to forge him into a hero. Debly's are the worst option. He laces his rivals' meals with poison that doesn't kill but leaves them utterly drained of strength. Get this, Debly poisoned the girls he coveted, hauled them off, and even snatched Alfie's friend. Sei gives a sharp nod. They tear after her because of what she saw. Alfie charges to save her friend, but Debly wields a strange, deadly magic, and Alfie is utterly outmatched. She clasps her folded hands to her face. Alfie turns to Sai and thanks him for listening to her. Relief floods her and she feels better. Alfie snaps upright. She vows to cover the bill as a thank you. The girl bolts for the exit. Alfie burns to ask for help, but she has no right to. She hails Sei as a hero, and he's on a mission. Too laser-focused to waste a second on pointless brawls. He lunges, grabbing the girl's arm. Did she honestly think he'd ignore what she said? It'll definitely help. Alfie throws a thankful grin, and they vow to pull her friend out first. Sei rallies his friends to rush in and help. 10 minutes later, every one of his friends swarmed around Alfie, leaving him utterly speechless. Sei stormed in with a bandit-faced stranger, and even he stepped up to help her. The cat bellows he'll punish the enemy with his sword. Something in Alfie stirs and she aches to stroke him. Sargeis knows nothing of human traditions and obeys only his heart. Alfie brands him dangerous in his mind. She too vows to pour every ounce of herself into it. Alfie is struck by the startling whiteness of her wings. Brilliant snow-white wings mark him as royal, and Alfie trembles, fearing everything might unravel. Alfie scoffed they didn't look like a hero's team at all. Then suddenly, a voice calling itself Daddy boomed. The figure is Alfie's father. She gapes at her own father, utterly dumbfounded. Why did Sei choose him? She stared at him, hollow with dejection, and he answered with a painfully awkward smile. A single confession to Lufus would fix everything, but Sei can't stand her brutal methods and backs away from the fight. Alfie belts out a heartfelt thanks to everyone for their support, as her father drapes a cloak over her shoulders. Sprint down Raglan City's martial arts street. The grandstand roars, packed to the rafters, while a man lies sprawled on the floor, spitting blood and hissing curses as the cold truth slams into him. He's been poisoned. The victor of Blee's matches flashes a smug grin at his opponent, feigns cluelessness, and tells them not to blame him for their helplessness. Debly laced his opponent's drink with poison, greased the referee's palm, and walked away with an effortless victory. He'll butcher anyone who stands in his way and grab any girl he fancies to use as his plaything. Toys kept shattering, so he begged that girl to bring more, but she bolted. The king's chosen boy blocked his path, and rage boiled in Debly. He hates when his plans go off the rails. The mob devours it. They're nothing but his toys, stripped of any meaning beyond his control. Debly snarls a promise. He'll raze to ash every last thing the hero holds dear. The Blee knows the hero tore into the city with allies. His hotel must be under attack by now. There'll probably be beautiful women there, and he'll seize every one of them and reduce them to his trophies. Several people lock onto the room where Lufus is located. An extravagant spread groaned under a mountain of dishes before Lufus's Virgo flashed a smile and said the city was famed for its food. Their most famous tale: a young man madly in love with a night girl. He threw open his own inn, and its food became legendary. Before long, the courtyard became her favorite night haunt. The young man honed his cooking into a real craft, and in time they became lovers. Lufus snarls in her head, resenting how those romantic stories must make her feel. Then she lifts a bite and tastes the food. Her eyes snap open, a sour frown carving her face. The food tastes revolting. Lufus leans in with a warm grin and asks, "Did the owner put sugar in the soup instead of salt?" The man instantly pales and blurts a frantic apology. Out of nowhere, a man barrels up to them and snaps, "Are you adventurers?" He throws down the gauntlet, accept his task, and he'll hand over up to 500,000 Eli. Lufus recoils at the price. Sure, it's way too much because he's bracing for food that'll make him gag. He snapped that this was the bare minimum he could offer, the noble house's problems forcing his hand. Suddenly, Lufus snaps for him to wait. Guests have come to her. She whirls to Libra and tells her to snatch them. Libra nods instantly and fires back. "How do you want them caught?" Lufus insists on the usual method. The girl nods and slips out of the room. Then a thunderous crash jolts the male chef and makes him leap back in alarm. Libra bowed slightly and declared, cool and respectful, "Everyone's captured. I'll begin the interrogation with Capricorn." Lufa nodded. Scorpio storms into the doorway and thrusts a vial of poison forward for the questioning, but Libra brushes it aside and snarls she can handle it without help. Lufus orders Sagittarius. The moment Libra learns the name, he must uncover every corner of this person's past. Dread clenches Lufus's chest. He refuses to picture how the interrogation will play out. The guests seethed with hatred. You couldn't spare them an ounce of mercy, and they'd picked the absolute worst moment to attack her. If he were the one who'd just stepped into this world, pity would still flicker in his chest. Not after he'd clashed with Bennett. The border between it and Lufus is collapsing inch by inch. The current him has hardened, his excessive softness gone. The master's story steps into the spotlight. Lufus frowns. Another location is Lake Sharn, the thunderous arena where the battle tournament explodes to life. First, they must unearth ironclad proof. Their foes' aristocratic ties will bury any weak accusation. The Spett family runs the tournament, and they're racing to unearth proof tying Debley's eldest son to poisoning and kidnapping. They scour the waiting room for participants, find no food traces. Do they seize every last thing? The girl asks Alfie's friend's name. It's real. And Say's breath catches. He never thought he'd meet Alfie again. This place hosts the tournament every year under the iron rule of the Spett family, and their eldest son stooped to ruthless measures to snatch victory. Someone brazenly snatched Alfie's friend, and the girl who saw it was relentlessly harassed. They barreled into the participants' waiting room, ripping it apart to snatch any scrap of evidence. He stared at the wall, then his gaze snagged on a hidden switch. The door slams open onto a shadowy underground chamber as he throws back his head and boasts, "I'm an adventurer. I always find the secret entrance." They barreled down the stairs and suddenly spotted men ahead. Sarges snapped for them to hand it over and unleashed a spider that stunned them. He beckons everyone to follow him. The man beams approval, while Alfie drops his gaze, frozen in shock. They crept toward the gate as the metallic tang of blood slammed into their noses. They must walk the razor's edge, every step measured. They fling the doors wide and stop dead, stunned by the savage scene. How can that person call themselves noble after that? In that room, girls dangled from chains, their bodies wasted into fragile shells. Alfie screams for her friend, panic clawing at her voice. The girl answers, dragging herself on hands and knees toward the sound. She snaps her head up. Alfie zeroes in on her friend's half-adoring face, and she freezes, shock pinning her there, not knowing why. Suddenly, Debley's voice ripped through the air. Rael herself had burned her face. Her action shattered him. Guarding her virginity with that tactic was mind-boggling. Alfie jolted toward him. Blee's glare sucked every ounce of value from it. "It's trash now, but I'm on the hook to pay." I wrecked his mood. Debley's grin widens as Jin strides forward, sword in hand, and in a heartbeat, the nobleman vanishes. Debley lunges at Jin, the exact strike C warned about, and Sarge materializes right behind the nobleman. Debley lunged, driving his blade at Sarge, only to slam into something solid. The sword refused to pierce. Sarge's notes flagged Debley's jaw-dropping technique. It wasn't about speed. Debley pulled it off in a single blinding instant. A sly grin steals across the nobleman's face as he wonders whether he's the guest. Debley rips off her mask and bears her secret. Sure, they're powerless, because he can literally stop time. Alfie roared in disbelief, shouting that only a goddess could pull a stunt like that. Debley just grinned and agreed. She alone had granted him this power. Once upon a time, to defeat the Black-Winged Lady, she entrusted Alioth with a sacred treasure. He pressed it into his comrade's grasp, and it was inherited by their descendants. The goddess's sacred time ring wields the raw power to freeze time itself. Debley's cold chuckle cuts the air as their faces crumble into stunned realization of their utter helplessness before absolute power. Debly licks his lips over a cocktail of injustice and searing rage laced with despair. This is the blade that cleaves the elected from those who aren't. He thrusts his hand skyward and bellows, "Time stop!" Everyone froze as Blee advanced with eerie calm. Even in his hero's guise, helplessness gripped him. A yawning chasm gapes between Debly and them. No bridge can span it. Alfie, tears streaming, pleads, "Why are you acting like this?" Alfie's scream rips the air. Every ounce of power is in the ring, not him. Debly spins around and brazenly mocks him. He rockets forward and connects a savage punch with the girl's face. Her father lunges at him, but he twists aside and evades the strike. He grinned, sure the foe would never land a blow. Then a maiden suddenly materialized right behind him. Surprise slams into Debly. He twists away at the last heartbeat, but the virgin tails him back, relentless. Can Virgo really see his movements? Alfie's father snaps that she doesn't watch him. She foresees every move and strikes before he can blink. The ring roars with raw power while Debly's strength crumbles beside it. Suddenly a voice cuts through and spits, "Stop!" He clamps Sei to his chest and snarls at the girl. "Stop now unless you want him hurt." Riveted by the young man, she didn't notice Debly's strike until his blow smashed into her, hurling her to the ground. Virgo claws herself upright, shaky and weak, slides beside me and beams a sweet, disarming smile. He can't stand it, so he leaps in to school the ill-mannered girl and drag her back onto the right path. Virgo snaps her gaze up, defiance blazing. His courtesy is a luxury she can't afford, and the next move makes Sei's eyes snap wide with despair. Desperation clenches Sei's throat as Tabli pummels Diva, strike after brutal strike. Why is it so weak? Why so pathetic? He hungers for the power to help him crush that level 1000 guy and protect everyone. David stares like a statue, unmoving, while Debly flashes a dagger. Sei erupts with a raw, frustrated scream. What's he gonna do? The aristocrat roars he'll teach her a lesson, lunges with a dagger, and insists she should be flattered. She'll be awarded the embrace of a nobleman. Before Debly can reach the girl, a deafening explosion shatters the air and jagged rock fragments pummel the people sitting below. A voice cracked with stunned disbelief. They'd actually found a basement here. Shouts erupt that Sagittarius marked this place. Disbelief seizes Sei as her gaze snaps to Lufus's familiar silhouette. A bespectacled Lufus bursts into view right in front of them, eyes wide as he blurts, "What are you all doing here?" When pressed with this question, Lufus owned up. She accepted the request from the owner of the permanent yard. In an instant, Lufa and Sei's gazes collided, locking them in an electric stare. Debly snaps time shut again, everyone freezes in stunned silence, and the required object is found. It matches the description exactly. Lufus snaps, "Am I done with all this? Who is he?" Debly winces. Rage explodes in him as she barges in, acting like the lead. Her clueless arrogance sets his blood boiling. She needs to apologize. Lufus confesses he has no idea who he is, and Debly snarls back. Fine. She'll be his toy, or she'll die. He smirked, saying Lufus's looks were not bad, and thus granting her the honor of becoming his toy. Sei's eyes snapped wide in shock. Libra lunges to finish him on the spot, but Lufus slams the brakes. Her questions still unanswered. She insists on confirming the truth first. Lufus spins toward Rail, razor-eyed, and snaps, "Was this your doing?" Rail's curt nod seals the truth. He blurts that she burned her own face, and Lufus snaps, demanding whether he was the one who did to the Virgin what happened. Debly smirked, admitting the Virgin had unnerved him a little, so he dished out the fitting punishment. Lufus, unnervingly calm, admits he's amazed. Just a third-class non-entity. Debly grits her teeth, and she needs to be taught a lesson. Time freezes again. Debly plots to take off Lufus, sealed as punishment, just to watch how she reacts. Right as his hand reaches for her, Lufus clamps onto his wrist, halting him mid-reach. Debly reels back, stunned, while Lufus grins triumphantly. He actually caught her off guard. That can't be fast, so it's coming from a ring. When the sacred treasure of Kronos is unleashed, it grinds the whole world into molasses slow motion for a few seconds, practically freezing time. Lufus rips the ring off his finger. It malfunctions. Debly instantly screams for her to return it. Lufus yields, no argument in him, and she won't be stopped. She storms in and drives a fist square into his face. This is the blade strike skill. Debly is flung backward by the strike's force, blood pouring from his nose. But Lufus clamps a hand on his neck. She pleads with him to stay awake, and Lufus pins him with a chilling stare, sneering that she's only getting started. Her gaze pierces Debly. A cold shiver rips down Debly's spine. Memories from his past explode across his vision. He refuses to be looked down on like he once was. Debly Speth was dumped on the church steps, filthy and abandoned, an orphan left behind. He'd never known his parents. Frail, with no magic to his name, his body betrayed him and everyone laughed at him every day. No one praised him, and everyone treated him like trash. Then one day a single moment flipped his whole life. He was the son of a nobleman. After the abduction, the kidnapper hurled him in front of the church, and Debly, hearing this, leapt into the air, roaring with joy. Scornful stares branded him a former orphan the moment he stepped into the aristocratic hall. He masked himself in raw strength so no one would dare look down on him, then vowed he'd become the thief. Nobody dares to look down on Debly, so he feeds his arrogance by looking down on everyone. Lufus doesn't bat an eye. He wielded his past like a shield to justify every move, and she tossed his story aside like it meant nothing. His lineage gives him no license to trample the people. Aristocrats are bound to protect and govern them. Noble? Anyone who makes others miserable isn't noble, and Lufus charges into the fray. She pummels without pause, each strike cold and merciless. Lufus lands a final savage kick and sends Debly crashing into the wall. Debly's body parts whip aside as she coos. "Don't worry, I've been gentle with you." Lufus tells him to spend the rest of his days drowning in regret for what he did. Say gapes at the chaos, utterly dumbfounded. Where was it soft? The dust settled. Everything was resolved. The victims were treated, their scars and memories wiped clean, and the subordinates were forced to compensate every one of them. The scandal dragged the Spet family's sins screaming into the light before the royal family, toppled them from power, and now they'll be stripped of their aristocratic titles. Lufus whirls to Rael and Deva, beckoning them to come, and they stitch their clothes back together with a crackle of alchemical light. Sargus sizes them up as a hurricane roaring toward him. He rips into himself in silence, painfully aware he was weak. He'd convinced himself being weaker than those creatures was normal. Then Debly ripped that illusion apart, laying bare how utterly helpless he was against a single human. He couldn't save a single person. He yanked everyone down with him and wound up a hostage. His father's words blaze in his mind. Become the person who reaches out to anyone in need. Watch rage erupt in him at his helplessness. He's desperate to grow stronger. Power winked at him from inches away. A golden apple. If Lufus had handed it to him, he'd have rocketed straight to level 1000. Is this the right path? It's almost too easy. Power handed on a platter warps people into madness, and that apple gleams like forbidden fruit daring you to bite. It crackles with a power that could rewrite the world. One careless move and everything comes crashing down. Power surges through him. Can Say control it? Does he deserve it? He hungers for strength, but... Lufa and her allies burst back into the inn, and the owner rushed to Rael, tears streaming as she pulled her into a tight, desperate hug. You pulled off the rescue for your beloved. The owner slams 500,000 ale into their hands, but Lufus scoffs and demands a different reward. She's burning to sink her teeth into the place they're in, especially its famed specialty, fake dragon meat. Lufus lights up and dives fork first into the feast, tasting every dish laid out for her and her allies. Joy explodes as everyone savors their meal. Smiles and satisfied sighs filling the air. In a heartbeat, Tina rockets to her feet and rushes off to wash her hands. Lufus locks onto her with razor focus, then catches sight of Castor hauling himself to his feet too. A sharp jolt shoots through her. Pollux? They plant themselves on the seashore. Lufus leans in and snaps. You sure about the direction? Castor nods, and Pollux rockets into motion. His sister, the sworn guardian of the Ouroboros Treziel, would never abandon the fairy kingdom. Something terrible must have dragged her away. A warning ripped through Lufa's mind as Aries' body fizzed with a strange electric tingle. Cancer recoils in fury. Something deadly is barreling straight toward it. He sent the maid to keep watch at the inn. She wasn't strong enough to face the battle barreling toward them. Dena lingered there too. She slipped away to wash her hands and never came back. Lufus erupts a divine barrier. The heliopause swallows physical strikes up to a set threshold, while the heliosphere nullifies all magic. Escala forges one-use skills and narrow spells into versatile tools, and her enchant ray floods your ally with raw attack and ironclad defense. Training complete, they stand coiled like springs, eyes locked and muscles taut as they wait for their opponent. Lufus cranes his neck to the pitch-black sky, eyes razor-focused and every muscle coiled as he waits. At last, a dark silhouette rips through the clouds, hurtling straight toward them. That's the Demon King's son. A man instantly charges to take him down, but Lufus cuts him off and stops him. The whole scene screams wrong. They crash down and Tara collapses instantly from sheer exhaustion. The girl cries out his name, panic in her voice as she shakes his shoulder. She collapses to her knees, begging to save him and swearing she'll do anything. Lufus quietly tells her she doesn't have to. An endless tide of dead souls surged up, and a Dragon King reared before them. Polluck's grin flashed as she addressed the Blackwing Lady for the first time. Castor's gasp rips the air. Did she summon the Dragon King as a spirit? Lufus's jaw tightens. He's certain it's not Pollux, and the girl flashes a cruel smile. She slipped into Pollux's body, laser-focused on reaching Lufus. The extras had to be cleared from the stage, so she hurled the spirits in to attack. Pollux glared at the Demon King's son and spat that if he hadn't been protecting the girl, his escape would have succeeded. His move drips with that classic swagger the goddess adores. This time he's cast as the hero, not the demon. Lupus rockets between the attackers and the demons, his body a living shield that soaks up every strike. She snaps at the girl. "Don't forget my words. You'll owe me." Then Lufus turns to Pollux. She snarled the scene had to be cleansed and coldly commanded the goddess Alavanus to perish. Lufis unleashed the skill Al-Qaeda Star, the one who left first. Locked in combat with Ben, a forbidden skill flared in his mind, something no one here possessed, and he was about to shatter the goddess's level 1000 ceiling. Grinning, Lufus commands his stars to unleash their true might, sending Lufus Mufal surging to level 1500 while the stars ignite to level 800. The Argonauts flung up their hands to block the blinding glare. Lufus strode forward, eyes locked on their trembling forms. Weren't these the ones who trailed the 7 heroes 200 years ago? Fear still claws at them for the one who ended their lives. Lufus doesn't remember them at all. The heroes' souls grit their teeth. Even if those defeated by Lufus crawl back, it won't shift the balance. The reborn stagger as feeble husks, because Lufus wields the skill X-Score heirs. Power surged through him. He ripped the chains free and bellowed, "Let the goddess witness X-Square's merge skills!" Lufus hurls Libra and Scorpio into the assault as the 12 stars erupt, unleashing their true might. They unleash their equipped skills like a thunderclap, proving their power. Scorpio seethes with indignation. Don't let her command her. She spits a graffiti-poison breath. All nasal clenches the scale in his hand. It erupts into an arrow that pierces targets far beyond normal range, and lets him blink across space in an instant. Libra rockets into the battle and unleashes a thunderous Brahi. Aries and Capricorn roar into position, primed and hungry for battle. All around, spells screamed and skills tore through the air. The Argonauts were about to outnumber them. Cancer flashed a grin and beckoned them into hell, then whirled to Sagittarius, who answered with a single nod. Cancer detonates a skella that twists one target into an assault across every enemy. Acubin's expansion locks in those fire-way to count hits, and Castor lunges in with an attack. Castor slams a spell from his wand and roars, "Capricorn!" The man snaps upright, resolve hardening as he instantly knows what to do. A colossal vortex surges skyward. Libra urges Aries and Scorpio to strike together, and the girl snaps, indignation blazing across her face. Sagittarius grins and calls for perfect timing to mow them all down. Cancer's shoulders fall, voice small, as he admits he has no offensive skills. A towering pillar of spells rockets into the sky, obliterating everything in its path. Pollux watches, eerily calm. She spits that it's useless. Her army is endless, she regenerates without stop. And they already know every move our Argonauts make. Without warning, a hand shoots out, clamps onto the Aries' head, and snaps it hard to the side. Lufa storms forward, seizing the spotlight to unleash every skill she's got. She bellows, "Diviner, Golden Bow!" a sun attribute spell that blazes and massively amplifies the power of the next magic. She tears a solar flare from the sky and burns everyone to the ground. A blinding light explodes outward, swallowing the area and searing anyone caught inside. The beam is so ferocious it rips clean out of the galaxy. Pollux barked, "That's the black-winged lady, Lufus Maphile." And the girl sagged, whispering, "That's enough. I can't beat her." Pollux nodded, voice icy calm. Lufus was a monster that tore through level and damage limits. How did she pull that off? But the girl had forgotten something. Pollux snaps at Lufus, snarling that heroes once toppled her, then roars and drags the Argonauts back into the fight. Lufus's eyes snap open. The 4 heroes' silhouettes loom before him. Beast King Dubi roars like a living storm. Adventurer King Fekta charges headfirst into danger, and Blacksmith King Mesoth hammers fate into steel. And the King of Swords burst onto the scene, Alioth. Pollux grins. One of the 7 heroes who crushed her 200 years ago stands with that legendary 7. Can Lufus topple them? From afar, another girl tracks the fight, her stare razor-sharp and ready to strike. Lufus Mophis roars at level 1500, and Alcaide, the one who bolted first, is active. Like a dragon king with its ego torn away, heroes become puppets and erupt into lightning-fast attacks. The King of Swords lunged, his blade tearing everything around to pieces. Lufus slammed his forearm up and blocked the strike dead on. The goddess's reinforcements surged through him, catapulting his strength to brutal new heights. And she realizes Aliot isn't the only one who's been boosted. Lufus plucked a feather from his wing and impaled Ali with it outside. And then he slides like a ghost, sidestepping the Dragon King's lethal strike. She rockets away from the dragon, pivoting midair to lock eyes with it. Alioth lunged again, blade flashing. Lufus launched himself onto the sword and slipped clear of the strike. The Sword King froze, every muscle locked, eyes raking Lufa's nearby land. A sharp frown cuts across her face. She's clearly on the back foot. Lufus's eyes snap wide as he locks onto his real face. Now the constellations spot the lady's enemies and surge into a savage charge. Who wants to tangle with Lufus again? They'll slaughter them. This is bad. Lufus snapped instantly, commanding everyone to calm down. She screams they're doing what the enemy calls. Their joint interaction has collapsed, and Libra burns to help the lady. Pollux reminds me, his army, a snarling pack of Argonauts, is charging their way. The battle's flipped. Lufus now squares off with Alioth and the Dragon King. Capricorn, Aries, and Scorpio clash with the other heroes. The remaining constellations surge at the Argonauts. Lufus surges forward, clashing blades with the King of Swords. Constellations burst into combat against the heroes, while the rest mass for a ruthless invasion of the Argonauts. Heroic spirits surge forward in a furious attack. Libra hoists Cancer like a living shield. Lufus watches this, every muscle coiled. The 12 stars need her support, and only one way out remains. Cornered, Lufus snaps into action, hurtling toward Aliette and the Dragon King to force a quick reckoning. She rockets toward Alioth, memories detonating in her head like lightning strikes. Her body can't take Ali out? Pollux snorted, a low laugh rumbling from his chest. She scoffs that everything's unchanged from 200 years ago. If Lufus had fought seriously back then, she'd have won. Lufus' memories are scrambled right now. She sneers at her friends and indulgently forgives their self-indulgence. This right here? Lufus' fatal flaw. Lufus's love became her undoing. Her attachment to the people she cared for left her fatally exposed. And that's why the 7 heroes defeated her. The dragon's roar rips the air, then it lunges forward and unleashes a brutal attack. Ego stripped from him, hatred for Lufus still blazes through his veins. The dragon rockets into the sky, then plummets back in a lightning-fast, thunderous dive. If he crashes to the ground, Midgard will be torn to shreds. The entire planet could be wiped out. Aries storms Doob, blood trickling from his mouth as cold resolve hardens him. He'll never forgive the 7 heroes. Lufus had trusted them, then they stabbed her in the back. He will never forgive them. Fury explodes as he rockets forward, swinging and hammering a brutal punch into Doobie's attacker's stomach, sending him sprawling out of the way. Suddenly the young man hears a voice rip through the air, sneering that he fights hideously. It's Leon. Aries freezes, mind racing, utterly baffled why he's here. A nostalgic scent tugs at Leo, and a grin splits his face. He follows it to see what's happening and finds them throwing a massive party. Lufus fights on as Aliette snatches his sword and unleashes the continuous attack skill Quick Raid, the very same move he used back then. Fast Rate trades raw attack power for a lightning-fast onslaught of relentless, non-stop strikes with barely a breath between hits. Muscles coiled and reflexes razor-sharp, Lufus pulses with confidence. She'll resist. She should obliterate it. She begged inwardly not to be dragged back into those memories. Elliot whips his sword in a savage arc. The Lufus plummets from the impact. She lies sprawled on the ground, eyes wide, as a dragon slams down on it. She hurls her weight at the dragon's massive paw, desperate to shove it away. Her arms intact, mangled but whole. Lufus lies pinned and motionless, utterly unable to fend off Alioth's next strike. If that attack struck her, it would obliterate her. Not even Lufus could stand against it. The dragon's paw explodes into chunks. Aliette is flung aside and Lufus shoots upright, bewilderment blazing in his eyes. The voice snapped. What is Mafa'al doing? Has she forgotten that if she loses, she'll claw her way out of the underworld to drag her back and beat her senseless? A feral grin splits the blonde girl's face. She knows she'll be the one to kill Lufus. Sear this into her memory. The vampire princess Bennett Nash will kill her. Make sure she never forgets. Lufus flashed a weary, triumphant grin. He was so close he could taste it. Bennett Nash coldly pointed out she hadn't come to save the girl. Bennett Nash lets out a sharp, possessive chuckle. She can't stand the idea of Lufus being defeated by anyone but her. She remembered life draining away with her blood pouring out. As she plunged into the deep black, helplessness swallowed her whole. She says she hurled herself into the battle, poured every scrap of strength into it, got crushed, and, by her account, died afterward. He rips his eyes open and finds himself sealed inside some kind of coffin. The blonde presses a shaking hand to her throat and asks herself why she's still alive. She was trapped in a shadowed castle teeming with vampires. The instant they caught sight of her awake, they surged toward Bennett's room. Tears streamed down their faces as they met her. Then they ripped the truth free. They were the 10 blood ancestors who had survived the battle 200 years ago. The bloodsuckers hissed that Omrit had done it, a dark power that mended wounds and chased away sickness. and Mrs. Lufus had used it on the girl in her last moments. Confusion slammed into her as she blurted that Mafal had shown no sign. Then she cut off mid-sentence and her eyes blew wide. She remembers a warm, metallic taste flooding her mouth. She thought it was her own blood. A vision of a winged woman offering her an elixir to drink bursts into her mind, and the warrior confesses she understands nothing. At the mere thought, Madame froze. Terror at the possibility of that action turned her to stone. Now she claws her way back to strength. A sudden flush paints the blue-haired girl's cheeks as a brutal realization slams into the heroine. Mafal had known she'd survive and had been toying with her throughout the battle. The character shouted them out of the castle, driving the vampires back. They whipped around, eyes on the princess in stunned surprise as they asked her again. Her patience snapped. She hurled everyone through the nearest window. Madame lay on the floor, shivering, as a dark, unforgettable tale seared itself into her soul, never to fade. Lufus couldn't have killed Bennett Nash. She's the one who kept humanity breathing. Rage boils in her. She wants to tear back through time, slam Mafal with a brutal blow, then pummel her 100 more times. Lufus steeled himself, certain Bennett Nash would reappear. She only climbed out of the coffin after spending the whole day inside. Mafal exhaled, thanked her, and admitted they'd been seconds from disaster. And the vampire princess snapped, "I didn't come here to save the girl." She reveals she hates someone even more, wheels to the ghosts, and lets her words strike like blows. She leaned in, hissing the proverb, "Only death can fix a fool." And right then 2 ghosts tore into the battle arena. 2 more undead lunged at Bennett, claws raking the air. The princess sneered, "Not even death can save you." She ripped into the phantoms, mocking their non-stop sobbing over the catastrophic blunder from 200 years ago. And now those spirits had returned, primed to make the exact same mistake. The blonde roars, "Bennett Nash!" and snaps she'll settle the score with her later. She admits she came to land a hit on Mafal, but the moment Ghost materialized, her plan unraveled. The first ghost glided forward and crashed into the ground. The warrior snapped instantly, "I hate to see you. You're about to bring nothing but shame upon yourselves." Hatred seared his eyes, determination carved into his jaw, and he snarled he'd send them screaming back to hell. A spectral knight levels his sword at the girl, his face carved into a mask of grim determination. He's ready to fight. The princess balled her fist, ready to smash the undead. As his sword slashed toward her, she drew every ounce of strength into one brutal, lightning-fast strike. A brutal clash erupts between them, the ground buckling and crumbling beneath their feet as the spirit rakes across the woman's hand and blood spills free. He locked a relentless gaze on the main character. Despite the damage, she stayed ice-cool, certain this wasn't right for her. The vampire unleashed a crushing blow that tore the enemy's weapon from his hands and sent it hurtling off in an unknown direction. And Bennett Nash's arm is still bleeding. Without warning, a bear and a pig explode onto the fresh landslides, their eyes burning with grim resolve as they charge the 2 creatures and erupt into a savage fight. Among the animals, the clubfoot rockets forward first, claws flashing. It crashes into the opponent again, tearing and gouging the earth. The blue-haired lady hurls her right fist into the opponent again, landing a brutal, crippling blow that rips chunks of earth from the ground and flings them skyward. She locks a purposeful gaze, keeps her hand slicing through the air, then sinks back into thought and declares this moment isn't the same. At last she whips out her paintbrush and lands the finishing stroke on the bear. Across the street, a pig rockets away, fleeing the savage carnage. She hoists her right hand high, her gaze a storm-black glare, as the wilderness behind her lies in tangled chaos. Right then, a swarm of spirits swept across the battlefield and 2 figures sliced through them. Faces radiating menace, utterly unlike the others. Her empty eyes gave away nothing. She met the mounting chaos without a shred of fear. She plunges back into her mind, hatred for her enemies burning bright and impossible to hide. 2 phantoms barreled toward the main character, closing in at breakneck speed. They skid to a halt, snatching something, and across from them Bennett stands, his fist balled tight like iron. The 4 ghosts snapped into a tight line, huddled close as they glared at the girl with cold, venomous hatred. A blinding burst of light erupts, hurling raw magic into the sky. She lifted her head high and watched the phenomenon churn and twist as explosions swelled into an unstoppable roar, tearing everything around them apart. Explosions bloom into a hypnotic storm that swallows the scene, while the heroine plants herself, unmoved, and rains down relentless attacks. The battle ends with Bennett Nash triumphant, but the lady scowls and sneers that his opponents were sluggish, feeble, and utterly boring. Her eyes blaze with icy fury as an inner voice sneers, "Not even worth my time. This is boring." Anger coated her from head to toe, and the final shred of restraint snapped. She sprang to her feet again and let out a thunderous cry of indignation. She lashed out again, the blonde sneering, When did they all become such weaklings? She sneers, pathetic at Ali Adibi, stomps her boot into his face, and snarls that if he'd been the same, he'd have already chopped off her arm and sliced her from shoulder to waist. Then she approaches the animal, which now wanders on a whisper of strength. Just moments earlier it cleaved the ground and shattered the girl's arm. She sank her blade into him, fury burning at his arrow's failure to pierce her. She spat that he'd disgraced the title of Master Archer who claimed he could pierce a Dragon King's body. Her fist slammed into the old man's skull as she tore into him for spurning eccentricity and originality. Then she realized that by doing that the phantom would never reach her. Disgust twisted her face and she screamed that it was sickening to see them all like this. Then she surged forward, fists primed to strike. A blast of memory, when the ghosts were alive and mighty, sets her eyes sparkling and wide, and she locks her stance, leaping into her next move with fearless, ironclad resolve. She unleashed a colossal assault, shockwaves tearing the earth apart, and shrieked that the ghosts had slipped out of her sight. Flames burn in his eyes, that irritated glare still sharp. It drives the girl to rocket her level from the 1000th to the 1500th. A winged woman swoops in, stopping the enraged woman before she can kill and clamping onto her left hand. Mafiel's calm, ironclad voice sliced through the air, commanding the vampire princess to stop. She whips a glare back, teeth grinding, as the blonde snaps that these are heroic spirits who will resurrect endlessly, and Ben won't be able to kill them. Hearing those words, the vampire exhales, her features melting into a relaxed calm as she murmurs back with quiet understanding. She plants her boot on the ruined ground and unfurls long, controlled tentacles, one of her magic's signature techniques, while two girls stare at the dark blots. Several wraiths were yanked into the moon's writhing tentacles, utterly ensnared by moon attribute magic that clamps foes in limbs of living darkness. The tentacles writhed outward, coaxing the undead into a single, tightly bound orb forged by the spell. The vampire princess pins that absorption with an ice-cold stare as memories of days long gone crash through her like restless ghosts. Bennett Nash twisted her body away from the unfolding scene, while Mafa'al kept her gaze locked dead ahead. Leon humiliated Aries, tearing her fighting to pieces with brutal judgment, and the smell in the air pulled him in so he strode over to see what they had here. She reels and blurts, "Lion King, why are you here?" She drifts into thought as Leon, the Lion King, roars, the strongest of the 12 stars, commanding the summit of the monster chain. She revealed a Big Four envoy defected from the 12 stars and assailed them, yet he still pulled Aries to safety. She remembers he despises Madame Lufus and hates the woman in front of him. Aries snapped a question that sliced through the silence. Leon wastes no time, launching into a taunt that a weakling like her can't handle this treat. He'll savor every last bite himself. Leon channels raw magic into a crushing punch that barrels into the man's face, knocking him flat to the ground. Dark shades on and cigar clenched, he freezes as a lion suddenly appears. He blurts, "Where did that come from?" While Leon's brutal strike slams into the other man's face. The Lion King raises everything with savage magic, sneering that the innocent are trash, not even fit for a snack. The Zodiac roars it will kill everyone and everything. From the sidelines, a man asks Libra if he should help Leon, and she offers to keep watch for now. The Lion King has already zeroed in on them, ramming the white figures aside and blasting a choking cloud of dust into the air. Libra and the man with glasses gaped at the glowing Zodiac sign, stunned. The girl warned that if they stepped in, he'd attack, and the nearby bystander nodded in grim agreement. Leon unleashed a savage onslaught, the war spirits thrown into terror as dozens slammed face first into the ground. Aries demanded whether the fighters facing the Lion King matched their 1000th level might, and Libra shot back that the spirits are weaker, scattered and aimless with no one coordinating them. He barrels on, dropping the bomb. With numbers like that, the phantoms could band together and overwhelm Leon just like they did. Castor snapped it only works if there's a manual, and right now the Argonauts are flat out inferior. The Argonauts only unlock their true power when they interact with Pollux. Pollux himself summons heroic spirits and bends them to his command. Brother Pollock growled, "Even the mightiest heroes without coordination count for nothing. They'll collide and choke, never unleashing their true potential." Libra's gaze blackened. They were getting overwhelmed by those inferior heroic spirits. The woman beside me erupted in fury, demanding if it was their fault. They snapped back. There was no reason to rush headlong into battle. Aries watches the carnage, eyes locked as Leon obliterates ghosts with raw brute force. No skills, just pure power. And she crowns him the strongest beast. She admits it. As a weakling, the lion's raw might stun her into awe. Leon, the king, unleashed a furious storm of strikes that shredded countless undead, their bodies piling atop one another as he warmed up again. Libra snarls she'll handle the spirits herself and barks for Capricorn to smother every heroic phantom with deterrent magic. If any rise again, it'll be catastrophic, and Capricorn agrees. Leon unleashes his true form, a 1,000-level Nemean lion, and the situation's dynamics spike, throwing everything into raw, roaring chaos. He roars that he's still not satisfied, flinging his cavernous maw wide to reveal teeth just as huge. The Dragon King Laden erupts into the battle square, unleashed in his true form, and Leon snarls he won't be satisfied until he devours the main course. Aries, fired up by the spectacle, tracks every move as the Lion King and the Dragon King lock horns. Scorpio seethes, irritation flaring. Before Lufus burst onto the scene, Laden and Leon held their places as two of Midgard's 4 mightiest. Now, for the first time, the 10-headed Dragon King and the Lion King faced off, poised to erupt into a savage clash. A brutal clash between the two beasts could erupt any second. Aries spitting sharp exclamations into the air to stoke the tension, and the man to the woman's left sat blank-faced, utterly bored. Leon grins at Ladonis. Ladonis hisses back as the sea's waves crash beside them. Aries planted himself on a patch of earth with a satisfied grin as a rival hovered on a levitating rock, and a volcano erupted before them. The first attacks launched. 3 people perched on the balcony, each cradling a hot drink, all simmering with quiet, restless dissatisfaction. One of them smirked, saying the 2 with him were completely at ease, and the dark-skinned man waved it off, snarling that starting a scene wasn't worth it. He shudders that if Mrs. Lufa hadn't slammed up that barrier, none of them can even imagine how it would have ended. And he drives it home. The clash between those 2 creatures was on a scale they couldn't begin to understand. She spat that crying, shouting, or praying wouldn't change a thing, while ordinary citizens scrambled to survive or rushed to help others. She declares that in this mess, the best move is to just drink a cup of coffee. And the guy across from her bristles, her words striking him like a slap. He snaps there has to be a way. The 3 of them can rush in and calm the residents down. His tablemate snapped back. The whole city had been swallowed by chaos, their cries buried beneath a roaring sea of other voices. Baldy snaps that, far from it, they'll become targets of the people's wrath. He says the aristocrats should deal with this and that it's not their responsibility. The dark-haired man, fed up with their words, clamps his mouth shut this time as a sickening image of someone's remains flashes through his mind. Suddenly, he realizes Mrs. Lufus has already schooled the aristocrats, and to his shock, they agree with him. Another attack sent to the ground soaring once again as sparks of magic whirled all around. One girl freezes, terror clawing at her throat. There's no chance of survival. The waves of magic surge toward them. She vaults into their path, remembering she's one of the 7 stars, and can at least stand as a living shield. Out of nowhere, a titanic blast erupts, almost certainly deadly. Against all odds, the demoness clawed her way back from death, and the blonde herself stood stunned, eyes locked dead ahead. Mothall barreled in, shielding the girl and saving her, then spun to face her and barked that she mustn't throw herself away. She's the daughter of a demon family. The winged warrior snarls that once the dome clamps down over a demon, even a clash with lingering force will blast it into ashes. She stared, stunned, as Matha'al lunged to save Lord Tara and her, and a sharp doubt flared. Was this normal, or should the warrior have been worried about her subordinates, the 12 stars? Images of the zodiac signs and Bennett, scattered across the battlefield, erupt in the demoness's mind. Her chest tightens as she wonders if she's nothing but an insect scuttling in the background of these monsters, bait for their feast. Maphael stands riveted as the Lion King and Dragon King clash, amazement igniting in her eyes. She whirls to the goddess, demanding to know if another ace is hidden somewhere. If so, she commands it be unleashed now. Smirking, Mafal aimed to obliterate it, and the goddess answered with a matching smile. Gratitude surged through him as he dropped to one knee, saluted the fairy princess, and thanked her for the help she'd brought. He swears that with the holy sword she placed in his hands he'll cleave the demon king and restore peace to the world, and the fairy nods, promising it will be so as she warns him to stay vigilant on the journey. She swore this unfolded thousands of years ago. A demon king dragged humanity to the brink of annihilation, and the hero and his companions charged forth to confront him. The princess slammed a legendary weapon into the hero's hands, revealed the king's weak spot, sent him on his way, and seconds later sneered, calling the whole thing stupid. She can't believe no one has ever questioned how everything slid into place with unnerving ease. She reels that the hero could stare at her with those clear, trusting eyes and believe her. She's certain he should have noticed something was wrong, and if he'd bothered to think he'd have seen the whole truth. She reveals they seeded his first city with weak people and monsters to force him to grow, then armed him with weapons and gear to forge him into a true hero. She bursts into laughter as a fairy princess suddenly materializes, somehow naming the Demon King's weak spot and coolly declaring the whole thing downright bizarre. A jolt snaps her awake. It's all part of the script, and clinging to that memory she pleads with the others to start doubting. She flips back through the script, eyes blazing as she says, "No one knows the evil demon kings of legend are one and the same, and the princess is actually a reaper." Pollux snarls this has stalked her for tens of thousands of years, and with a raw, weary voice she admits she can't take it anymore. How many more times must she deceive them? Tears burning her cheeks, she begs the goddess with a raw, desperate cry, "How many more times must I kill these children?" The short-haired girl snaps, "I'm the Reaper," again at the villain who crushed the flowers beneath her feet. Her eyes dim as she snatches a dagger and points it at her throat. One twin clamps her wrist, pleading with her to stop, and Pollux drops the dagger, snarling at his brother to let her go. Castor refused her request. His words struck so deep she collapsed into his arms, and now they're clinging to each other, forcing themselves to calm down. My brother seethes, asking why the goddess Alavinus would do this to them. Pollux is far too kind to deserve it, and the heroes rush to demand an audience with the fairy princess. Fairy always jumps in to answer them. She's painfully aware that silence would only let the whole situation spiral out of control. Pollux sprinted to stop a second exodus, but he failed. One Eye burned to swap places with his sister, a mercy he couldn't buy. Castor confesses he's utterly useless. A fairy loser only cut out for battle who took on every ugly, cursed thing because his sister was born the concentrated embodiment of all light and beauty. Dark memories crash back, and Pollux collapses into her brother's arms as he cradles her. Convinced the only thing he can do is pray. He begs, voice raw, for someone to end this hell and rip the goddess script to shreds. Thousands of years crawled by as he prayed, voice raw, pleading for someone to finally arrive. He leans toward the girl and asks if the hero of this age is standing right in front of them, and his sister immediately shoots down the suggestion. Castor gasps, wishing he'd never prayed because the very being that can remake and embody hell itself has come to them. A winged woman glided up before the twins as 3 different species of animals loomed above her. Pollux reels, screaming, "Monster!" as she brazenly flouts the goddess's level cap. She's level 4,200 and refuses to be held down. She snarls it's a failure of the world. It erupted on its own, without the goddess's will, and she fears it might be the very thing the current Demon King Ulm is desperate to avoid. She fixes on the black-winged woman, plotting what to do with someone like that. One Eye suspects she'll toss the script aside and kill Ulm, and Pollux asks the stranger if she needs anything from her. The blonde caught wind of a nearby fairy princess rumored to wield mysterious magic. Curiosity ignited in her chest, and she strode here to greet someone the goddess knew. She descended like a storm to conquer fairy princess Pollux and her twin brother Castor, and the twins seethed with fury. They gape, baffled, convinced she'll treat them like monsters. But her monster tamer skill captures the defeated and forges them into allies, widening its reach to snare even foes who look human. She reassures them, "Defy me if you must. Refuse what I want. If you don't like it, fight back with everything you've got." Faces blazing with confidence, the twins lock palms and flat out refuse. Together they unleash the Argonauts' assault, summoning a colossal skyship that rips into the heavens as they steel themselves for battle. A single wing strike obliterated their ship in an instant, leaving them frozen and utterly blindsided. They're scrambling to piece it together. The Argo just sank from a single thunderous shockwave of her fist, even though the ship was a massive source of alchem. Pollux has no clue about any such monster, and she has no clue either. Lufus wields the scare skill, a fearsome ability of the skewing race Nibikirilov that incapacitates much lower-level enemies. Mufal rockets up to the hapless woman, locking his gaze on her face. Castor blinks and realizes he's awkwardly sprawled, stomach to the ground yet somehow lying on his back, surrounded by representatives of the 12 stars. Their gazes lock, electric. The long-haired woman snaps that the short-haired's eyes look like a dead man's, saying the role the goddess assigned to her has become a crushing burden. He jabbed the fairy's nose and demanded why she looked so surprised. She shot back that when it's that obvious, even Lufus herself will notice it. She cracked open ancient stone tablets hidden in the ruins. They revealed Pollux had faced the same foes before, and met them with identical tactics, and Krelatia calls it a pendulum. Now the long-haired woman bristled, certain it was a conspiracy, and owned that she'd nailed it. Lufus spits out the same tired tally. How many times she'll deceive the heroes and how many more rounds of betrayal await. And Mafa'al suggests the girl's heart is exhausted. She forces a grin from the short-haired girl and snaps for her to be happy. This will be the last time. If the goddess doesn't answer, the long-haired one will. The warrior snarls. It's all a staged performance. The curtain will drop soon. You won't have to send anyone to their death because she'll smash this play's stage to pieces herself. Pollux spits that she's an incarnate evil, daring to stand against the goddess herself. To her, Lufus rips up the deity's script and writes her own rules. She scoffs, reveling in the delicious irony. Shock flared through her. The devil had handed her the single word she'd been starving for, and she pictured the winged one tearing the goddess's scenario to shreds. Pollux's thoughts snapped to a chilling possibility. Maybe it's because she's a she-devil that she understands this. Castor's eyes flick between the two women, worry carved into his face. Tears of joy burst from the fairy princess as she seizes the chance to banish that fate for good. Turning to Lufus with eyes sparkling in delighted, trembling hope, Mafal presses on, vowing to wrench true freedom back into this world of third-rate performances. But she can only pull it off with the twins. She extends her hand to Pollux, imploring them to become her subordinates as she pushes herself up from her knees. The warrior bellowed their names. Fairy Princess Pollux and Castor, her brother! The blonde plunges into memories of past heroes and their destinies, a fierce courage and quiet confidence flaring in her eyes as her gaze hardens into steel. At last she accepts Lufus's offer, nesting her palm in both of his to seal their agreement. Pollux knows in his bones this is an unholy offer, the so-called Path of the Snake, a betrayal of the goddess, and she refuses to believe the hero can crack the Alarina script. Plunged into the abyss of her thoughts, the fairy snaps to one conclusion. If anyone could pull this off, it had to be that uncanny winged monster. She shuts her eyes and conjures visions of her brother and Madame Lufus as long-buried memories crash back over her. Back in the present timeline, Lufus snaps, Pollux, do you have another ace up your sleeve? She snapped, don't delay, and christened her goddess. The short-haired girl giggled. The fairy princess locks eyes with the winged one and snarls she'll answer now, then unleashes her Argonaut attack, ripping a blazing beam straight into the sky. She pleads to plunge from the heavens onto the primeval skywing that dominates the stars. It answers to the name Uranus. At that moment, a long-haired, winged man in armor bursts onto the scene. Tiny angels rocket up to him, and it surges out of the sky as the warrior looks on. Lufus cracked his fist into the man's cheek. Uranus reeled in shock, then snapped, Hurry up and get downstairs! An explosion blasts Nebuchadnezzar onto the ground, his face crushed into a flat cake as Mafa'ul sneers at their fragility and dismisses the primordial skywings as unimpressive. It hurtles back down to Earth's surface. Pollux reels, stunned by what just happened. The fairy refuses to yield, lunges back and calls up its ancient primordial power. Another blinding flash erupts, a celestial array pouring down from the heavens. She rips open the veil and conjures Aeneas, the progenitor of humanity and guardian of the sacred realm, who materializes before Lufus with his hands raised. Behold it blazing in all its beauty, the person stands naked. She's had it with the stunt, shoots a knee skyward and snaps at him to get dressed. Another blast hurls the first ancestor soaring away. Undeniably mighty, yet born in a humble cave and now nothing more than a powerless fragment of the past. Power and skill blaze through the bloodline as inheritance. Now every ounce of Aeneas's might is wielded by his descendant Parthenos. The winged one slams into the ground, poised for the next opponent. Pollux decides now to unleash his trump card. The next hero is ripped from another world, brimming with overwhelming power and able to restore peace to the world. Because a fairy insists on the stranger's arrival, a boxing ring explodes into the arena, a lone fighter planted at its center. Muffle locks eyes with the new opponent, resolve blazing in his veins. Princess Faye says that back then summoners chased raw power above all, so this mess was inevitable. Pick a hero for strength alone and you get this outcome. A dark-skinned bald hero burst from another world, his name and rank a mystery, and he proclaimed champion in English. The short-haired woman points out a strange twist. After its language swept the world, words sprang up that refused to be translated. The warrior crab gleefully uses them, and when a foreigner praises her for it, Lufus snaps and instantly slaps him flat. Like past heroes, the dark-skinned man rockets away from the blast, and suddenly Carcinus's pseudo-English is revealed as the bald one's handiwork. Krilataya snaps. Is that all? Pollux grins and summons another hero, and she, unfazed, channels her magic into a searing beam that rips up into the sky. At the girl's cry, a recruit storms in and proclaims it himself, then nimbly tears across vast distances to reach Mahfal. He snarled at the warrior, boasting of his strength and vowing to plunge her into the abyss. Fed up with his prattle, Winged slams another brutal blow into his face, felling the enemy as she snarls, "Shut up!" The hero's wound catapulted him all the way to another planet, leaving the two women alone together. Lufus's eyes sharpened. He saw Pollux had burned through every last trump card and blurted it out, while the fairy princess stood rooted, bewildered and clueless about her next move. She snaps, "Ladon's still here." And right then Bennett Nash, who already defeated the Dragon King, strides out, bored of merely watching, and declares there's no point dragging the battle any further. Mufal snaps, "What's with all the mutterings about the Dragon King?" Her voice drops to ice. "This is the end." She whirls to the goddess and snaps, "Leave Pollux's body." The goddess smiles faintly and refuses. She sneers that the checkmate isn't hers at all, taunting, "Can your long-haired girl even strike the fairy's body? One blow from my power will finish her. She won't survive." Realization hits her like a blade. If the goddess won't leave the fairy princess, she's powerless. Even Lufus's light strikes can't wrench the deity from that physical shell, so she's racing to find another way. Castor slipped his gaze around the girl and locked eyes with her, firing a fierce, silent message at Pollux. "Don't give up," he snaps to the fairy as memories crash in. They'd waited an eternity for this moment, trapped in a merciless loop that kept claiming hero after hero. She loathed it so fiercely that tears streamed down her face, raw and unstoppable, as she sat trapped in this cruel captivity. Now we blast past the one-eye scenario. He roared at his sister to stop trailing that third-rate goddess charade. It was time they chose their own destiny. Gemini spun on Pollux and demanded if his judgment was sound. When he spat third-rate, the insult seared itself into her mind. Lufa's sure it's carving secret wounds into the deity, and wonders if the vampire princess whispered the same warning to the goddess. Then something began to peel away from the fairy princess's body. She suspects Pollux is fighting from the inside out. The goddess wouldn't be so crushed she'd tear herself free. Krilataya's pulse spikes. She spots a lifeline to save her twin, but she hasn't mastered the technique to seize it. A voice burst out, pleading to be called by his name and to become her sword. And Mafal, realizing that this very soul was here too, snapped up a bold solution. The entity declares it's a shard of the goddess's power, and the winged woman implores him to show her how to unleash it in all its glory. A voice hurls a spell invoking heaven and darkness, commanding the gate to throw open and summon the destroyer who shatters fate's scripts. The final word, asexate, is unleashed by invoking one of the 12 celestial constellations, Taurus, whose true name is Osterios. Taurus explodes into view as Aldebaran lands a crushing strike that levels everything in its path. Then, led by Mafal, he barrels straight at Pollux. Forged for Lufus, this devastating skill crushes the goddess's power and forces any intervention of fate to its completion. He obliterates Alavenus's power. The ill-fated dome shatters, flinging the fairy princess free as the goddess's presence evaporates from her senses. The warrior hails Asterios' rock-solid reliability. He admits she's starting to resemble her old self. The winged one flares in surprise and insists the ideal is still far off. He watches how utterly Lufus is consumed and says that when Al-Qaeda activates the warrior's true nature explodes awake. For Lufus, it's a built-in self-destruct. Switch it off and his consciousness snaps back. After locking eyes with the heroic spirits, the hero yearns for their next meeting, when the phantoms shed their masks and finally stand as themselves. Joyful memories of days with heroic spirits explode through the character's mind, from when those spirits were still real. Bennett Nash locks his gaze on the magic beam. Castor hunches at his sister's side, head bowed low while Lufa plants herself opposite. He snatches his sister into his arms, halting her fall with a vice-like grip. And now Gemini's own royal spark, Princess Fairy Pollux, one of the 12 zodiac constellations, storms onto the team. Krilataya grabs the narrative and proclaims the showdown with the goddess-influenced girl over. She realizes this is only a shard of the goddess's power, a whisper next to the storm braided through her hair. She laughed. The detour to Alheim and the chaotic rendezvous with Pollux didn't rattle her. They'd still seized their goal. The next day, the main character's heart drops when they realize Dena, who slipped into the bathroom just before the fairy princess struck, never came back after the battle. She literally vanished. Perched on a chair, Mothal's voice snaps like a drawn bow as she hurls the question at the demon prince. Will they not attack humanity again? Capricorn and Libra loom behind her. He answered with a fierce, yes. He'd finally learned the demon's true essence. Determination roared in the prince's voice as he snapped, I refuse to fight where defeat is guaranteed. The old man stares into the dark as a gnawing thought hits him. Maybe he's just terrified of Mrs. Lufus. The guy finally admits it, shame burning his cheeks. He can't beat her. With the same frosty expression on her face, the warrior pins the demon with an icy stare, sizing it up as composed, mentally mature, and astonishingly beautiful. They keep comparing him to the real hero, saying he fades in his shadow. and the hero can't shake the thought that the demon prince might make a finer savior than he ever could. Wing tears the veil away and sees the true faces of the protagonist and the demon. And though he's the demon king's son, he radiates the unmistakable aura of the chosen hero. That note ignites Lufus's blood. She wants him to explode, her eyes alight with naked hatred. He feels it. His eyes snap narrow the second Se, sprawled over the chair, zones out. My file locks an unblinking focus on the demon prince, gaze never softening. Se's chest tightens as a sliver of worry creeps in. One day after the Pollux incident, the boys rented the hotel's largest suite and rounded everyone up. Diana and Leon were missing. They'd already gone home. And the rest of the hero team panicked and bolted. The warrior sizes up the assembled company. A force that could conquer the world in a day and obliterate it in an instant. And fear claws at him. Just then someone yells, "Mrs. Lufus!" Her aide blurted, "Are you going to kill the demon prince?" And the demon's subordinate bristled, eyes flashing with a deadly glare. Her glare sends him shuddering, and the winged figure snaps that if it were the last one, the prince would already be sprawled on the ground, and the ruler refuses to punish him. He accepts that they've branded him an enemy beyond forgiveness. 200 years after humans were crushed, demons swallowed almost all the land, forcing humanity onto a tiny, clinging sliver. He knows they expect the same ruthless ferocity from him as they did 2 centuries ago, yet his eye slices the world open and lets him see it from a deadly new angle. He saw Lufus as pure cruelty, and every move by the ruler sent cold unease crawling up his spine. He paints her as a force that could obliterate the world, unchained and uncompromising, ruthless and cold-blooded. As the line between him and Lufus dissolves, the hero plunges into the memories. And he's not surprised. They betrayed her and abandoned her. He swears the goddess's intervention changed nothing. With or without her, the outcome would have been the same. Alarm flares as he realizes he's turning into the same. Shaking off the thought, Lufus turns to Libra and asks if they found any traces of the missing Dena. She snaps that the search started last night and turned up nothing, insisting she crossed the city limits hours ago. Mafal reels. The warrior stepped forward to plead Dena's case to the demon prince. They had an edge. Someone already knew one of the 7 sons, Venus. Twist. One of the 7 sons is unmasked as Venus and Dena's self-proclaimed strategist, and the prince sealed his lips, completely unbothered. The question landed on the twins. Their eyes went blank. They couldn't place her, just as Lufa had expected. They pressed Libra into painting Dena's portrait. The instant it was finished, Pollux lunged and tore it from the señorita's grasp. Libra's masterful hand rendered the portrait with chilling accuracy, and when the fairy princess looked at him, her face snapped into shadow. Her pupils snapped into pinpricks, sweat beading at her temples. The strategist's sight had stunned her. Her voice trembling, she fires the question, "Has he been with you this whole time?" And Lufus meets her eyes, answering with a steady, "Yes." Lufa kept his voice unnervingly calm as he exposed Dena's claim. She had introduced herself as the strategist who served 200 years ago, a blatant lie. Pollux's hands trembled at the answer. Then she erupted into a nervous shout. "What were they thinking?" She thrusts a finger at it, voice crackling. "Is that an avatar of the goddess?" The fairy snaps that she's wearing nothing but someone else's clothes, and Dena and Alavinus are indistinguishable, mirror images of each other. The truth explodes. Dena was the one who slammed the loophole shut, leaving Mafa'al, the demon prince, and Se frozen in shock. 2 centuries ago, Pollux witnessed her forge an alliance with it, and Druzite himself pressed the seal onto the ruler. The fairy princess still shudders at the terrifying, triumphant spark in Dena's eyes as she sealed the warrior. The strategist knew she'd be forced to answer for everything. With Pollux's rescue looming, she bolted before the battle erupted. The fairy was thunderstruck. How did Mistress Mofal appoint her strategist? If Mofal had known about the deception, she'd have banished one of the 7 luminaries on the spot. Lufus's surprise melts away, and she snaps, "I thought I should stay close." The short-haired woman says nothing. Pollux snaps, "Are you a fool, warrior, or have you gone mad?" She couldn't calm down, shrieking that pinning enemies while the target's completely oblivious was genius. Mafa saw right through her, so by the time Dena had already uncovered everything, her frantic moves meant nothing. Perched on the dresser, Bennett fixed the warrior with a sharp stare, and said this was eerily like her. She suspected the winged one coveted a servant whose motives were a closed door, kept at his side but watched with constant suspicion, yet she vowed she was still as gentle as ever toward others. The vampire princess's words hit dead center. Lufus recoiled at her own stupidity as her thoughts slammed back into place, and Pollux cut in again. Gemini tore into her mistress's stupidity, unchanged as ever, felt a hammering headache explode in her skull, and warned others not to follow her blindly but to speak up and give their advice. A fierce question claws at her. What were the 12 heavenly stars for? The stars' representatives locked their gazes on her.